Wizz. Self Stevie Walker, joined by the main man, Alan Reynolds. Renzi, good to see you, mate.
Good to see you as well, Stevie. The last time we were in here was a strange one because it was a different sport altogether. Right. However, I'm looking forward to this, and one of the first guy, Wizz against the Dunster. It's unusual.
He's a good young player. I've seen some of his results over the last while. He is a fully paid up tour member for next year on the IPA, so we're going to see a lot of him. Had a wee chat with him when he came in. He was having a practice on the table next to me, and seems a very pleasant young man, and he's came up to Scotland to play in this. I would like to think that travelling the distance he has, he's not come up to make up the numbers.
No, but what a baptism of fire.
Yeah.
To be in against the
number
IPA number one. Yeah. And I think last year's winner, if my memory serves me right, also. Although that's not hard to say with Dunster, and he's won just about everything, isn't it? So
it's a fantastic opening pot.
Yeah, but we need another good one, Stevie.
Yeah, he's landed slightly awkward, but I think he can get the cue through. One just above the cue ball into the top right. I think he's okay, but as you say, it's not straightforward.
So it's all going on here in the McGoldricks, pulling sports bar, Rutherglen, just at the outskirts of Glasgow. We've got the World Cup draw going on as we speak, and we are now into the second round. All the big players are, and all the pros. With his great shot, as Stevie said, and now he just needs to deal with both balls downstairs, and he's a great chance of opening the scoring here against Liam Dunster. Some out-of-table action. We've got young Preston McInnes, 9-8 up in Dylan Stansfield. That's been on since 3 o'clock. Martin Keenan, 6-5 up in David Gillis. We have young Anthony Monach in the building. He's 1-0 up in James Kelly, and Scott Gillespie's 2-0 up Chris Martin. So let's all go. Okay.
You think he's been worried of overplaying that there and not being on the red, so he's ended up under-hitting it because of that?
Yeah, very much so, but he really needs to just pocket this ball now, even if it's a back double, Stevie, but I think he can still cut it. The point what you don't do here, in my opinion anyway, is don't worry about the cue ball.
Yeah.
Just make the pot, and chances are you're going to be on one of these reds that's sitting up closer to the top right pocket. Or is he doubling it, and is he cutting it? Oh, he's cut it in, no problem. He's got a feet up.
That'll do it.
Yeah.
That'll do nicely.
Now, Dunster will be hating that.
Yeah, that's not Dunster.
Yeah. That's a great start for the kid.
Brilliant. But as I say, I've seen bits and bobs over the last while. Not watched a lot of him, but seen a lot of his results and seen that he's a talented young man. As I say, he's a fully paid up tour member for next year, and he will be looking to make some waves, and you can see here he's handy.
Aye, very much so. I bet he wishes it was a win for him.
Exactly. But the good thing for me here, even though it's a race to 10, long race, Liam will know now he's in a game.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't know if that's a good thing for Lewis or not.
I don't think so, Stevie. That's the thing. I don't think so.
The score line with Martin Keenan and David Gillis. I was talking to Davey prior to the matches starting, and he loves these. So Davey's one of these guys, for anybody at home that doesn't really know him, Davey will enter every tournament going because he just loves playing good players. He loves seeing the way they play the game. He loves being part of matches and testing himself, even though he knows he's not, in his words, anywhere near that level. He said to me, he went, listen, I know how good Martin is. I know he could blow me away 10-0. He says, but it's a match where I feel as if I play quite well and maybe I can drag Martin into one, and it's 6-5 right now, and that stood out to me.
Yeah, he's a Scottish-based player that plays in all the big tournaments. He loves when the Saltire tournaments run by, obviously, Stephen Paul. And it comes up, he loves when Mark Farnsworth and all these guys come up, Big John, all the pros, Dean Shields, all of them come up. He likes pitting his wits against them, and He's not the total best player, but it's the equivalent of like us getting the chance to play against the top golfers or what have you. So, such a nice guy.
Absolute diamond, gentlemen. Liam's broken dry. He's had a number of problems through probably the last 18 months with his break. And if this young man doesn't miss too much, then Liam going to have to get that break going.
He's got a real good opportunity on Reds, Stevie. But these are the sort of things that to have any chance he needs to get. It's just how he deals with the two downstairs. He needs to try and get down on them as soon as he possibly can. Okay. I'd actually go down for them now. If I was young Lewis, I'd be going downstairs just now, maybe even playing a wee cannon into the yellow. He's going upstairs first. Okay, so now he needs to get the cue ball from the ball to the top right. Pretty much back to where he was 2 shots ago. And I can't help but feel when he was so good on the shot originally to get downstairs that he's had to play an extra positional shot. However, if you're that good with the cue ball, he's shown an air of confidence here. Right, okay. So he can get down and actually touch into the yellow that's closest to the two yellows that's together on the left. The one that's closest to the reds. He wants to use that.
That'd be perfect.
Because
he's looked at that a couple of times. I wonder if that's a plant.
That must be. Okay. Okay.
Now, I mean, to me, it's still dicing a little bit because that ball in that middle, he's had a couple of chances to.
He's got a positional shot to play, Stevie.
Yeah,
it's going to be from the second last red to obviously the red that's closest to the 8 ball, but he's fine.
He's perfect.
He's played, that's great. He has played, that's great. In fact, he's played it supremely confident. What a cracking finish. Very impressed with the kid already.
Well, Liam Dunster, you, my friend, are in a match here.
Yeah.
Little jab back, just about an inch. Be perfect.
The red's been a plant by is massive.
Yeah, it's huge. I noticed him looking at it.
Yeah, I didn't spot it.
But it was one of them where, you know, sometimes when you're on a finish and you look and you think, well, worst case, that'll plant. But you're not intending to play the plant, but that was in his mind early.
Yeah, good start. I tell you what cracking turnout, Stevie, considering how close it is to Santa Claus coming. And a nice wee £5,000, however, for the winner of this event, for some nice Christmas presents and to have a decent Christmas.
Yeah, it's not the worst Christmas present. I wouldn't mind it myself, Phil. I'm in the tournament, you know.
I know you are, and I seen you having a little practice earlier on night, and I know you've not been playing a lot recently. How good are the tables, Stevie?
Fantastic. You know that I love the tables when they're new, slidey balls, all that kind of stuff. I really enjoy that. I won't lie, I was a wee bit, I mean, you could see that I was rusty, but that's the whole reason why I had a wee 35, 40 minutes. And I actually even shouted Elliot over for a minute because there was something I was doing that was quite repetitive and I couldn't put my finger on it. And he just had a wee look, seen that I was standing slightly off, and then...
For anybody that's listening in who doesn't know who Elliot is a professional 9-ball player. However, he's also a sight right coach, and he is a fantastic at it, to be honest with you. And he has some resume of players under his belt, top players,
including the man at the table.
Yeah, 8-ball and 9-ball. So I get in touch with Elliot if you want the technique sorted out. So the man at the table, as you said, it's his first opportunity in the match. Dry break from young Lewis. And although it is on the TV table,
Yeah, the shot clock. I think that's what you were going to say.
that's exactly what I was going to say.
We will.
Because our chairman said to me, "Who's on?" "Oh, yeah, okay, our number one's on." "That's no bother." And you know our number one, if he's playing with a 10-second shot clock, he'll play within 10 seconds. If he's playing with a minute shot clock, he'll play within the minute. But if he has a chance to take longer, he probably will. He just plays within the rules.
Yeah, I can't help but think Lewis would be 4 or 5 balls down here.
Yeah.
It looks like Liam's going to take the reds. I don't mind the yellows either. I think the yellow to the right middle, come down low, you're on the yellow to the bottom left, and then away you go. I think the yellow to the left of the cue ball goes in the middle right as well. So I think there's a finish on both, but I think Liam was always going reds here.
Yeah.
And he always knew. I actually asked him a question, Renzi, not long ago there, and I said, Liam, can I ask you, dead serious, if I gave you, you just said it there, 10 seconds, if I gave you 10 seconds and gave you 2 minutes, do you think in 2 minutes you would play a different shot to the one you were going to play in 10? And he went, probably not. He says, but the 2 minutes lets me figure out all the eventualities.
That's totally fair enough.
And I went, fair enough, that's okay, yeah, I understand that. But I just wanted to know, I wasn't really bothered about the eventualities. I wasn't bothered, I was only caring whether he would change his mind on the shot. And he openly said, probably not.
And the reason you're doing that's for a two-way thing. You're also still actively playing the sport.
Of course.
So you're asking the best.
100%.
Pretty much best blackball player on the planet.
Yeah.
To aid your own game, which is pretty clever. Because he's always going to be honest.
No, that's the thing. But the good part of that was we were actually trying to remember what event it was, but it was in the Scottish Grand Prix in the Players' Lounge, and he sat down next to me for a wee while doing the comms. That's when I asked him. So it was on the stream. So for anybody that was watching that,
hi, Big Dave. Hope you're doing well, my friend. There's somebody asking you, putting you right on the spot, Steve.
young Nico, how you doing, young man? What a talent that young man is, Renzi. He's only just started playing the game, I've heard, in the last year or so, and he's already at the tail end of some big tournaments, winning tournaments, representing his country, and a diamond day kid as well. But what score am I predicting here?
Okay. Was that the young kid for Dundee?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, people ask me who I fancy for tournaments, and I find it hard to pick anyone but Liam.
Yeah.
Young Lewis has impressed me so far here, so I'm going to go 10-7 Liam Dunster.
Okay. I'm going to go 10-5.
Oh. Even though he's already on 2.
To Lewis. Especially after that shot. Liam will be raging.
It's a race to 10, guys, here in the IPA Masters in McGoldricks Pool and Sports Bar. That is the good old long races. So, if you're going to beat the best, you're going to have to do it over a little bit of distance.
Yeah, races to 10, big races. And as we're watching, I mean, that's slack for Liam. I'm sure he'll still get it. It's 9-9 Dylan Stansfield, Preston McInnes in one of the outer tables. In fact, that match is now finished. What a shot by Dunster versus Cuesports going, though, as John Virgo once said.
See, that's
10-9 Dylan Stansfield. We're laughing here at the World Cup drawing Donald Trump's smile, which is absolutely hilarious. If any of you guys are watching it, if you're not, watch the World Cup draw as well. Hello, Sean. Hope London's treating you well, mate. I know you're down there supporting the USA, mate. But like you will be if you've got tickets for the Sunday anyway, that's for sure. Look at Donald Trump. Peace 2025.
What a guy, man. This is obviously that pot a moment ago from Liam. It's one of the parts of his game that he had to kind of work on.
Yeah.
It's one of the reasons why he went to Elliot.
Yeah, absolutely.
Trying to kind of straighten himself up, catch these long pots a wee bit better, and he bridging over the ball, cued it lovely. But the one thing about that type of shot for Liam is he's not got a whole lot of control in what he can do with the cue ball.
No, and
he doesn't like that.
Hate, but then he's got to do it again.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I know Liam very well, obviously, right? It was his one weakness, possibly. And
Yeah,
because
true.
he knew it was his weakness, he went and worked on his weakness. So, you've got to respect that. So he very rarely has to go to the well, Liam. But he's now in a better position than ever to do it.
What a
There we
shot.
go. Brilliant.
Lovely control. Just using the yellow. He's going to have to leave a slightly awkward black. He's looking at screwing off the bottom cushion. I'm not convinced that Liam will. Well, I'm saying that he might, Renzi. It might be the shot. Because there's not really any danger. Screw on and off the bottom cushion. Maybe get himself just above the kind of setup line that you can see on the table. Do you think he'll take his medicine and just pop it back 6 inches? And
I think he'll try and put the cue ball back to where it is just now if he can. Stevie. Oh, I like that even better.
That's a shot off the
Actually,
bottom
I like
cushion.
that even better.
Just to the right-hand side of the setup line.
So there, that's it. Hi, good evening, Morgan. How are you? You all right? That's one of our... Oh, he's slagging his fellow bro. He brushed his teeth and had a shower. Yeah, it's still out to see him potting this 8-ball, Morgan. There you go, always the entertainer earlier.
Yeah, good finish. He said a few shots to play there, Renzi.
Yeah.
And it wasn't that we doubted him. It's just, you've just started.
Yeah, for
We
sure.
know Liam, he's not come in and had any kind of practice or anything, and we know that he likes to practice on a table that's not great. And he said to me, he said it to everyone, that the reason he does that is because if he can play on a table that's not great, then when he goes and plays on good ones, it's like going from a ploughed field to Wembley, if you want.
I actually like his philosophy, and I know it was the philosophy of the man that this name's played after, that this place is named
Right.
after, Mick, who drummed that into me when I used to complain about how tight the table was in his local. And he used to say, son, that'll do you the world of good when you've got to play on these. And he was right. And so, no, I don't know if it's a thing that I'd maybe get into Liam's head about, or it's just a thing he's discovered himself.
Yeah.
However, he's bang on. He's bang on.
I often feel that, as I say, that finish there was probably showing the fact that he's... In fact, I asked him the question about getting... Now, tables are good, sometimes tables are bad, sometimes cloths are different, sometimes the bounces are different, but it's the same kind of guys you see at the tail end of the tournaments, and first couple of rounds you try and play your way in, but if you're against somebody that's absolutely buzzing, then you need to kind of find it quickly. And although that was slightly less than the normal kind of Liam Dunster finish, he found a way.
Not only is it the normal kind of finish, but that's more a normal Liam Dunster break in at the bargain. He'd just get kissed away from potting that ball into the left middle that he gets regularly, but did get the one in the bottom right. These aren't straightforward, but I feel it's an opportunity Liam has to take to get back level up. There's not been a ball missed yet.
Yeah, that's very true. I'm looking at what stands out here. Yeah, there's nothing. Can he get through to the yellow to the bottom left? Then he's got the problem with the one at the top right.
I mean, he can also play the red onto the yellow to the left middle.
Yeah, I was looking at that right away.
But his biggest problem then, as you I think you're going to allude to, Stevie, is the ball on the right hand side, the yellow on the right hand side.
Yeah, that's what's...
He can also play yellow onto red.
Yeah.
And top right.
I mean, that's probably the unfortunate thing here is that yellow at the top right makes it awkward. But then there's a cluster of reds close to each other. Poor, I'm not great, but if he was to play that plant, all the reds would be pretty good. And he would have to make sure he got these yellows. So he can also land on the inside of it. He can go to the left middle, top left.
Yeah, so he's actually got the one into the bottom left here. Nice wee shot.
Yeah, it didn't look like he was on that. Very good shot.
They're all available. The two again together at the middle, I wonder what his pathway is for them.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like that where the yellow was the left middle. If he was putting the cue ball there, it'd be pretty good.
Yeah.
But he's going to have to play the...
Better.
That always stood out to me because even though the one close to the line is in the open, it's probably the closest ball as a kind of connector to those, but then it's slightly awkward. So he has got a little bit of...
I mean, if he could lift it right out the way and put it in his pocket, it would be quite an easy out, but it's not quite as simple as that. That's a good question for you, Steve.
Yeah, of course I would. That was when I was asked to do the youths and juniors, the 18s and the 15s that weekend. I wanted to do it the year before, and there was a few issues with the commentary setup, so the young team basically didn't get the luxury of having it and getting the type of show that they deserve. So yeah, of course I would happily do it again. I know obviously it'll be travelling all over this time.
I think half the problem as well is there's certain places that are set up much better.
Yeah, of course.
For the commentary than others, and not everywhere's got that access. But I tell you what, for me, when I watch pool, which I did do in the Isle of Man, Andy, how you doing? All right. It's so much better with the commentary, Stevie.
Oh.
So much better with commentary, and I'm watching money matches. I watched a money match last week with young Brian Cumming. And the commentary, the boys did a bit of commentary, Morgan and Mark Fleming and what have you, Vince Kenny, and it was very enjoyable.
Yeah, I watched a bit of it myself. I only really got towards the tail end and it was good. But it makes a difference, it really does. But I think when it comes to the younger kind of generation, although you can go back and watch it and you're looking to maybe what could I have done, getting someone there that's highlighting it, whether it's 100% bang on or not, just getting a little bit of insight for somebody different can go a long way.
It's going to be the norm for the youngins.
Yeah.
You know, it's going to be the norm for them to be watching pool and listening to the commentary.
100%.
These could be future commentators we're talking about here, as well as like decent pool players, so it's good. It becomes normalised.
100%, that's it. But yeah, I would love to go and do the 15s and 18s again. So
Liam's making short work of this. They dealt with the bad two over there, no problem at all.
I like the way that he played to the left-hand side because it looks obvious that to leave the one to the top left and then work his way down. But the angle he had in the one to the top right, so he basically took it while he could, got the opportunity to come to the inside. I didn't think that ball went to the bottom right, but he's played a great shot and he's managed to get himself perfect on the awkward balls.
So he left it a little longer, right? But he was also absolutely precise with his cue ball as well as leaving it long.
Yeah.
And that's the even more dangerous aspect that he has about his game now. Because in the past, he might have not left the pot longer, trying to get too good on it. And now he's got it like both parts.
Yeah.
And that makes him even more dangerous.
And if it does become another Liam Dunster finish, we'll have 4 frames, 4 big finishes, not a ball missed.
Yep.
Good standard. Young Lewis, who managed to go 2 in front with 2 cracking finishes, will now know, sitting in his chair, how hard it is not only to beat him, but to stay in front of him.
Yeah, very much so. So keep watching, kids. Because this is what next level's all about. You can't be missing balls out there. 2-2, not a ball missed.
Sean Murray. It was my pleasure, young man. Absolutely loved it. And that is a weapon of a break that you have, kid. Absolutely phenomenal. But it was just good for me seeing the talent, and obviously I hope to see you guys on the IPA sooner rather than later. Who knows? The guys at the IPA might be thinking of some kind of future stars kind of tour type thing coming up, so who knows? But there is loads and loads of stuff hopefully on your doorsteps that you give a go, like the amateur series and things like that. So get yourselves involved, and hopefully one day this will be you guys on here.
I remember that happened many years ago. A young guy came through, under 18s, won an event to become a professional for a year. Young guy called Scott Gillespie. You might know him.
The Goobs.
And he drew a guy in the first round. I'll let him tell you the story about that. He's never let me forget it, to be honest with you. I think it's a great idea.
100%. I just think that it's the avenues. You're looking to create an avenue for people to take that step up. Yeah. That's it. So we can get something like the IPA Future Stars kind of thing. As you say, Renzi, that Star of the Future. That's all these guys that are here started somewhere. There might not have been a pathway like we've got now with different tours and stuff and different ways to get there. But I just think that there's an opportunity to be had whilst we've got such a hotbed of young talent in Scotland.
How you doing, Mrs. Fizz? All right? Aye. I've got a son that plays the game myself, so it's very, very, very nerve-wracking indeed.
He is such a pleasant young man. He spoke to me the minute he came in the door. We had a wee chat. He was showing us that he's joined the tour for next year. And I didn't even realise that he was playing Liam Dunster right away. I noticed that about half an hour after I spoke to him. And then I found out that they were going to be on the main TV table. So I hope you're enjoying it and you keep your nails.
And he's in good hands through here by all us in Glasgow, okay? we're taking him out tonight. We're going to show him the town, take him to the strippers and all that. So he's in there. I'm only winding you up. I'm only winding you up.
Paint strippers? He's a pleasant young man. Very, very talented young player. And looking forward to seeing him on the IPA tour next year. Never mind over the course of this weekend. So we're going to get to see him, mixing it up with all the guys at the IPA. So really looking forward to that. But I hope you can keep your nails as long as possible during this match. It's never easy watching
I couldn't get a tougher draw as well. Could not have got a tougher draw.
But you know, I can imagine, as I say, I had a wee chat with him. It was only for maybe 5 minutes. But I got the impression that he's one of the kids that when he's putting his name in the draw, this is the kind of guys he's hoping to play. Yeah,
because this is a guy who'll be sitting watching and saying, I want to get to that standard. So sometimes there's nothing better than playing these guys. And he started off great. However, Liam's just doing Liam things now.
Yeah, it's tough against Liam any day of the week. But you do... I mean, he's not made any mistakes. It's just if you don't get a ball against Liam, you normally get punished. So if Liam's break doesn't work very well, you need to make sure yours is. But these are the matches that you join these tours and you enter these tournaments to play, and you want to play the very best. And well, that's Liam Dunster.
And he's just going to kick into these here, develop, and he's fine. What's he doing with the 8 ball here, Stevie? What is his plan for the 8?
Yeah, I mean, I know he's looked at the gap. So where the yellow is on the outside of the 2 to the left, anywhere round about there, he can pop it in the top. But it's such a small window, and it's very unlike Liam to crash into things. Yeah. So it has me thinking, he's looking at it again. So he's got me thinking that that's the general idea of what he's going to play. But, I mean, if anybody can find that gap perfectly, it's Liam.
Yeah, sure. He wouldn't have started the finish without having a plan for it.
No, of course.
Many would. Wing it a little bit. Oh, is he playing the plant and developing it right now? Is he playing this long?
So he's going to go top cushion. Oh.
Okay.
I
so
like
that's his plan.
Yeah.
How good's that?
I like that.
But he has to stroke a pot in now. Still very clever though.
Yeah, he's played it so controlled.
He won't want to leave that ball up the top left till last. He may have to though.
See, he had to know at that pace that he was probably not going to be on the yellow unless it went in at the top, and then that's fine. But he had to know he wasn't going to be on that, and he had to know that he was likely going to have an awkward shot bridging next, that's where, to me, I think that's why these shots don't overly suit Liam, because there's maybe a few more of us that are, well, I've got a chance to get into it. I'll put a little bit on it just to make sure.
Yeah, sure. At Kanitsu, I actually disagree, mate. I just think it doesn't matter what shot clock is. I still just think, just Liam plays to his own pace. It doesn't matter if it's 30 seconds. It doesn't matter if it's 15. Yeah, Big Dave, you've just said it. With or without a shot clock, he's still a class act.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, he's won not only 1 or 2 titles, he's the IPA world #1. He's won countless titles throughout the year, the last couple of years, to get himself from bottom of the rankings back to the top. And he plays at least a handful of games every single event on the shot clock, and still he's the man there at the end. I get it.
He's not everybody's cup of coffee, Stevie.
We get it.
He won the pool party. That tells me everything, right? Now, you know how popular that is, right? He's actually had a touch here. I knew when he wanted to leave that ball to last, but I mean, everybody in that place, probably apart from Liam's family, right, must have wanted that kid to beat him.
Oh, of course.
And he still wins it. A one-frame shootout thing, so yeah.
He says, he's like, I'm the only person in the world that gets into trouble for jumping up to celebrate a table. And I says, you get into trouble? He says, no, they just shouted, come on, Liam, we need to sell them.
Okay. I just think you're not going to believe or not trust us, Knut, so it wouldn't affect him, mate. What was that thing that they had? Shootouts.
He won the shootout. With all the very best players in it.
Yeah, he won the shootout as well. I think that was something like ridiculous, like a 15-second shot clock.
He won the shootout. He also won the Supreme Series with a shot clock, beating the very best guys, and they changed the break rule and all that on him as well. They changed it in the middle of the tournament, and listen...
Andy McPhee was wanting to win. He was halves. There's no way you took half of that, Andy. That's ridiculous. Seriously.
No, we've seen enough that the shot clock really doesn't affect him. It really doesn't. And there's enough footage. I mean, there's tons of footage, hundreds of hours of footage of Liam playing on the shot clock, and he uses the 30 seconds like no one else can.
And Dave, I lined up blanking you off for that. I lined up scratching you off this. There's no going to be... PM the guy. PM the guy if you're about to talk about this and that the next thing. My goodness, don't use our platform to be asking people about this and that. Just hope you're well, mate.
Andrew Owen, I totally agree. We all agree. But Liam's one of the guys that he just plays within whatever the rule is on that day, and that's it. The fact that he can do it doesn't really change the fact that whether he has to do it. 5 frames down, not a ball missed.
Kanitsu, what are you watching then? You just commenting on the...
Lewis is... he's come in here, Renzi. He's won the first 2 frames with 2 cracking finishes.
Not had an arse shot.
And he's knocked me back to the table out with 1 break. That right there, for any young talented player coming through, you want to go and not only mix with these guys, beat them, chase them down, go and win tournaments against them, or put them out of some... This is the standard.
Little scores update, guys, for anybody that's not on Cuesports. And it is Anthony Monach. What a top player this kid is. He's 4-0 up on James Kelly. Mark McAllister Jr.'s 4-2 up on Liam Pedley. Charlie Hindley's 3-2 up, and Johnny McDermott. Young Charlie Hindley, I've heard great reports on that kid as well. Kieran Kay, 2 each for William Wallace. Martin Keenan's 9-5 up now, and David Gillis. Stephen McCush 4-3 up with Robert Stephen. And Scott Gillespie 4-3 up, and Chris Martin, who's sticking in. Christian Phillips is 4-2 good against Wayne Reagan. And I think that's all she wrote. Betsy's 2-0 up in David.
Well, there you go.
Ah.
The thing that stands out, obviously Stephen McCush beating Robert Stephen. We know Socko can play. That's not an issue. Chris Martin, I want to mention him.
Yeah.
Chris won a big money game a wee while ago.
Good break.
Against a guy that not many people gave him a chance. And
Yeah.
that's fine. I know Chris can play. He's a good player. You would argue that he lacked a little bit of that bit of steel, that bit of bottle. And it would catch him out. I've played against him numerous times myself. And you always knew you were going to maybe catch him or run him down or get him. But he goes and wins that money match. He lost the first one, won the second one. He's only went last weekend and won the Pockets Pool and Sports Bar Club Championship.
Okay, nice.
Gizmo,
Yeah.
who I would have said, getting into that tournament, nobody would have given him a chance. But it just goes to show what winning can do for you.
Absolutely.
Winning that money match a few weeks ago
Breeds confidence.
has knocked him up a level, Renzi. And then he goes and wins that.
That's good.
Now, I can look at myself and say that I would argue that I'm far superior. I've not won a club championship.
Yeah. Yeah.
To me, it just goes to show that winning and a mentality change can just manifest.
No doubt about it.
It's incredible.
That's the biggest confidence you can get. Kanatsu, thanks so much, mate. Stick with us, by the way, because the wee man won't be on all night, right? We'll have some more attacking, maybe some people even miss a ball on later on. So stick with us, mate. You'll enjoy the show.
I mean, if you've all got some brains and some wits about you, start a campaign to make sure it's Walker and Morgan at 9 o'clock. Don't be shy, guys. Stevie Walker, Morgan McInnes, 9 o'clock, get it sorted. But we need the fans to get out in their droves in the street with the pots and pans and tell us that we want the team. Or don't bother.
That would suit me fine. I'd like commentating on you, mate, and then bringing you in here and saying, oh dear, what about this, what about that, what about that?
Do you know, I was playing in the Scottish Grand Prix and it was against it was one of the young talents that we've got right now. Really, really good player. I'm looking at him right now, but there's so many of them, and I've played great. And I'm looking up and there's nobody commentating, Renzi. I'm on the main TV table, and then sure enough, with 5-6 frames to go, Morgan and Mark McAllister jumped in, and it was funny. It was quite scrappy until I looked up and seen them in there, and then I found a gear, and I went
almost
finish.
they're going to rip me. Okay, I'm not.
But it was weird and I went off, and the boys were like, "You were unbelievable there," and I thought you didn't see the first few frames,
Yeah.
but. Yeah, I mean, I think it's good, and that's what I love about young Nico and Sean and all the young guys. I think they get a buzz out of knowing that they're getting the full show, and it's just good to know that someone's watching and talking about you on your game. And I just find that I think it makes a difference to most players, especially if you're not used to being at that level and being on the big stage, if you want to call it that.
Yeah, very much so. Sorry, I'm getting caught out with this World Cup draw now as well. It's still in its infancy. I think it's the home countries that are getting selected out first into the airports.
Well, I'm hoping we're in Group B.
Aye, so me too. Already.
I've already said, I think it was Canada. Who was it? Canada.
Australia? Is it?
Was it Canada? Canada, Haiti, and somebody was. I said that'll. And people are going, no, we want a glamour tie. And I'm thinking, no, we don't. We want to get through for the first time ever.
Aye, ever.
These maniacs wanting... There's nothing glamorous about getting whooped.
No. It's going to be the same price a ticket no matter who you play. Anyway, I'd rather go there and try and win.
Canada suits me because the family's over there.
Yeah.
So I have said if Scotland do get the luxury of going to Canada, I will be heading there with a young man. And now my daughter wants to go.
Oh.
She's been to one football game in her life, and she's like, but what about me? I'm thinking, Peyton, you dance. Oh, there'll be plenty of dancing, no?
Dunster's making short work of us again. He's just played a fantastic little shot there and just like dead selfies at the World Cup.
No, I know. The thing that stands out here is the way he played that shot there to give himself just enough angle, because he knows he's going to cushion the red to get down for these 2 yellows at the bottom. Because the yellow at the top's going to be his connector, so he's given himself just enough, Renzi, that he wasn't straight or having to kind of cause himself any bother, and he just cushioned it enough. Plays it too hard, lands straight or wrong side. Plus, he could cover the yellow that's just below it. Played it absolutely perfect.
No, it's going to be fascinating. Young Lewis is going to get a chance here at some stage.
Of course. Yeah. How does he react?
Aye, absolutely. Absolutely.
Because I'm not going to lie, I've been there myself. We all have at some point in time. Lewis goes 2-0 up, not missed a ball, and he can be forgiven for thinking, I might beat Dunster here. Oh, look at this.
8 more than him, he'd have been thinking.
And then you've not left your seat apart from him to break dry.
And it's also the fact that Liam's been a little studious about it as well. So he's putting them through the mill, if you want to call it that, because it's not as if he's like running round, he's just doing Liam things.
I think that's who I was talking about, Iran. I think I wanted Canada, Iran and Haiti. Was it Saudi Arabia or Iran all the years ago, the Scotland young team? Under 14s, under 15s were playing, and every one of them had big moustaches and beards, remember?
That's right, I think that was Saudi Arabia. Scotland has played that. Scotland has played Iran at a World Cup before.
Right.
It was horrendous, to be honest with you. It was one of the matches that they should have won. I'm sure anybody as old as me, if you're listening in, I think that brilliant, William Dunster. I think they played Iran in 1978.
Ah, okay.
After losing 3-1 to Peru, they then had Iran to play, and then we thought that's a guaranteed 2 points. It would have been at the time, 1 each.
Oh.
And then beat Holland and went out in goal difference, I think. So, yeah, remember the Archie Gemmell goal?
Yeah.
For train spotting? That was that year, 1978.
That was on the march with Ali's army.
That was Ali's army. Yeah. Loads of carry on. And
now, young Lewis, 4-2 behind. He's not missed a ball.
No.
He was 2-0 up. And he's literally sat in his seat since. Big moment if he gets a ball.
Yeah.
It's how you react.
Yeah.
Obviously, you can only be proactive when you're at the table, but you need to react to what Liam Dunster's doing. Right now, he needs something. He needs a ball. He needs a chance.
I just love the young guy to break this year and say,
so would I.
Right, come on.
I tell you what, whether you love it or loathe it, if you are not learning something watching the way Dunster takes these finishes out, this is the game that we all play, we all love, we all want to be involved in, and we all want to be good and get better and improve. You are not learning how to go about the pattern playing. I know you're one of the biggest advocates for it, Renzi, and you're arguably the biggest reason that Liam plays the game the way he does. I don't think there's any doubt in that. And the pattern matters, the way you go about a finish matters, the connectors matter. There's nobody on God's green earth that goes about their business better than Liam Dunster when it comes to that. And if you're not learning watching that...
But he's also took it to another level, Stevie, to be honest with you. There's loads of good pattern players, right? There is. I really like Mark Farnsworth.
Yeah, of course.
Right? I think his patterns are very old school, very, very good. But Liam just... he's so good. Great break from young Lewis. One each for Iran. Thanks, Waggy. I remember watching it, mate. It was great, and I think we actually scored first, if the truth be told. And I think it was a kind of an own goal that we conceded. Kenny Burns, for some reason, the Nottingham Forest player, comes into me. I'm sure he was playing. I need to Google that and find out what the start lineup was.
Okay, red balls in play, Renzi. He's tried to pop that in and come back across. He wanted to take the top three first. Brand new cloths, now slidey balls and stuff like that can create that. To me, I don't think, unless he hammered that in, that he could get back across. It's not naivety, it's just the way the tables play when they're really new. I actually thought to myself the two reds that are up the top would have to be his last two balls.
Yeah, he's got a couple of different ways. He can't take them now.
No,
so he needs to slide the one down the rail or play the plant, the one next to the 8 ball onto the bottom left. Oh, he's taking the right shot. Needs to get this. He's overcut it. Overcooked it. Now, there we go. There's the first ball missed.
Yeah, I agree with that. 1990 Costa Rica match. I'm with you, Mad Midlothian Mick.
How you doing, Mad Midlothian Mick? If Liam pops this one into the left centre here, he's got a lovely angle on the one he's closest to just now to dislodge that one. That's on the left, unless you can do it just now. Okay. What do you see here, Stevie?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's the one to the top right.
Okay.
And then I'm dropping that in and leaving an angle.
I see it
on the one to the middle. Bottom cushion and then...
dislodge.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think he can... Oh, right behind it you could drop that in, but I don't see him playing a double, surely not.
Oh, he's playing your way. That's a good spot. Very situated at the table, it tells me he's playing your way. Okay.
He's played it a lot harder than I would have, because I'm leaving that angle.
You're dripping it in.
Yeah, because then if I land perfect on it to just drop in and maybe just clear the bag, fine. And if I land slightly off and I can play bottom cushion and then dislodge the yellow, knowing I've got the yellow to the bottom right.
Yeah.
I'm not going to tell Liam Dunster that he's doing wrong, but Liam's obviously had a slightly different idea, or he's maybe just, he might tell us that he just overhit it. That was kind of the plan, but he wanted to cue it, I don't know. But yeah, I'm just kind of...
So I don't... Liam's got to play the plant here. Lewis, can he hold here? Is he going to pot this and to be able to hold on the red that's upstairs?
I think he's going to jab into the yellow.
He's going to try and pot this and pot the yellow at the same time. I don't like it.
No.
Don't like it.
Made his mind up.
He's playing it with a lot of left-hand check, so...
Yeah, because it is.
Played it great. Well done, son. Now he's got a chance.
Yeah, just pot the ball.
Yeah.
He's looking at the red, Renzi below the black, goes to the left middle. So if he does drop this in, then drop the one over the pocket, he should have just enough angle to run on and off the cushion for the red to the right middle. If he lands slightly awkward, slightly low, he can just stun up the table. Just needs to roll this in. Don't take any chances. Lovely pot. Yeah, a little bit harder than I was expecting, but he's bang on. He's absolutely perfect. He's got the cue ball off the cushion. So for me here, I would like to be slightly low on the red. That's my preference. Just because of the yellow, I don't like the idea of bouncing off the knuckle and then going too high. But as he pushed the cue ball through just a little bit too much.
It's not like the plant. I know I feel as if I'm infatuated with this plant here, but...
Yeah, Renzi, he's popped that in. So the ball he potted along the top, I actually says here, I think he's played it too hard, but maybe he's all right, looks bang on. But he's obviously went too far. And he played it in at pace.
This is thin. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a mistake, because the red along the top cushion just had to drop it in, but he's kind of he's banged it in, Renzi, in a positive way, a super positive way, and I don't mind him playing it like that. But he just lost that little bit of control by playing it in such a way, and he's ended up not on the red to the bottom left corner, and we're now where we are in the frame because of it.
Aye, but all of a sudden it becomes a massive frame, doesn't it, in the match? You know, 4-3 or 5-2, 4-3 game on. They haven't had a couple of chances. Look, that's when you know Liam's in trouble, when he's like,
yeah,
holding his face, trying to figure out what to do. I think I'd be inclined here to play the ball that he's closest to. Try and put it on and off the cushion to guard the right hand corner bag, and use the black as a shield for that red. And turn not letting him see the one that he can just bounce out on the left hand side. It's close to Liam's yellow. Don't think there's anything positive Liam can do here. I think it's just a containing safety.
It's just
unless he goes the pot to the left middle and then the pot dislodge. But I mean, I like that. That's what I'd play.
It is tough.
It's not. It's not if you're the world number one.
No, of course. It's just the distance of the cushion.
He doesn't like it for some reason. Aye, he's just round to check his angle.
I think it's because the pace he has to play at Renzi, he really needs the cue ball to stop where the yellow is, because...
You can go forward, Stevie.
And play up the table.
No, I'm talking about actually pot the one into the left middle and then leave the one at the bottom right to play the pot, dislodge the bad yellow, and he's got a hanger to fall back on.
He needs to get the cue under it.
There we go.
Yeah, there you go. Using the pocket, bringing the pocket into play, which allows him to get under it.
Aye, but I mean, he looked heavy stressed out on that shot.
Yeah. He had me thinking he was going towards the cushion.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying he's going to have to leave the cue ball where it is, but he's ended up coming on the outside.
See, he hates this though, right? He hates the unknown.
Yeah, of course.
But his percentages are good because of that ball that's hanging over the top right. You would think as long as he gets movement here, the chances of him being on that are very high.
It caught my eye watching that World Cup thing there, and you've got all these suits sitting, and then there's I don't know if it was the Fugees or whoever it was, and they're going crazy on the stage, and the camera beamed round to the crowd, and they were all just sitting there.
Yeah. Arsene Wenger and Jurgen Klinsmann were looking at each other.
I'm expecting to see a crowd dancing about mad, and it was just I had to hold my laugh in, to be honest. That was.
So Liam's played that, and he's trying to play it delicately, as I knew he would. He's not quite got the split. He's definitely on pretty much 3 of the 4 yellows, but he's come out smelling of roses because he can now play the one into the left middle and probably go down off 1, possibly 2 cushions, and still dislodge the one that he tried to get out there, which has only come out a little bit. Yeah, Dave Gillis is fighting back now. 6 Martin Keenan now. Kieran K. William Wallace 4-4. The Monk Anthony Monach 6-1 up on James Kelly.
Yeah, I mean, the double champ from Coventry. Not missed a beat.
Stephen McCush 6-4 up, and resident professionals Robert Stephen 1 cushion, 2 cushion. There we go, pure Dunsterish. Now he's on the top hanger, left middle, top left, black, 5-2. That's my prediction in about 5 minutes for now.
And that was my idea from the long pot to the top right, Renzi. And obviously, I actually believe that's what Liam was playing. I think he's just got into that too much, and the reactiveness of the new cloth and stuff like that's just made it look like he was hammering it in. But I do think that's what he was always fully intended to do. So Christian Phillips against Wayne Regan. Wayne was asking me, Stevie, what should I do? Will I tap the pack? Will I do? I mean, I don't think it's going to matter, mate, to be honest.
You can't tap the pack at the IPA anyway, can you? That's the problem. I do that and then end up foul breaking.
Well, this is the thing. It's not been realised when Lewis McCool was playing Martin Shades. Shades was getting off the back cushion and tapping the pack, and a couple of balls were going by the middle, and they had no clue.
Ah, okay.
No clue. But Lewis destroyed them anyway, but
I'll need to be wary of that then for
Yeah.
Martin's losers round time.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so that was a big
7-4.
frame. Big frame.
7-4 Stephen McCush.
Oofed.
I mean, Robert Stephen does not play any pool these days. He will be back next year. He took a bit of time off. He was struggling a wee bit. And evidently, he's still struggling.
Oh, Stephen McCush is playing out his skin.
Yeah. I mean, I can see the table through the gap, and there's obviously been a few visits in each frame. It doesn't look like it's been dish. But Sokkel's a cracking player. He's using the fact that maybe Robert's not playing as much to his advantage here, and he's pounced on him, and he's 7-4 up, and he's obviously.
Chris, you can see it on the IPA website, mate. But if it's if you go into Cuesports, you'll see the draw in there, my friend.
Yeah, on Cuesports, if you just press the live button at the top of your screen and then just scroll down, and it will be on that within probably a couple of slides of the finger. You'll have the IPA UK Masters draw right there for your viewing pleasure.
But there is a link on the page.
Yes,
if you
there
just
is.
go down onto Ross Fairney, it's a few posts down, and then you press on that, the link's there, it will take you straight to the draw, mate. So, young Lewis is away for a comfort break, trying to get his head back together. To be fair to him, he's only had that one extra chance.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
Every chance you get against this, basically the world number one, you have to take. Anybody it doesn't particularly like watching this game with the commentary, you can switch over, guys. Scottish Cuesports live streaming, or is it IPA streaming?
It's on the IPA, yeah.
IPA streaming, and we have got Scott Gillespie and Chris Martin Gizmo on table number 8, and on table number 9 we have got young Charlie Hindley against Johnny McDermott, and young Charlie is 4-3 down, but he's at the table with a brilliant opportunity to level up at 4-4. And I've been told this young kid's one to watch in the future as well.
So, about 18 months ago, it was actually in Coventry, and he played Craigie Martin. And Craigie's he's now playing in I think he can play in the over 50s and that now, Craigie. Good player. Got a good snooker background and what have you. And Craigie beat him. Young Charlie's, I think it was his mum and that was there. It might not have been, there was a few people there anyway, but Craigie played all right. And he did say after it, he went, listen, he said, that kid's, he's got a bit of something. And he's been on the tour since. I think he's been on it now a couple of years and just getting better and better and better. And he plays a lot with Anthony Monach.
Oh, yeah.
I think they've probably travelled up together.
Like stablemate kind of thing. Yeah, okay.
So
yeah, because I seen young Anthony over what, yeah.
So definite talent, that's for sure, and definitely one to watch.
Yeah, a good practice partner, because Monarch's brilliant, isn't he? Oh! Now. Great chance.
Yeah. I mean, both sets are good, but the yellows to me stand out just because it makes life a little bit easier on the 8-ball.
Yeah, plus it's an auto connect for the what you would say is the tough one.
Yeah.
The auto connects to the left middle, isn't it? So, what'd you do with your free shot, Stevie?
I actually think I would possibly be taking the cue ball inside on the left-hand side of the black and yellow, maybe putting that yellow into the right middle, pushing through, and then kind of...
I actually wouldn't pot it. I'd put it over the middle.
I like that.
But I like your style, right? The only reason I wouldn't pot it is because if you put it over there, that's the auto connect to the bad ball.
So for me, Renzi, I actually like potting it and running over to the right-hand side.
Yeah.
And then popping the yellow down. Understand, right, that you're not on the yellows yet. Yeah. I get that, and I thought that's just me being positive, and then I'm potting that bottom left, and then I'm just dealing with the yellows. But
this is the fascination, isn't it? I think he'll pot it. I think he'll do what you did. I'm not so sure he'll pop it over.
I don't think he'll go about the finish the way I would. I'm thinking super positive here. I think he'll pop this in and then pop one of the yellows into the left middle. Well, there you go. Not even left middle. He's going to pop one in the right middle. He's just making sure. He might even pop the yellow to the top right and just get it out of the way. In fact, I don't mind that. He could leave the 2 balls at the bottom to last if he wants.
I can't wait. The kid watches us back, which I've no doubt he'll do, and he'll be like, "See that old guy that says that I should have popped that in the middle? He was right there."
Yeah. Oh, he's gone red, Renzi.
Aha! That's fascinating because he needs to go on the red upstairs. Okay, there you go. There the issue right away.
Now, I have no problem with him going reds.
Yeah.
I don't think they're the balls.
As long as he gets on that one. Yeah.
He's got to pop that into the right middle like he did with the yellow.
Nothing
and get himself so that he can run that in and be nice and easy on the
He
one.
could still get out, right, but he needs to recover now. But, that was unforgivable to be short on that red.
Definitely.
And he nearly missed the pot. Yeah,
and that's where your free shot. So, with the free shot, I would have been wanting to be better on the red to the top left. He's obviously landed short on it, and then he's landed short again. Now, it's still the 2 reds closest to each other. I'm assuming that both of them go to the left middle.
Okay.
But that's all for that first shot. All comes for that first shot. A little bit of indecision, because it's not quality. We've seen how good young Lewis is. It's just that little bit of indecision. And that's the pressure that he's been put under from Liam's quality in the last 5 frames.
Very much so. Liam will also realise that and punish him more as a consequence of it. Because Liam certainly won't be feeling sorry for the kid. That, it's...
See, I hope obviously young Lewis does watch it back. I hope because you've got to learn. You've got to obviously, and he'll know himself, and he'll look back and he'll probably, same as I spoke to you about earlier, you're going, what was I thinking? And it's sometimes it shows out that wee bit more. But Liam has put some of the very best in the game under intense pressure, and they've cracked. And I'm not saying that's the reason here, but that little bit of indecision can make such a big difference.
Having a ball close to a bag, Stevie, it can be so beneficial.
Yeah.
As you just seen in Liam's finish like 2 frames ago, when he played a double kick out, right? He knew he was going to be on the ball over the bag at all costs, so.
But the funny thing is, we're both thinking yellows, but in a slightly different way.
Yeah.
And then he went reds.
Yeah, sure.
So straight away it was like, right, okay.
The reason I didn't like reds is for see the ball he played to get on, which he didn't.
I
hated that red.
Yeah.
I've seen Liam playing better positional shots than that. However, he's still okay, isn't he? He just pops this into the right middle, but he's played it a little too hard.
Yeah, I was going to say a tiny bit harder again, and he's probably close to that black ball. And then a touch more trouble. Robert Stephen, 7-6 now.
Professional player Mark McAllister Jr. is safely through to the next round with a 10-4 victory against Liam Pedley. David Gillis is coming back even further now. It's now 9-7.
That's a good match. Young Ryan, talented young man. He's going head-to-head with Davy Markey. So Ryan Erskine, Davy Markey just getting started. For anyone that has an interest in those two.
Resident professional Rab Stevens is on the comeback trail.
Yeah.
It's now 7-6. Stephen McCush.
Robert's just stepped up to the table. We'll keep you updated with that one.
Jason, that is a tasty match, and it's one that I would certainly like to watch.
Yeah, it was mentioned earlier by a few people in here as well. I'm sure that our resident TD will be listening in.
Craig Anderson will be listening to every word that we say.
Yeah, but that Anthony Monach and Ross Fernie is a
huge... it's a tasty affair, isn't it?
Obviously, a young man that's going to be mixing with the very best next year, who won 2 titles as an amateur, and the only other one that did it was Mark Boyle. So it's good company to be in.
Very much so.
To win the Open and the amateur.
To win the Open as an amateur's massive, absolutely massive.
It's just something that doesn't get done very often.
He's also a great kid. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Monarch's just a great kid.
The amount of times he said speechless when I was interviewing him was just unbelievable. It was.
But he genuinely looked speechless, didn't he? He looked shocked.
Yeah, good kid. Really, really talented player as well. So he'll be a great addition.
Talking about
the
talent,
pro ranks.
Liam's just getting through the gears now. Yeah, I noticed that, Jason.
Yeah, 6 frames to 2. And I actually feel a little bit for Lewis because, as you say, he hadn't really done anything to go 4-2 down apart from a couple of dry breaks. And then he gets a kind of half chance. Doesn't really take the chances as he would have hoped. However, then you get that little chance again if you want another kind of... But before you know it, the pressure that Liam puts you under can cause a crack in anybody.
Yeah.
With 2 shots there, with the 1 free shot, 1 visit, for me, it was nothing to do with how good a player Lewis is or how talented he is. It was to do with the indecision. He probably...
Yeah.
I actually think... I would actually like to ask him after it. I'm still convinced that he was going to play yellows, and I think he might have changed his mind, because if he was going to go reds, surely he would have wanted to be on that red better, the one that just kind of sneaked in. Because he had the free shot to just pop on it nice and easy. I think he changed his mind, and I think that's what ended up catching him. I could be wrong. I could be so wrong, but...
Maybe he was dead set for reds and he just didn't see the finish on yellows, and that's fine as well. Oh, okay. So he's just administered Liam Dunster break. I'd like to see the kid play the pot into the bottom left, go into this bad red, and then just like go up a gear pace-wise and say, right, well, I'm going to have a go here.
Yeah, I would like that. Go down swinging.
Yeah. He just needs something quickly here. Seems to have a nice temperament. Wayne Gretzky, the great one.
Yeah.
Any ice hockey fans? That's not come out lovely.
Yeah, so he's tried to play with more control there.
Yeah.
And I mean, I've not got an issue with that. I just felt there was 3 yellows and the red slightly higher, so I felt it needed a bit of pace.
Yeah, he might still be okay if he can nick this into the middle, if he can screw this into the middle. Yeah, see where he's down looking at just now, and then he plays that off the cushion to develop the red and bring the white out with it. But all of a sudden, this doesn't become an easy pot. There's Shaquille O'Neal as well on the World Cup. This is a who's who.
Lewis's mum says nobody ever knows what Lewis is thinking, even as his mum. I don't know what he's thinking. Needs to hold up. That's okay. Oh, yeah, I think he's okay. I think he's got a little bit to play with.
How would you play this one then, Stevie? It's a little straighter than what he wanted.
Yeah, but I think he's got a... I mean, he's going to have to play it with a little bit of juice. He's going to have to wind it up a bit. But
needs to avoid the yellow, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And then he needs a bit of left-hand side to kick in if possible. The fact that he's out here playing against the best, however, you must be very, very, very proud of him.
Yeah. Yeah, he can widen the angle slightly here, just by playing it into the bottom side of the pocket. Well done.
He's done okay. He's done okay. He actually had both yellows. Now.
He's actually unfortunate there, because if it does miss the first one, Renzi, he's got a chance, because he's likely going to be on one of the balls. Well, probably the red to the right middle.
I'm not sure if he plays the one he's closest to at the left middle, it's going to do him any favours at all. I think he might have to take one down at the bottom right here. I wonder if that red beside it goes into the left middle. If it does, he can just try and push the fight onto the cushion. He's not messing about. This kid will be quite good with a shot clock, because he just makes his mind up and goes at it. Okay.
It wasn't easy.
That wasn't easy.
That was nowhere near easy. Really, really tough shot. And he was kind of drawn into it because where the cue ball landed after the pot kick. He's broken there, he's got a ball. He wasn't really given anything.
What I suggested obviously wasn't on. That red obviously doesn't go to the left mid on. That's why he's followed through for the one into the left mid. It obviously was closest to it. And this is where you've got to hand it to Liam. Lots of players on the yellows just now would be taking the pot to the top right, maybe either coming round off two cushions or screwing it on and off, and then playing a pot down to the bottom left, dislodging. Liam's just so studious, he's thinking every avenue. He doesn't rush in and play anything.
Yeah, every eventuality. Liam is working everyone out in his head. Yeah, he's made his mind up on the one.
He's going to play the one I said, didn't he, Stevie? It's how he plays it. He's actually also got a few different yellows he can play for here. Oh my God, he's played that too well. Oh my goodness.
Has he got a...
It just gripped so. As you say, with these new tables, they're brilliant when they let that into the new cloths and they just grip and...
Yeah, Liam, he doesn't even consider that he's going to be there.
Yeah.
And as I say, that's one of the things that obviously over the course of the weekend, Liam will get really used to that.
Oh, he'll know now, won't he?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Whereas coming from the type of conditions that he likes to play on, that shot,
the cloth does the grip.
Exactly. Yeah. That shot is just simply not on.
I think he's been fortunate. I think he's on a plant, or he can make a plant. So, Ramp Stephen has now levelled things up against Stephen McCush, 7-all. And he's at the table as we speak, and there's only a couple of balls left on the table. Dunster's made the plant.
Kieran K. William Wallace Jr. 6-all.
Yeah,
I was looking forward to that one. I thought that would have been a cracker. I mean, that would have actually been a good match to have on stream.
Aye, very much so.
Two talented players, very similar to each other in a lot of ways. They can't shake each other off right now. I think Liam, he just popped this in going off the cushion. Yeah, because he wants the one closest to the bag. Is the ball to dislodge. And just simply be cushion rangy, flick it out. Worst case scenario, he's going to be on the one to the right middle.
I'm not so sure, Stevie. I wonder if he plays this with check side and kicks it out. He needs it out.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
off the cushion with the cue ball, and then play it out. The cue ball probably sticking roughly where that yellow is. In the worst case scenario, he's on the one to the right middle, but because I don't think you're screwing into it, because there's no guarantee where the cue ball is going to finish.
Yeah.
So as you say,
he wants it low though.
And 100%.
And in order to get it low, he needs to play quite a bit of right hand side on the ball, doesn't he? And he seems to be playing left. Okay, so there you go. There you go. So, to me, to control the cue ball there, he needed to play the other side on the ball so that the fight was coming down towards the bottom cushion and not to try and get too close to his work. That's an interesting one. It's a thing I'd like to talk to Liam about maybe after it and say, what were you thinking there, Liam? Because
the funny
maybe
thing,
he's trying to control it so good.
It's funny because for me, the shot you're talking about, and you're obviously having to put a little bit on it at the same time. So you're half balling it.
Yeah.
And the cue ball's coming low. The yellow's going high. But the way he's played it, as you say, he's kind of ran away from it.
Yeah, well, you're guaranteed a shot at the other yellow if you play it that way.
That's it.
Even if not to the right middle, up to the top
Yeah.
right. So, I might be a bit surprised at it, but hey, malfunction, as they say. It doesn't.
Has he landed in a double? Has he got a bit of fortune?
He's playing.
He has.
Oh, maybe he's played that. Absolutely no chance.
Not a
Played
chance.
that. To flick it out 2 inches to play for the double. If he says he has, he's telling lies. Still a great finish, however.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. And the young man sitting there thinking, no, you've just got a rub there, Liam. That's what I get for allowing you back in the first place. 7-2 Dunster, 9-4 Gillespie, 6-6 Kieran K. William Wallace, David Kadir is now 6-3 up on Betsy.
Robert Stephen has flipped that match on its head. It was 7-4, 7-3 maybe even to Stephen McCush. It is now Robert Stephen. That's 8-7 in front in that one.
Mini comeback as well with James Kelly against the Monk. 7-4 the Monk, and he's at the table as we speak. Nice blend of players here. You've got a lot of the Scottish players in who don't play in the IPA but are loving the fact that the guys are in town. And it's great to see the guys because this is a ranked event, Stevie, has it not?
Yeah, it is for the pros. Or the professionals. I actually didn't know it was only, and for someone that's deeply involved in the IPA, I probably should have, but I didn't know that it was only the pros
Right, okay.
that the Masters was a ranking event for, which, yeah, I mean, I get it to an extent, but as far as I'm aware, this is the final ranking event, obviously, of the year, and then we get the World Championships coming next year,
And
which will end our season.
Well, you actually just you took the words right out of my mouth. I think that was a famous song. I might be wrong, but I was going to ask you about your own plans for next season, for you to be bigger and better, because I think everybody has fed back to you. You're doing great now, and I'm not just saying that because you're sitting beside me, but what a difference you've made. What plans have you got to make things bigger and better next season, Stevie?
Well, obviously, you know me too well, so there's obviously loads of things in my head and in my mind that with a little bit of freedom for the boys.
Stephen Paul.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
With a little bit of freedom for both of the guys. And I'm pretty sure, because the only things that's in my mind to take it up a wee notch is to the benefit of everybody.
Sure.
But obviously, how we work things studio-wise, how we work things in and around the table and things like that, there's obviously... Probably up until this point, I wasn't wanting to overstep. I think I'm beyond that now, because I'm kind of wanting to be the best I can be at the same time.
Yeah.
So I know a lot of the guys like Keane, Monach. I mean, most of them, Mark Farnsworth, they've all been great with me, and they've all said they can see a huge difference from the guy that started to the guy that's there now. Now, me personally, I haven't really went back and watched loads of the early stuff, but I know there was. I'd messaged you a few times. I'd messaged Paul and said, there was things I wanted to do, things I wanted to say. I was all over the place. And
I think you take things more in your stride now. You don't get so upset if things just don't go to plan. Everybody will get tongue-tied every now and again.
No, that's it.
I just thought, was it Bradford for the World Championships? I just thought that was incredible.
Yeah, it was.
When we were calling you one-take walker.
No, that's right.
And I think that was a big turnaround as well, because that was when you were in the light. You were basically shoved in and says, like, you need to do this.
Yeah, on you go.
So you had to learn on your feet, and you've done remarkably well, mate. So I hope they back you with your plans for next season and making things bigger and better.
Yeah, same. I mean, I think they will. I don't think there'll be any. As I say, it's not like I'm going to ask them if we can go and create something totally different. It's just to try and enhance what I'm doing and enhance what the viewers get to see, and just make it a little bit better. Because at the end of the day, if I'm the guy in front of the camera and what have you, then it's got to be about what the viewers see. It can't be about what's at our end. So there's, as I say, there's a few wee things that obviously we'll get this over and done with, and then we can start kind of planning ahead for next year, which is not far away, Renzi.
No, of course. What time's the Moscone Cup? Who cares? Come on, mate. This is the IPA. Enjoy the show.
You're talking
We're
about
watching the world number one here.
Exactly, and he's talking about a tournament that's already finished.
Don't tell him it started now. Get him tuned in here. Watching the world number one, Liam Dunster here. keep us updated with the scores, though, lads.
It's funny that listening to Jason, obviously had a lovely interview with him when the IPA team went head to head with the Moscone team, having a bit of fun in here. It was. I mean, and it really was all good fun. It was funny for me seeing people commenting on the page saying, "What was the score? What was the score?" Which was never the point. We just did it in a competitive nature so that there was something for them to play and have some fun with. But it was never about that. The boys, if anybody watched it closely, would have seen Scott Gillespie on a 9-ball, Gio on a 9-ball to win racks and frames, and they were just slamming them and batting them round the table because they were having fun with these guys. They were all in their element, and it was amazing for the IPA, amazing for the McGoldricks and everybody involved. But speaking to Jason, and he gave us an exclusive, Renzi.
Oh yeah, I heard the exclusive. He's been thinking about that for a while now. So it's in his DNA, Stevie,
exactly.
as we know so well.
So we did mention the World Championships there, and he might, if it falls in right, we might see Jason Shaw donning his old Dragon Q.
That would be great, wouldn't it? That would be great.
Do you know what's mad, Renzi? His old Dragon Q was snapped. He showed me the snap in it. It's been repaired by wonderful glue.
Wonderful glue.
Honestly, that's the only thing I can call it. You can see the crack.
So flippy, you know. It would be interesting to see. I wonder if he could play with another more thicker screw now because he's so used to that. It'd be a very interesting.
It's still got about a 7.5mm tip on it.
Great chance for young Lewis. Dunster has missed, unexpectedly missed. Oh, I'm liking Group A, Steve. I'm liking the look of Group A. Mexico, Korea. He's come downstairs. Nothing for long. He's gone. Right, young Lewis. You need to pop this in the middle. Or double, or do you take the one up top to the right? So many choices. So Brazil have been drawn out with. Young Lewis. What started off so well. Young Lewis is toiling now.
I've just noticed that Iran didn't get into pot 2, Renzi, so that's my prediction and hope gone.
Okay.
If we end up in pot 2, well, I hope we still end up in there because Group B, because I want to go to Canada.
Okay.
If it's anywhere else, I'll be watching at home.
Switzerland's.
No, I don't mind it. At the end of the day, it's...
Is that USA and Australia? Are they in Group D?
Yeah, I mean, you would take that.
You wouldn't have. And you know all your games are going to be in America as well. And then you could just pop over after we get eliminated, no doubt.
I think
to Canada.
As the US team, I think they're based around about LA, so there's a wee bit of distance between there and Canada. But
great place. I was over there last year. Someplace, LA. It really is.
Does that yellow pass the black?
Yeah. Definitely, Steve. Definitely. Especially the table's not been long recovered. They can cheat it in a little bit off the right hand side of the pocket. He's going to pull back as well. He's still okay. He can still clip both yellows into the middle.
I think that's a 3-ball plant.
They're a spot. I think he'll be playing the one into the left centre. Yeah,
you would think. I'm just really surprised at how much he underhit that there. Deceleration.
It must have been a lot tighter than what we thought then.
Yeah. He's just made sure
he plays those wee screw shots as good as anybody. Iran haven't pot 2, are they not?
No. Yeah, no, I was talking about Group B.
Group B, right, okay.
That was who I wanted for pot 2.
Yeah. Well, they're in with Belgium. Another good match has been announced on. Young Keane Monaghan against Aldo McLeod, the former Scottish international. Rab Stevens is the comeback king.
And that's the big thing in the matches as well.
Cracker. Your mate,
Anthony Shep, he's a belter.
Yeah.
Absolute belter. And to me, this is when I ask questions. Now, I'm not saying that it needs to be that, because we obviously know we've got young Monarch and Ross Fernie possibly. Well, we don't know what Craig's thinking, but Anton Riley, Lee Shepherd, that would have been a beauty for the viewers.
I watched Lee hitting the ball earlier on practicing. Very nice.
Some player.
Very, very nice. I've commentated on him a few times, and I think he's a cracking player, but I was enjoying watching him practicing earlier. Brilliant. Young Lewis, unfortunately, is making it a little easy now for Liam. Oh, Spain and Uruguay. Oof. That's your group, innit?
Oh, don't say that.
I'm telling you. I just know they know.
I'll take A, B. Oh.
France and Senegal. Oh, that group.
A, B or D.
We're getting one of the groups, aren't we?
It's going to be A, B or D for us, Renzi, or it's a nightmare.
Argentina, they can't go in with Colombia, can they? Can they? Can two be the same? Austria. Maybe Portugal, Colombia. Tell you what, Croatia, get England's group. They're pot two, they're getting Croatia or Colombia. So Lewis, what have you got? Started off brilliant. Ran 2 racks in a row, 2-0 up. A few wee unforced errors. Dunster came back at him though. Portugal and Colombia. England are in with Croatia. I think beat them in the semi-finals last time. Right? That's for anybody watching World Cup draw. Puts the 8 ball off the break. Voidrak. Lewis to break again. He's 8-2 down to the Dunster. Johnny McDermott 7-4 up and young Charlie Hindley. Dawood Kadir 7-3 up Andrew Betts. William Wallace Jr. 7-6 to the good on Kieran Kay. The Monk Anthony Monach, new professional next year, is 8-4 up on local boy James Kelly. Keane Monaghan's just about to go on against Glasgow legend Aldo McLeod, former Scottish international. And the pint-sized powerhouse, Lee Shepherd, just on against another Glasgow player, the chef, Anton Riley. Lewis breaking to try and stay in this match. Oh, it's double cut. Oh, he's so close to get off. Is he in off? Oh, is it going to drop in? No. Everything was happening on that break there. Dunster comes to the table. Certainly not an easy one. Not an easy start. Well, he's got an easy starter, obviously, if he takes yellows. However, this is a pretty low percentage finish for Dunster. On the outer table, is it? I see another legend for through here, a guy called John McGinn, and it's not John McGinn, the footballer. It's a Glasgow pool player, John McGinn. Oh, and he's playing Steve Ainsworth. It looks like Dunster is selecting the yellows. I wonder what match we have next. I wonder if Stevie, while he's away for his comfort break, will ask Craig so we can announce to you what to stay tuned for. Loads of sport happening. Obviously we have Moscone going on. We have the World Cup draw going on. That's Steve coming back in now. And did you find... Oh, what's Liam done there? Did you find out what the next match is, Stevie?
I did not.
Oh.
I just went through
just built everything up there, Stevie. I'll event asked.
Do you know what?
Nobody's asking anyway. There's that much going on sport-wise just now, so... That's a good match I just seen there as well. Jake Dillinulov against the under-15 Scottish champion, young Jamie McPherson Jr. Is that Lewis McCool, Mark Farnsworth? Is that this evening at 9? Oh, some good action still to come tonight, guys.
So it looks like Monach 9-4 up. And James Kelly. And likely to be confirmed in the next few moments.
He's also at the table. With a great chance. Here we go. If you're Scottish.
Yeah.
Let's pray for Group A.
A, B or D.
B or D. Anything else is a wee bit tough. I don't mind G either, to be honest with you. We get revenge on Iran for taking the point off us back in 78. Right, come on. Here we go. Let's get an E in it. South Africa. Wow.
South Africa.
What a cracking group for the hosts, Mexico, that is.
I know.
Right, okay. This is the one we want. This is the one Stevie wants.
Send me to Canada with my boy. Come on. Everybody at home, I know you're thinking, this is a pool that's on here, what's going on? Yeah. But this is big for us. We're not used to this. We don't get to watch this draw with excitement.
Right, come on. Could you imagine Canada if Scotland's there? Oh my God. Mate. Right, come on. Come on, big man. Give us Scotland out. We'll get back to you in a minute, Dunster. Come on. Is it Scotland? Is it Scotland?
Come on.
Oh, how disappointing.
The wee man will be gutted.
Please don't be Scotland this time.
It's
because Morocco done a job on us the last time we were there, didn't they?
We thought that was a game we were getting points for, wasn't it? And we get
0 points.
We get a lesson.
Three goals. Okay. Oh, I don't like the look at this. Oh, that's okay. Paraguay, okay. Right, okay, so do we want to be in the USA? Yes, we do.
This is it. This is the one.
Come on.
This is the one, guys. Everybody at home, please have your TV on. Please be screaming for Scotland.
If the draws a fix, it will definitely be Scotland, because they'll love the Scots over there for their economy and all that.
Oh, mate.
Donald's. Come on. Oh. What's happening there? Oh, because they can't put the two South American countries in. Oh, rubbish.
Oh, so they're automatically in there?
Yeah. So that's what it is, isn't it? You can't get the two South American countries. We're going to get drawn out here, but we should have been in the USA group, but because of that. Right, I thought that.
We always get Brazil anyway, didn't we?
That's
Scotland.
That's
it's Scotland.
Oh, yes.
Oh. Côte d'Ivoire.
Netherlands and Japan. We'd take the Netherlands and Japan, wouldn't we? I prefer Belgium and Iran, right enough. Don't get me wrong, but
the thing for me is...
Oh, have they had to skip that group again? Yeah, because Morocco are for Africa.
But does that mean we can't get a European country?
No.
That doesn't make sense then.
I don't think we can get with England and Croatia though, can we?
No, you can't have more than two in it, so...
Who's that? Tunisia? They need to get moved as well. They're going in with the Netherlands and Japan, aren't they? Because they're African. So they can't go in with Morocco. This is a farce.
Yeah, that's what they're talking about right now. They should have just done what the Champions League did and did that automatic thing. Listen. Yeah, it's just nuts.
Hope Algeria comes out now, because they'll go in with Spain and Uruguay. Egypt, yeah, I think that's the same qualifying, isn't it? Can they go in with Morocco?
They can go into Group H.
Yeah, can they go in Group C though?
I don't think so, no. No, they're in the African nations as well.
Egypt's Africa, innit? So they're going in with Spain and Uruguay.
Huh?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, well, because Iran don't play in the African nations.
No, yeah, okay.
Everybody at home's thinking, what is going on? But this is the most excited we've been about football.
Yeah.
And I don't know how long. But
And Dunster still 4 yellows on the table as well.
do you know what?
So.
This draw from this pot started when this frame.
But in with Brazil and Morocco. Which we knew we'd get anyway, didn't we?
We always get Brazil, man.
To be fair, Morocco's not the worst, are they? They're not the worst.
Mate, that's Italia 90, France 98. Our last 3 World Cups we've had Brazil.
Yeah.
It's just nonsense.
However, I wonder where it'll be. That'll be in the USA somewhere, won't it? Right, anyway.
Yeah, back to this.
Just
ruined my day.
Well, we'll see who we get for pot 4. It could be a really, really bad day.
Double kiss. Oh, he fancied that there. You see his reaction, it was like fall.
No disrespect to Liam here, but come on, Lewis. Let's get another finish under your belt.
Come on, young Wizz. Come on.
Spain, Saudi Arabia and Uruguay.
Couldn't do much more there.
Algeria is going in with Argentina, aren't they? And Austria, because they can't go in beside Senegal. Yeah.
This is a shot. And I feel he has to go for it right now.
Yeah, I agree.
Don't look the gift horse in the mouth.
They can get into Group I, can't they? Uzbekistan.
Aye.
And then I think England and Croatia need to have Panama, don't they? And oh no? Yeah, probably.
Yeah, it is.
He's unlucky.
Oh, unlucky young man. Come on.
Does he get a pot into the top right?
Come on, young man.
I'd even play pot, and then double here instead of trying to make it happen. Okay, can they go in Group I? If they can,
Yes, they can.
We'll see if they can. That's a hell of a group. England,
No,
Croatia,
they can't because
and
of Norway. So Norway can't go in Group L. Can't have 3 European clubs,
But
10 countries.
Panama's a South American country, isn't
Yeah,
it?
so they can give me the 2 Europeans. That's what's happened.
Ah, right, okay, got you. Oh, son, you're miles off that.
Unlucky young man, unlucky. That was. You want to feel for him, Renzi, because he's come back to the table and not really getting. Not saying any gifts because you don't deserve to get a gift, but he's not really been getting it easy in the last few. He's been having to force it a wee bit, and yeah, that's a tough school. That yellow, I mean, at the very worst, Renzi, it's kind of surrounded, slightly awkward.
Goes to the bottom right, Stevie.
Goes to the middle left, doesn't it, if he can find the gap. Is he going to play the gap right now?
Yeah, I would expect so. I would expect he'd swing round off too for it to the left middle if it goes in there.
Roger Devine, I quite like that. And I think that's something that Craig can probably sort no problem. Somewhere down the line, probably for next year. I would imagine at the World Championships, that's something that we will have the players I know a lot of the time we have extension on the table, we have the shot clock number on it, and we see the countdown and what have you. So I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm actually sure Craig's done it before. I'm sure he's had it where the player's name behind it will go red and yellow. So
Definitely done that at the World Championships.
Yeah, he has. So I think that's something that will probably come back into play.
But this might be Scottish stream and the IPA stream, maybe. Is it two different things? Is it two different?
That's more or less all the same, apart from, obviously, he's just...
Might even combo these. But too heavy. Too heavy. Okay. All eggs in one basket now. Oh, big announcement, Stevie. Anybody listening in?
So ask and thee shall receive. It is Anthony Monach against Ross Ferney. The Monk and the Riot will go head to head on your TV screens directly after this match, guys. So it is Anthony Monach, Ross Ferney. That's not a bad one, Renzi. It's what some of the audience at home wanted.
Yeah, and it'll get a good audience as well. Ever popular Ross Ferney, but also one of the North East's very own up and coming players, going to be a pro next year. Young Anthony Monach should be a cracker. Lee Shepherd I was talking about earlier, Stevie, a pint-sized powerhouse. He's 3 to the good against Anton Riley already. He needs to play a little nip shot and delay the screw so that he doesn't come straight back into the reds here. So he needs to get this to really, really grip. Seems to be playing higher. Oh, how good's that? How good has he floated that in? How would you play this yellow, Stevie? Would you just try and come past the reds and play the 8 ball into the left middle?
I actually think... Oh, do you know what? I quite like that, because I was looking at playing it with a little bit of screw right-hand side and coming to just above the right middle for it in the bottom left. But no, I like that.
He's really good at that shot, however. The problem with playing past the red is, and saying that, no, your window's quite big. You've got between that and then the middle knock. He's playing your shot, Stevie. And I know that because he's round looking at that. Oh, the playoff winners, forgetting about them. We take somebody like Jordan or Haiti or Caraco. New Zealand. Right, okay.
Yeah, he did play that shot.
He's played it very well. Very well.
That's maybe the reason why that was in my head, because I think you're spot on. It's a Liam Dunster-esque shot. It's that feel that he's got when he plays that. And he's...
So they're going into pot A. Denmark or Republic of Ireland or Czechia or North Macedonia. Dunster's got this 4-9-2. Oh, it's in.
Yeah, a little smirk there because he was bottom side.
I went in the left side, that's correct. William Wallace Jr.'s 8-6 up on Kieran Kay. It's been a mammoth affair. 8-6 Johnny McDermott as well. David Kadir's on the hill. 9-4 against. Oh, and Italy, Northern Ireland, Wales or Bosnia. They're going in with Canada. We've got a wee chance here. We'd take anywhere for the top here, Stevie. New Zealand, Haiti.
Cape Verde.
Cape Verde or Caraca. I don't even know if that's the right way of saying that.
Curacao. Where are they from again?
So
that's South America, Curacao.
Yeah. So we can't get Ghana, can we, because they're African?
Yeah, I think we want Haiti here for the Caribbean.
Yeah.
We want the Haitians from the Americas. They'll probably destroy us.
Oh, guaranteed. Here we go. Where is it going? Nobody knows.
Yes!
Yes! Oh, that's the McGoldricks. McGoldricks has become electric.
It's absolutely went berserk in the...
We are guaranteed to be bottom of the group now, guys. And Steve Clark won't last past the World Cup.
Well, I got one. It was the only pick that I went for that we got, but that's not bad. I mean, Brazil we were always going to get. Morocco, cracking team. So,
Scotland. There we go. There we have it. All we need to know is where now.
and the thing is as well,
I tell you what, see whatever city's hosting that, the Brazilians and the Scots together are going to be absolutely loving it. So that was our treasurer of the IPA and their excited big Scotland fan, Paul Corrigan, and the owner of this fine establishment. So he's excited and he'll be at the ready for flights for the Scotland game. Back to the pool, however. Liam Dunster doing Dunster things. 9-2 up on Lewis. He was 2-0 down. Next match on should be a cracker. Anthony, the Monk, Monach against the Riot, Ross Fernie. Stay tuned for that one.
yeah, that's going to be an absolute beauty. Young, talented guy looking to make his way in the game, and he's already made some mega waves. Ross Fernie, who in spells has been simply sensational. But the reason they call him the Riot is probably because he is a bit all over the place. Yeah. But when he's on it, Renzi, I'm going to say there's no many better.
Oh no, he's brilliant.
Especially to watch.
Got a beautiful cue action. Floats about the table. Very, very good. So is Dunster just going to nudge a little into the red, use the red as a stopper. Just going through his routine and his process. So here we have it. He's 2 away. He may very well need to stun up and down. Kieran Kay fighting back. It's now 8-7 William Wallace, but William Wallace is at the table. Corey Reese I've seen. He's just started against Keith Robertson. Can he hold? No, he's going off. Look at that side kicking in. Touch of left. Dunster, is this 8 ball away from a 10-2 victory against young Lewis Wizz?
And the thing that stands out to me is Lewis got off to a flyer, but Liam Dunster doing Liam Dunster things.
So there we have it, guys. We will be with you very soon. And the game you're looking forward to is no other than Anthony Monach against the Riot, Ross Fernie. Be back soon. Okay, so very wee battle late back to the show. There was that much going on there with the World Cup draw, and everybody was trying to like wonder where they were playing and all that sort of a thing. I believe the Scots are in either New Jersey or Miami or Philadelphia. I've been to New Jersey, I've been to Philadelphia for a couple of years, just basically trading flights to other parts of the US. But the fact that there's airports there, and my brother-in-law actually, on a whim, just decided to book New York and to see where they were and then go for there. So he's got a very short flights or interconnects for there, so he's knocked it off being the early bird.
Well, I've been to Philadelphia myself, and I actually went there, spent some time, and I ran up the rocky stairs, I've done all that stuff, and I've always said that I would love to do it to my son, whose name is Rocky. Obviously the Rocky movie, there's a big kind of history with me and my mum and everything else. Like, that's obviously a long story, but if it was there, there's still probably a chance that at least for a few days me and the wee man end up in Philadelphia, if it's there.
The dreams of the World Cup.
Yeah, it would be more. I mean, I would be killing two birds with one stone, because I've always planned on going there with the wee man. As I say, he's named Rocky because
there'll be a lot of bank loans in Scotland. There'll be a hell of a lot of bank loans in Scotland around the summertime.
There'll be so many people on the job sites going, "You've not turned up today." Sorry, mate, I'm in Philadelphia. I got a last minute flight. Sorry, I meant to tell you it was planned for months, but I'm just telling you now. It's amazing. But there's, I don't know, listen, there's guys at home probably from different parts of the UK. They might not get the same buzz we get because they're used to being there. And this is, I don't think you feel this all the time. And I say that as much as being a football fan and whatever else, you love celebrating and you love, but when it's been alluded, well, obviously the amount of time that qualification is alluded
very
us,
much so, very much so.
It just creates a different type of buzz.
Heartbreaking, it was incredible. Anyway, we better get back to this, Stevie.
He's got one.
Get back to this. Breaking finish for fair in the first frame, as expected. The Monk has a chance on yellows, I would suggest. Chance on reds as well, but it's a much clearer chance on yellows. I think they all go to the left middle. So it's the easier starter pot of red here, but obviously pattern's much more difficult, and it's a harder starter pot on yellows, but the pattern's easier, Stevie.
Do you think, I'm not even sure that's an easy pot on the reds. I don't know if that's too thin.
Right, okay. But he has got an easy one into the left middle, hasn't he? Yeah, he has.
Used all the pocket, but that's what it's there for. Anthony Monach, one of two exceptional stars to do the double on the IPA. The other one is just Mr. Magic Mark Boyle. I mean,
when does Mr. Magic stroll into town, Stevie? Is Mr. Magic playing?
Yeah, I think he must be the 9 o'clock session.
Okay. So it's all going on. Kieran Kay has now turned fortunes round on young William Wallace. It's 9-8 Kieran Kay. He's at the table. He has 4 yellows left. The black's hanging over the bag. We'll keep you updated with that one. Any Kieran Kay fans? It looks as if he's on his third last yellow. That's been on for a little while. That's been on since 5 o'clock. Charlie Hindley is now 8-8 against Johnny McDermott. That's on one of our outer tables. Outer stream tables, that is.
After watching young Anthony at the event in Coventry, and obviously I've seen him for a long time now, Renzi. It feels like he's been about for ages and he's such a young talent, but I'm now kind of at that stage where when he gets a chance, I don't expect him to miss.
No,
I don't expect him to make a mistake.
That's when you know you're in the big time, Stevie. That's
No, that 100%, bang on.
he's improved out of sight. Because he's such a shy, kind of humble guy, right? And I was asking him about how's he forming on that, and he was like, I'm playing really good. Not here, but the last event prior to the Isle of Man, where would that been? Coventry.
Yeah.
And I asked him, I says, how's your form? He's like, I'm playing really good just now. That's when you know, when a humble person tells you that, that's when you know they're playing very, very well. Kieran Kay has defeated John William Wallace by 10 frames to 8.
He's had to move the cue ball a bit here. He's obviously coming down for it to the left middle.
That's a fantastic angle. He's not just too straight, is he though?
I wonder if he's just off Renzi, if he can maybe get up. There, that tells us.
He still needs to get for that last yellow to the 8 ball though, Stevie.
Yeah.
I mean, it would have been lovely had that been eliminated and this was his last yellow into the middle just now.
I like it when the players assist us.
Oh, very much so.
Because when we're saying, is he too straight, is he that? And then they get around and they look, and it tells us where they can play into, and it makes life a bit easier. But
so you know that he's just about, he's did the exact same, right on cue.
Yeah.
Pardon the pun.
And the good thing, you mentioned it earlier with the Dunster shot, how reactive this is.
Yeah. He's just putting this on the top goose here.
Yeah, just a little dink.
Plum. Absolutely plum. Good finish.
Brilliant. This match
Good reply.
could really be a dish fest.
Yeah.
And I know it sounds mad because he won 2 tournaments in Coventry.
Yeah.
But I'm looking at this and thinking, depending on how he does, is this the event though that he really comes of age?
Quite possibly. But what a tough first round game for Fairney. You know, as the seed. So there's loads going on in here. Obviously, we've now transferred from, if you've ever been in McGoldricks, the commentary booth is absolutely second to none. So it's a booth that sits at the side on its own, got a couple of seats in it. It has 6 big TV monitors, so we can read all the other scores on it, watch the 3 matches that are getting live streamed, and we're watching the Moscone Cup as well. So my co-commentator there, while I was looking for a bit of feedback from him, was actually watching the Moscone Cup. So cheers for that, Stevie.
It was young Kieran Kay actually. I was trying to give him some hand signals to tell him that Mccool and Case are outside the booth, but he's came and put his inside.
He's put his inside.
And I'm
he's
thinking,
special.
who do you think you are, young man?
For extra safety purposes. So the only other match close to completion at the moment from the marathon 5 o'clock session is Johnny McDermott's now on the Harrow 9-8 against Charlie Hindley.
Does Ross need to play a plant? I think he does. No messing about. Plays it at such a good pace. Just opens things up just nice and easy.
So yeah, you were right. He did play the plan.
Yeah, he did. And then I like the fact that when he's popped the one in the bottom right, he's come all the way up the table. No tried to be too cute and landing the ball to the middle and then work his way up. And he's going to have to screw.
It's perfect though, Steve. He just plays. He makes that look so easy. You just screw it on and off, won't he? Yeah.
Oh, Renzi,
I think he's fine.
Can he nip it?
Aye, he can nip it. And Fernie's very, very, very astute at knowing how the tables play instantly. And he knows there's forgiveness in these now. A week ago, this would have been really tough. There you go.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. One of the best cue actions in the game. And he does make those shots look so easy.
He's probably, I mean, he's right up there with one of my favourite players to watch. He really, really is.
Have to agree.
He's such a good guy.
He's
a good boy to have a pint with if you ever fancy having a pint. You know, he really, really is.
I've just noticed a wee bit of a scoreline for everybody right now. Corey Reese 0, Keith Robertson 3. Keith, who won the Amateur Series in 2024, won the first tour event in 2025 in the Amateurs. I've already said, and everyone knows the script. I believe Keith should have been on the Pro Tour. I think he earned the right, but there was a few kind of bits of miscommunication happened and things took their course, and that's just the way it goes. But I don't know if anything's changed for this year. I know a few of the guys in the amateurs that have obviously took their pro ranks now. If Keith was to be handed one of the golden tickets, he would be a fantastic addition to the pro ranks. That goes without saying. And he is 3-0 in front against Corey Reese, who's been cemented, I think, in the top 16 probably for the last 10 years.
Yeah, top player. Another match I'm keeping a keen eye on is the Keane Monaghan Aldo match. That's 4-3 to Keane, but Aldo's at the table just now and then, obviously. But as we can watch the Anton game against Lee Shepherd, well, Anton's just missed a howler there to try and get back in that match, and I don't think Lee will throw it back to him. Another big break for Fernie. Oh, sorry. A dry break for Anthony, and that could be the difference in this match.
And I think this...
Fernie's running frames that quick that I'm forgetting about them.
It's to me, this could be the difference in this match. And I know it's at the highest level, the break becomes one of the biggest kind of massive... it's huge. It's huge at every level, but at the very, very highest, it's sometimes the difference. And if you're breaking dry against somebody that's finishing, you're in a wee bit of trouble.
Yeah, sure.
I was going to say, if you can drift the gap between the red and the yellow, that'll make things a wee bit easier.
I didn't like his shot. He tried to. He's got away with it.
Yeah, he has. He's okay. So he's tried to just push through and miss it, but it looked tight. It looked like one of the ones.
Yeah. He was trying to swing it away with the side and getting really low on it. He throw it wide, however. Would you play here, Stevie? The gap between the red and the yellow here. Do you want to put the cue ball on the line? Try and eliminate those two up there right away. Has he got the angle to play that? Is he screwing off it? Or he's screwing the side? What a shot. What a shot.
Same idea here.
I think he can screw straight back.
Yeah.
But this needs to be very accurate. So is he playing for the cush here?
But I wonder, Renzi, he would have loved a wee angle, I think.
Screw
to just
on
stun
and
up.
off. Okay.
Because I think he'd have rather been on the top one.
Yeah, me too. Really
He
low.
might still play for it. He might still screw back and try and go back across.
Oh, he has.
Brilliant.
How good's that?
Absolutely brilliant. And as you said, he had to be perfect if he went the other way. If he's playing red to the top right, he's got to be more or less dead straight.
How good's that?
Absolutely first class. He's in the zone.
Just a brilliant player. Not that we've seen it yet, but I love the way Fernie deals with missing. Do you know what I mean, Stevie? He just goes back to his seat and sits as if, okay, you miss now and again.
Yeah, exactly. Brilliant finish.
We've not seen him missing yet, but
The tap on the leg from young Anthony Monach there.
well, he knows that's what he's going to be up against next year, all of next year.
Exactly. And it was a look in his face there. He kind of went and that little puff as if to say, wow.
Yeah, okay. This is how good I need to get. Well, this is how good I am. Fairly.
Yeah, Dean Shields. 3-2 in front against Bash Mcsood. Lee
Yep.
Shepherd 6-2. That was quick. Well, that one getting away from Anton Riley.
5-3 Keane Monaghan. A bit of daylight between him and Aldo McLeod. Former Scottish international. Burnley's going right down the middle. He is absolutely annihilating this break. Oh, hello. One's as good as the other here, really. If he can screw right back off the first red and put the red in the same bag that he's screwing onto, fine. Yellows are just equally as good. There's one bad ball in both sets, Stevie.
I think the red might go along the bottom cushion to the bottom right.
Past the yellow.
Yeah, I think it might. I mean, I could be wrong.
That would be a big benefit if it did
Yeah.
for Ross. But equally, if he just like pulls back, even uses the cushion, and then takes the one into the same bag, he's okay. He's taking his time. This is fairly taking his time, so he's mapping out his whole finish here. It's yellow as it is, Stevie. So does he just want to nudge this one his hands closest to? Just like that. It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Don't know about anybody watching. It just caught my eye there on the screen that we've got in here, the Moscone Cup on. And I'm not a fan of that, those trainers with white soles and stuff. I just think it looks, I don't think it looks, it doesn't look professional to me. It just looks terrible. And I'm just, that better not be something that ends up happening here. I'm actually in the side of going back to just getting the shoes on, nice smart shoes.
Aye.
And people have been given an inch and they're taking a mile now.
Yeah.
Like, listen, wear nice smart black trainers, and now there's running trainers, there's Nike Air Max, there's Yeezys, there's all sorts of stuff getting done, pushing the boundaries. And now I'm seeing this on TV on such a professional event, people wearing white trainers with white soles and stuff. It's just nonsense.
What, Stevie? It's there's all black trainers out there, and they're not the most expensive.
No, they're,
you know
they're
what I mean?
nice and smart.
And they're comfortable and all that.
Exactly.
So as you say, it's just like it's beyond the joke now. But that's standards. I mean, that's the Moscone Cup there, you know. So and they kind of set the standard, don't
Exactly. You're on the biggest platform.
they? Yeah.
Yeah, it's not. It just doesn't look good to me. It looks shabby. It just caught my eye there.
Talking about standards though, Bernie's standard so far in this first 5 frames is absolutely fantastic.
Through the roof. Absolutely through the roof. Ross Fernie.
And he's got all black trainers on into the bargain, so
Yeah.
his dress sense is fantastic as well, as is young Anthony's, I may add. 7-2 Lee Shepherd against Anton Riley. 6-3 Cian Monaghan. What's the Gio Egger score? 1-1?
Yeah, 1-1. I could see through the gap a while ago and Gio was at the table. He's not anymore. Barry Lee is at the table.
It's a long frame. Yeah, it's 2-1 Barry Lee. Cody's got a tough finish against Keith, but he needs to pretty much get in table one. I'll try and keep you updated with all the results here, guys. Gavin Robinson, Jamie Burnett's just went on to table 9, Stevie. What a cracking encounter that is as well.
Well, I know Gav has had some issues over the last while, and my thoughts were with him because I've been there myself with some of the stuff that Gav was going through, and it's not easy. People think it's a joke at times, and it definitely isn't. I know that he's not lifted a cue since. Obviously, the match that he was going to have with Gio fell through.
Sure.
Once things came to light, I think there was a lot of understanding from Gio's side, and that's just the class of the kid. But I was talking to Gav earlier. He's not lifted a cue. He said his old boy had been on his case and stuff like that, and he thought, nah, I'm just going to go there and wing it because over the last while there's been more things that probably more important to deal with. So he's came here. He'll have a free swing at it. He did say to me, if he feels like he's playing even all right, he'll still be here tomorrow, win or lose. If he feels it's not for him, he might just jump in the car and head back down the road. But the fact that he's turned up is a big step for me because he's had a tough time.
Great pro, great guy, and for everything you're going through, pal, all our thoughts are with you for the IPA. You're part of the family. It's as simple as that, and the IPA is a family, Stevie. So nice one for you, and good luck, Gav.
Definitely.
So, on that outer table there, Stevie, Corey Rees is now back in the match. It's 3-2 against Keith Robertson.
Keith has just broken and got a ball. Keep you updated. Don't know if he's got a chance, but he's got a ball as we head back. The young Anthony Monach, the monk.
Take his time on this first visit. I'm not sure about the 8 ball here. I wonder if for the yellow that he's playing into can do anything to further develop the 8. No, it can't. Right, okay. So, what's he doing with the 8 ball?
I'm looking at the... I mean, for me...
Does he play it in at the bottom left?
Can he go into it right now?
From the red to the right middle, Stevie?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think he can. I think the 2 yellows are just in the way.
Oh, no, I do think he can.
Do you think he can just about get there?
Yeah. Yeah, I like the spot a lot.
Here we go. He's going to have a go at it.
Not enough. Okay. Now he needs to play it second last red. He needs to play this, then the one at the bottom left, and he needs to leave an angle to go top cushion, come down, kick the yellow, and then leave the red over the top right to finish it. Unless, do you see any other way, Stevie?
No, I think that's the... Take this red to the bottom right, pop the one along the cushion, and then it's the red to the right middle, through the gap, top cushion, go into it one way or another. If you hit the yellow first, great. You're going to be on the red to the top right corner, but I think that's his...
He's played it well.
Yeah, I think...
So he would take the cue ball exactly where it is just now, possibly.
Benji, I'd be tempted to go into it right now. Off the one in the bottom.
I don't like leaving the wind in the bottom, no, Stevie. The
only reason I like it is because I wonder if he can just about hold this.
Can he go into it for the bottom cushion? Here? I don't think so, can he? Nah, he's holding.
See, that was a problem for me. I didn't think he could hold enough. So I don't think he can go into it now. So I think he's going to have to play.
The cut, just get in behind it and play it into the bottom left.
I think that's a shot now. I really do. I think that's give yourself any kind of shot. He's going to still try and cannon this.
No chance. He's going to cannon it off the last one. Don't like it, but his hand's been forced.
See, I didn't mind leaving that one he just popped in there. I didn't mind leaving it because it had a lot of pockets. It went to the bottom left, bottom right.
Why does he keep looking over there? Does he think it doubles?
Trebles, maybe.
This is such a big shot, isn't it? I like the wee cannon here. Yeah, he's playing the cannon. He's low with left-hand side. He's got to play a smooth cannon. Yeah, just like that. He's okay. He's got a double. He'd take that.
It's a shot he didn't have a moment ago.
Yeah. It's a big shot in this match. A very, very big shot in this match. So the Monk. We got a foothold in this match. Oh,
Yeah,
yes,
brilliant.
indeed.
Absolutely brilliant.
Big Midlothian.
Triple M, take your medicine.
I think he would have Mad Mick if he could had a better angle on the yellow, the red that was hanging over the bag, but he didn't. So his hand was forced pretty much to get into it. Good result. And back in the match. Lee Shepherd, 8-2 up on Anton. Pint-sized powerhouse.
Yeah, that's it. And I mean, Lee, he won't know how good Anton is. He won't know that that's a game that could have went wrong.
He also won't care because I like his attitude.
Oh, he's in the game. He's one of the guys where I think is, you know what the old Conor McGregor thing, we're not here to take part, here to take over. I think Lee's one of the guys in his head. Oh, he might not say it out loud. Me and him have had some conversations.
Yeah.
But his aim was to get to the top end, to get to the top 16 in his first 2 years on the pro ranks. He's done that.
Love the fact that they set themselves goals, you guys. It's the way to go.
Oh, he's missed it. Lee Shepherd's missed a dolly.
We're not watching that game anyway. We just commentator cussed the guy. Fairness come up dry, I think. And I don't think there's been a ball missed in this match yet.
No, that's true. Jason on the chat has pointed that out as well. 6 frames and not a ball missed. The only difference is the dry break.
Yeah. So I only see one mini issue on the yellows, and that's the yellow down the bottom end of the table. I don't see it as much a problem because you can go on it through the one to the right centre. But like that shot, and I think he can get downstairs right now. He can screw here by left hand side and get pretty close to that yellow into the left middle. If he chooses to do so, there's also other ways he can get better on it, I suppose, using the one at the right middle.
He's just had a look there, Renzi, to see if it goes in the bottom right.
It does go in the bottom right, but I tell you what, it's a tougher positional shot, Stevie. So he's gone forward. He's got to take the balls upstairs first. You might see him. Oh.
So.
Oh, okay, that's that. That ain't no good. He's actually going to have to get down table now from one of the ones over the top right. Now, Gav Robinson's taking the first frame against Jamie.
Gav the Rocket Robinson. Some match for your first match when you've not really been you've not been yourself, you've not been playing the game, and then there's a guy that's been in more finals than there is tournaments the last while, Jamie Burnett. It just always seems to be there.
However, Jamie is, I don't know if you noticed, Stevie, he's sporting glasses for the first time.
Yeah, he's been waiting on them for a while.
Yeah. So they are going to take a little bit of getting used to, I would only imagine. So I'm watching the Monk here, right? And I'm thinking to myself, Monk, you always seem to leave your hardest ball to last. And it's a thing, as he gets better, he'll learn. And it's not for the lack of trying.
No, he's been trying to get himself on the... To get himself the position to get on it. He wanted to be high in the yellows and then play the one to the middle to get on it. And he just seemed to fall.
And I hope I'm not proved right here, but it catches up with you when you do that. However, if he stuns the gap between the 8 ball and the red here, he's still in good shape to play that into the left. I think he's... Is he going to swing?
Just try and get low on it, Renz, even get to the top.
Yeah. But he needs to miss all these balls. He's played that brilliant. Well, there you go, Monk. Forget everything I just said. He's fine. Stevie, all he needs to do is make a pot.
Yeah, because, I mean, if he just drops it in...
He just slides off the red.
Exactly. Just pot the ball. This is essentially his black.
Yeah.
All the way. Oh, I thought he had it. I think he's overdone it. He's tried to be too good. Forget the 8 ball. Just get down and make sure of that yellow.
Yeah, easier said than done, Stevie.
100%, because we've all been... Range, I've been like that on a snooker table. Put a couple of reds and blacks and you think you're Stephen Hendry, and it's...
All done it, Stevie.
It's just one of the things that it gets ahead of us. We kind of end up forcing the issue because you're feeling good, and he's got the right to feel good because he's been playing fantastic.
But I just think a more experienced, right, player. Like Fairney, I don't think Fairney misses that try.
No.
Right? Or Fairney pots it and goes into the red and leaves the fight on the cushion. He's not played that great. Not played that great at all now. He's got a pot to pot. Maybe I'll screw on and off though. Maybe a little touch of left. He's played it good. I actually played that with a touch of right, I think, then. But Dean Shields 5-2 at the good on Bash Musgood. Gio Eggers 3-2 up now. Local, young Jack Park, he's 4-1 up to the good on Blair Dunn. 5-3 Steve Ainsworth against John McGinn. A pint-sized powerhouse is now on the hill against Anton Riley, 9-3.
Cian Monaghan got another frame there, so it's 8-3 against Aldo McLeod. This is Rossi's biggest strength, I think, these kind of shots. Cues him so nice.
He plays him as good as anybody.
Yeah.
He's just putting a great display here, the pint-sized powerhouse on the outer table. Well played, Lee Shepherd. He's this 8 ball away from basically destroying a top player. Well played.
Lee Shepherd 10, Anton Riley 3. And if there's any of our Scottish contingent, and they all know how good Anton is, and Lee Shepherd making light work of him.
Now, young Anthony Monach. The difference in this match is, I think, one missed pot from Anthony Monach. And now he needs to break and finish here. couple of games as well on the Saturday. Jake Dillon-Yulov and Mark Boyle. They're not playing each other, but their matches are not until Saturday. And 11 AM start tomorrow morning, guys. The stream starts at 12:30, so stay tuned.
Got them well, and it comes with a reward. Great chance for Anthony Monach here.
Needs to get the yellows here. Oh, the reds are
yellows.
Yeah, but I like the yellow.
Oh, do you? I like the reds.
But I'm saying that, Stevie, right? And then the one he's closest to, I don't like. Actually, the reds are fine. The reds are absolutely fine. Do you know what drew my attention to the yellows right away? The fact that you can play the one into the bottom the left and then play the one into the left middle.
Yeah.
Off the red, but the reds are tappers.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he's just going to screw onto the top cushion here, or anywhere close, and then just work his way down the table.
Yeah, perfect.
Nice.
Perfect.
I like that. Something that I know you love it. When the player goes round and lines up there where they would like to be.
It's just like anybody that's ever came to see me will know exactly how I feel about that.
Yeah.
To me, it's just like if you don't do it, Stevie, you're guessing, right? And so to me, it's the equivalent of crossing the road blindfolded.
Now, I do it 99% probably of the time.
I've watched you do it. I think it's a big improvement in your game. You actually doing it, to be honest with you.
But you don't see a lot of snooker players doing it.
No, but they don't need to do it because you're playing for 6 colours. You're playing for numerous red balls, right? Although
I just thought it's because these guys are practicing 6, 7, 8 hours a day, whereas we try and just get whatever practice we can.
Absolutely not. A great man said that I listen to and I highly rate that you don't need to wear the carpet out.
We bit of knowledge there on that 10-3 win for Lee Shepherd.
Yeah. Only how many dishes?
8 breaking dishes.
8 breaking dishes.
8 breaking dishes, 8 dishes.
8 dishes is good.
Not a bad standard. We were just talking about you there. Feeling good, mate? Lee Shepherd.
Yeah, felt great. Don't really think there's much he could have done. He made 1 or 2 mistakes, but when you come to the table, you're 3-0 down, then he's kind of like, he was under it straight away. After that, I don't know, I just felt like he was just breaking for me, really. Obviously, he had a couple of in-offs, but 8 dishes in a race of 10, he's going to take some stock regardless, isn't it?
I watched you putting a bit of practice in earlier on this afternoon, and I thought to myself, it's going to take a good player to beat you this weekend. You just look totally zoned. Are you playing quite a lot just now?
Well, yeah. Obviously, I practiced a little bit for Isle of Man, but I said before I went there, I think this event's going to be a little bit early for me to achieve what I kind of want to achieve based on the time that I've had to put in. But since Isle of Man, I've been on the table every day, and I've had races to like 25. I've had 4 or 5 races to 25 and 30 in the last week.
You can definitely tell. There's no doubt about it.
I know, like, obviously, there's a lot better players than me, like Boyle and whoever else. But the way I've played the last 3 days, I think I've missed in a race to 25 and 2 races to 30s. I've missed 7 balls on it, like, and I said, well, that's on the way before I come. I said, if I can play like that, like, that's as good as anybody can play in the world.
When they're sat in their seat, mate, there's nothing they can do. Doesn't matter who it is, to be honest with you.
I mean, I know obviously it's different when you've got them boys coming back at you. But, yeah, the way that I've been playing, I feel like if I can replicate that against the bigger boys, I feel like they're gonna be in for a game, put it that way.
Brilliant. Okay, are you doing anything just now? Do you fancy sitting in for the wee while?
Yeah, I'll sit in, mate. Why
That's
not?
perfect. I'm going to, right, so because Stevie's playing at 9, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get out, make sure my other referee's doing all right just now. I'll let Lee in here, give you your mic back, Stevie, and I'll let you two lovers have a little bit of time together, all right?
Now that is ideal. The pint-sized powerhouse himself going to pop in and join us and do a little bit of this match. as Renzi said, I am on at 9 o'clock myself, so I will, if this match isn't done sharpish, I probably will have to step out and Renzi will pop back in. But Lee Shepherd, a man who's put in quite a bit of time. I was just listening to everything you said there, mate. Sometimes, you're a football coach, I do it myself, we talk to the kids, even in the world of pool, preparation is the key to everything. And then the things that you can affect, you normally affect them in a good way. The things you can't, well, that's just the nature of the game.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, it's all well and good putting the time and effort in, but it's bringing it to here, innit? And I just hope I can sort of replicate that form against the bigger names and such, and that's no disrespect to the lad I played. And from what I've actually looked at a couple of his results, and he's had some good results. I think he beat Morgan 7-1 in one event. So before I come, yeah.
Anton's class.
Yeah, well, before I come, I looked and I thought, you know what? I was whinging, to be honest, saying, never get an easy draw. And to be honest, I don't think it was an easy draw. I just made it easy for myself with how well I played.
Well, we said it in here. We're looking at the scores and we're mentioning it. And I actually said, I went, Leo not realise how Anton's, he's a nightmare draw for anyone. See, you're coming in here, especially as a pros. Anton, you won't see him on the IPA tour. You won't see him travelling down south to play in tournaments. But everything and anything that's worthwhile up here, he's in there and he will go head to head with anybody. Will he win them? He might not, but he wins plenty. And he's a nightmare draw for a lot of people.
Yeah, there's a guy around our way who's kind of like, I don't think he's as good as Anton, but he's like similar. He doesn't look, when you're watching him, his cue action's a little bit unorthodox, and you can kind of think, sometimes maybe like you get lured into a false sense of security, then the next thing you know, they're potting the black to beat you. and I just, even when I went 3-0 up, I thought, don't give this guy an inch here, because I just don't know. I just felt like when I was watching him, he didn't even look phased as well as I was playing. I just thought like he's confident in his ability that he can turn this back around, and it helped me, to be honest, because it made me stay switched on.
Well, that's probably the biggest compliment. I've actually said that although Fernie's, he's got a cracking background in snooker and he cues the ball amazing, and him and Anton are so different in the way they cue and play the game, but they are so alike in the way the game affects them if things go wrong, or even if they've got a few pints in them, all these different things. And I've always said, look, he's actually like a young Anton, the way he goes about his business, and that's probably the biggest compliment I can give a lot of people, because Anton will sit there, he could be 9-0 down and he will just shrug his shoulders and go to the next frame, and that can be, I put it this way, I was 6-0 up on him in a tournament, he beat me 7-6. I never done anything wrong. And Renzi said, you can always do something wrong. I said, I did. I broke dry.
Yeah.
And that was it.
It's a funny game, isn't it?
But he's that guy where a lot of other people 6-0 down have gone. He's never.
Yeah, I never felt like he was gone. Like I say, even when I think it went 8-2 or something, I just thought, get yourself on the hill as early as you can, and not let him sort of scamper back to maybe 8-5, 8-6, and then you kind of make a little bit of a mistake. Next thing you know, you're 8-7, or I just thought, don't get into that. It made it easier. Obviously, he had 2 in-offs. One of them left absolute dollies. The other took a little bit of working out, but my white ball was really good, to be honest. I felt a little bit edgy at the start as well.
That's good.
I
used to hate that feeling, but I sometimes crave it now. If I'm playing and it matters to me, I kind of think to myself, if I feel like that, then I know I'm going to be switched on.
There was a finish in the first frame where, when you kind of like, I'm thinking, oh no, I won't be able to hold that. I can't hold that. And then I thought, no, of course I can.
Yeah.
But my mind's telling me you can't do this, you can't do that, or you're dead straight, you can't nip the pocket. I'm like, right, just start again here and reevaluate what's going on. And luckily, I've definitely took my practice game onto the match table there, which that was all I was hoping for coming, and hopefully I can replicate that tomorrow. I've got a tough draw. I think it's either Jake Newlove or whoever he's playing. Jamie McPherson.
Oh, young Jamie.
Yeah. So,
Jake's a big favourite in that. Young Jamie he's only 30. I think he's just turned 14. He's round about ages of my son, and he's 2-time Scottish under-15s champion. He won it at 12 and then won it again at 13-year-old.
Right, that's good. Hopefully he beats Jake then.
He's such a talented young man, and he's obviously, he loves the game. He'll go quite far. Jake's obviously favourite. It's Jake we're talking about, but you never know. It's a long race, which probably changes up a wee bit, but again, for such a young kid, what an experience.
Yeah, it is, yeah. There's a lot of well, I don't want to say unknown names, because obviously if he's 2-time Scottish champion, he's not unknown, but there's a couple of kids that you see just start popping up here and everywhere, and then you end up playing them. And I played Ryan Martin, I didn't know much about him, and I've had to play really well to beat him, and I only beat him at the Decisive, and you're thinking, like, you sometimes look at the draw and think, oh, that could be an alright draw, I don't know him. But I think it's just the wrong way to look. If I don't know them, I think that's more dangerous now. Because all the ones that I kind of don't know and I think, might be favourite in that game, you have to turn up and play your best to win.
I agree. I've actually spoke about that to a few people over the last maybe 6 months, that when you think you've got a decent draw, can sometimes be the worst thing that you can. You get into the match not really switched on at times, and it can become tough. Yeah,
well, when you do that, you come and you're not 100%, then you make a couple of mistakes, then you start doubting yourself, and it's a slippery slope to go down, isn't it? But yeah, this weekend I've just got to replicate what I've been doing in practice and keep fresh and happy. And to be honest, whatever happens, I've put the effort in, I've put the time in, and I'm playing as well as I can play at the moment, to be honest. So if that happens for the rest of the weekend, I've got as good a chance as anyone.
Well, who knows, mate? This young man, who's obviously won a couple of tournaments, he won 2 in the same weekend, the Amateur and the Open, which is only other player that done it was Mark Boyle. He's 6-3 down here, but I can tell you from what you've not seen, he's only missed 1 ball, and to be honest, he's tried to be far too good on the black, and he's missed it because of that, and he's only just missed it. But he's hard to put a foot wrong. Ross Fernie is flying here. He is absolutely buzzing. But this young man's a talent.
Yeah, he is. In regards to Fernie, I think you've got to get on top of him early, because he breaks well and he's aggressive. I think once he gets a little bit of a couple of frames cushion, the arm gets a bit looser, and you can be out of sight before you know it, which is kind of what must be going on here. And obviously that's dry as well.
Yeah, that's your worst nightmare. I said at the start, when you're playing against 2 guys that are playing quite well. It could be yourself, could be Ross, could be Farnsworth. If these guys are breaking well, it can be a nightmare for you, especially if you're not getting a ball.
Yeah, obviously the break's huge at our game. I think that's a big difference for me. It's something I've worked on a lot, and the most balls I've ever seen potted off the break is 8. And in the last 2 days, I've had a 6 and a 7. I had a 7 today when I was having a little practice earlier on. So, I don't know if it makes the game easier or harder, because you've got less options.
Yeah, I know.
Sometimes there's one colour set absolutely screwed, and there's one that are half all right. But Robert Stephen there, just saying good to see you in Glasgow. Cheers, Robert. Good to see you playing again, mate. You've been a miss to the tour, pal. Top guy. Better singer like you. Better singer than you are at Pool, but that doesn't mean you're not good at Pool. You're just absolutely excellent at singing.
Yeah, he's... I was watching his scores earlier, and he was playing Socko, Stephen McCush, another good player from here. And they had a bit of a ding-dong at one point. I think Robert might have been 7-3 or 7-4 down. He's come back and won that, but I was looking at it and thinking, yeah, maybe he should throw the towel in. He's having a nightmare here, but Socko's a good player. He plays in here a lot.
Yeah.
That's one of the... Socko, Stephen McCush, he's played on the IPA Tour this year as well, so there is more and more people get to know him. But there's a lot of guys in and around, the same in your area, that they're all handy, and on any given day they can beat you.
But I just feel like everyone from Scotland's good. And I'm being serious as well. Like I've said to everyone, and I've said it to you as well, it's no surprise that all these boys are winning the events, because they're all sharpening each other's stills every weekend.
There's a few people, obviously, that Rob Wilson was one. We were speaking about it on the ferry going over to Isle of Man, and he's considering coming up for some of the Scottish stuff. I know you are as well, talking about the Saltire and that. He said, Stevie, it's just, he went, there's loads of good players down my way, he says, but they don't play blackball and they don't play on the tables we play on. He said, so the kind of tournaments you guys have got constantly and going head to head and pushing each other, he's been saying the same, that he's tempted to try and come up and play in as many of them as he can next year.
I think the thing with Scotland as well is everyone who is from here comes in all of the events, whereas in ours, obviously, it's a bit more of a distance to travel, and people are just happy in their own areas. And
I know,
to be honest, you're not allowed in anything in England, which is, I've managed to get myself in a little singles league where I started on like -5 races to 12 or something. I've just won it actually, but that's literally the first sort of local match practice I've apart from playing good players that live my way, race 25 or whatever. It's the only sort of tournament play that I've had, which when you got these Scottish lads in everything all the time, no wonder they're the best. Well, they're the best in the world. It's as simple as that. 1 and 2, aren't they?
That's probably the best way to put it. Everyone's up here sharpening each other's tools. I quite like that. I like the way you've kind of phrased it.
Like I say, well, you say they've got 1 and 2, but they've probably got 4, 5, 6, and 7 all the way up to 30 odd, haven't they? Just the strength and depth scary. And you've got lads coming through as well who are going to be mustered, which, to be honest, other than a select, probably maybe 10, I haven't really seen anybody in England that I think is going to be sort of the real next big thing. Oh, we won't like that.
That the mistake that young Anthony Monach's been waiting for.
Twitching this. He's going to twitch this.
He's done it a few times. The Moscone Cup.
Blind pocket as well.
I actually feel for Moritz. He was in here last week and cracking boy, cracking kid, great player. And he's played a great shot in that and ended up snookered and had to jump it, and it's cost him the frame, cost him the match.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Oh, he's missed it
I
again.
told you I knew he was going to hit thin. Thing is, with them blind pockets, you're always hitting thin. I never thick them. I only ever hit them thin.
That's about 3 times he's did that in the last 3 days.
I knew that would just tell. You know that them shots, and on as big as the pockets are, they're not actually that big anymore.
No, you would rather be the other side so you can slide it in rather than having to. Yeah, I agree. These are they pockets. They used to be 5 inches, then they went to 4.5. Then Jason in that campaign to get them down to 4. Someone told me they've even took them a tiny bit less again, and some of the Americans just can't handle it.
Tell you what though, if that's in America, he bots that.
Oh yeah.
But I like him near Housen. I do actually follow quite a bit in handball as well. I know there's like a lot of the English pool players who don't know many of the
Yeah, of course.
But I do follow it quite a lot, and yeah, he's very good.
Alan Yates. Good evening, my friend.
Good evening to the sponsor, 8 Ball Direct, best Cuesports equipment company in the world.
Yeah, they do some decent stuff, I have to say.
The home of the smart rack. Get yourself there if you want one.
I'm still waiting on you, Alan, coming up with this. We were speaking about getting some kind of spray. I spoke to him about what I did to keep my table quite good now, and he said he's trying to kind of develop something that does something very similar.
I know exactly what it is, but I don't know if I'm wanting to secrecy, because I've used it myself, and I tell you what, you can try and stun the white, and you can screw right up the length of the table because that's sharp. Well,
here's the thing. So see the boys that were in here playing 9-ball last week, the Moscone team, they basically polished the 9-ball table. Polish, pledge, whatever you want to call it, all over the table, and then polished and ultra waxed all the balls. And they continued to wax them between frames to make it so slidey.
Oh, for what they're going to be used to down there.
So one of the shots I seen, Jason popped in a 9, and I swear to you, this 9 didn't roll until about an inch from the pocket. It slid 5 feet in position, just sliding before it started to roll towards the end. That's how, and I was like, whoa. But that's what these guys with the heavier balls play. Our cloth's kind of like that to start with, and then it changes. So we spoke about it. I was speaking to Alan because I do polish my table every now and again just to keep it slick, and I give my balls. I mean, they kind of play brand new most of the time, but I just like my table to play kind of like it does when it's new.
Yeah, that was what I asked him. I said, obviously, my table still plays great, but I want to get to a point where it feels like it's new conditions more. Yeah. And obviously, when it gets to a certain stage, unless you recloth it, you're not going to get that. So I said, I was going to try the Ambersol stuff, but he said, no, try this stuff. Well, this stuff with this stuff, and see how you get on. So I had a go, and it's scary quickly.
He did. We were, I think it was maybe at the Worlds, and we squatted some stuff on the floor and gave it a wee second, and then we were sliding our foot and that over it. And
well, funnily enough, this stuff, when I've put it onto the table, you can feel it on the carpet, like as you're walking around. So what I would recommend is that every club uses this once it's brought out. I can't see how else you're going to get them as good conditions, because it even helps the ball slide off the rail as well.
Yeah, of course. This is where, so I've spoke to Alan, and I've done my research on stuff. I spoke to guys in America about what they do to keep their tables good and stuff like that, and it's the reason why I got to the stage of polishing my table, because this is what they were doing. And then I found out, just by accident, that this is what they used to do in snooker. This is what they've did for balls. And I'm like, so this isn't even new. I'm thinking I found something really innovative, but it turned
You
out
think you've invented the wheel?
Yeah, exactly. And then I thought, so if this is something that's been about, why are we not doing it? Because it makes such a difference to the conditions. And I mean, I get it's not straightforward for you come in and you're going to have a session and you need to go and spray and get it. But to be honest with you, I would happily do it every time. When I used to get into clubs, Lee, that you had to brush an eye on the table, I would go in. As soon as I went into the club, I would go over and turn the iron on. I would go and give the table a brush and then brush an eye on it before I played on it, because I wanted to play on a good table.
Yeah.
So I don't see what the difference is if you need to come in and give the table a little brush, a little spray, spruce up, and away you go. It's no different to me.
Well, I just think you're going to be keeping the table as good as it can be, aren't you? It's just
$1,000,000%.
no-brainer. Looking at some scores, one thing I've noticed there with Monach, he usually wears a glove and he hasn't got one on tonight, so I'm not sure if he's left it or whether he's just not wearing one anymore. But for someone who wears one, it's a big difference if you stop. I'm not sure if that's having any sort of effect. Run you through a couple of scores. So Ross Fernie is 6-4 up against Anthony Monach. That's currently on the mainstream table. Corey Rees is beating Keith Robertson 6-3. Keith was an amateur title winner this year, I believe, at the first event. Gio Edgar 5-2 up against Barry Lee. We've got Stephen Ainsworth leads John McGinn 9-4. We've got Jack Park of Scotland beating Blair Dunn 7-1. And Dean Shields 6-3 up to Bash Maksood. Just having a little look at some of the fixtures for 9 o'clock this evening. We've got Pete Fisher and David Adenall. That'll be a cracker of a match. Pete Fisher at the top end of the amateurs and definitely plays at a professional level. David Adenall, who's a pro from Isle of Man. Got Lewis Mccool against Mark Farnsworth. Again, that'll be another great game. And Gareth Hibbert against Martin Keenan. Just seeing at the bottom of the draw there as well, Dominic O'Donnell against Craig Marsh. That'll be a good game. Dominic O'Donnell from our way, I think he was under 18 doubles world champion with Anthony Monach. So we'll have a look at the Fernie break. Absolutely launched them. At first glance, I think you'll be looking at the possibly the yellows here. And have to work out a way of getting the yellow out on the side, left side cushion as we're looking near the back end. Yeah, so it looks like he's going to roll the one in on the back line now. Run forward a touch, couple of inches, and pop the one in the back end in the bottom left corner as we're looking, and cannon into the yellow and the red.
Doing my last man standing there. Run a last man standing for the kids, raise money for the football team. But tonight the teams need to be in by 9 o'clock. It's me running it, and I'm on everybody's case to pick. Forgot to put mine in. Had to text the wee man, tell him to get his picks in. And but we just basically do a 50-50 split. I used to do like 75% to the winning team, and we would take whatever change because it helps to raise money. But every single person that was entering was saying, no, this is for the kids. At least 50-50, but I'm getting minimum 100. Maybe obviously it's like obviously most of the time it's 110, 115, 120, about 121 in it this time. And so as soon as it finishes, we start again. But when we get down so many are out, I do an SPFL one, a Scottish one, and that's just like for a £5, and it just keeps everybody going.
Yeah.
And then once the EPL one finishes, we're straight back in. But it's just an absolute godsend, mate, for raising money for the kids.
Yeah, it's good. It gives people a bit of interest, doesn't it? And because do you do rollovers as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a good little, like, people get invested, don't they?
When the rollover comes with it, some mega numbers, because to me it's for the kids. There's people that go, but they weren't in it before, what if they won it? And I'm thinking, I don't care who wins it.
Yeah, as long as the money's going in the pot.
Yeah, exactly. It's for the kids, it's not. And so that's always been known from the start, that the more the merrier as far as I'm concerned.
Soccer World Newcastle, what is the name of the stuff you use to remove stains and polish the cloth? Depends what type of cloth you've got, to be honest. If you're cleaning the blue, for me I would just use a light hoover. I don't know if you're trying to nip the pocket there and it's roll out. Yeah, for me I'd use a light hoover, and then if you want to use some form of Ambersil spray, or there'll be a new thing coming out shortly, but I can't give too much details on that.
No.
And then I would just sort of, even though you don't necessarily use a napping block, or I use a board from the padder from 8-Ball Direct. I put a bit of this special spray on, and then I just board it as if like from the bark end, pad it down from the bark end down to the black end. Yeah,
see, I don't actually use anything here. I use a really soft light brush, and I barely touch it, and then I use a cloth, I spray it. I use the polish that I use, and then I use a cloth, just an everyday kind of microfiber cloth.
Yeah.
Run the cushions and run the top of it, and but I don't know who Soccer World Newcastle is. I don't know if you've got me on Facebook or whatever, but I can tell you what I do, and I'm sure Lee can do the exact same. But there'll be a lot of people saying, "Don't be giving away any tips here. You're costing me."
I mean, what I would do is I wouldn't have people using triangle chalk. That'd be a start.
Yeah,
obviously the triangle chalk and the Masters chalk, you're going to be absolutely battering your cloth. So for me, everyone who plays on my table has to use Tawam, or they're not playing on it.
Is that right?
Well,
I use Triangle Pro light green.
Right.
My table's immaculate.
I think it depends how you cue the ball and stuff, doesn't it?
But
I play certain people, and every shot leaves a chalk mark, and I'm like, I'm not having that on my table.
See, I was on my this is me playing devil's advocate here. So a wee while ago, and it was like a weird coloured greeny, and I went, what is that on the table? There's 4 or 5 of them all over the table, and someone, that's the colour of the talm, and I said, so whoever's doing that is deep screwing every single shot. As I say, I'm not saying that I see a mess all the time, but obviously depending on who's cueing the ball, you're going to get a mess regardless. Yeah, normal triangle stuff, I can't see by Triangle Pro because of the conditions that it gives me on my tip, as well as the feel of the cue ball and stuff like that, and it doesn't really make any mess. But there's another Triangle Pro, which I'm sorry, the team behind Triangle are just absolutely cheating and conning people, because it's just normal Triangle wrapped in a Triangle Pro sticker, and it is shocking. Yeah. The mess it makes, the colour of the ball, everything, yet the light stuff virtually makes no mess whatsoever. I just can't get my head around it.
I mean, I went from the old green triangle, and then I went to the green master. Well, it's in a red package of Master chalk.
It's the same company. Tweetings make both of them.
Just because it felt a little bit grittier, so it just gripped the tips I was using at the time. But like it gripped the tip much better. But I can't really see past how I'm now.
No,
I've tried the blue as well, the blue V10, but it just leaves a mess. Like,
see, I've tried the talm stuff, and I just could not. I don't know what it was. I just felt like the balls weren't reacting the way I would like. So I know that to a lot of people, they're probably thinking, Steve, it's a bit of chalk, it's nothing to do with that, but it just didn't feel right to me. So And I didn't think I could get it to stick to my tip properly, but then I've heard a lot about people miscuing over the last while. So many.
I think the old Tawama, but the V10, I've never had any issues really. I mean,
do you use a pressed or layered tip?
I use a Horror Beast, it's called, which is a green laminated tip.
Right.
And it's...
Is that hard, medium?
Yeah, it's hard, yeah. I mean, I always
that's the tip you said, it's hard, but it plays a bit more like a medium?
Yeah, it does, yeah. I mean, I used to swear by, there was a medium McGoldricks tip. I don't know if you heard of McGoldricks.
Yeah, I used to use it, McGoldricks super tips.
Yeah, and they were absolutely unbelievable. You just put it on and it'd be like you'd had it on a month. But then, not long after that, he messed them up.
Hard.
He messed them up. He changed the way that they were made, and they just went terrible. So I've tried every grade in the Horror from. Well, I haven't tried the super soft, which is pink. I couldn't use a pink tip myself. And I think the soft's black, the medium's blue. Cheers, Eddie. Appreciate your comments.
Eddie boy.
Yeah, the soft is black, which I tried, but it was a little bit too soft for me. The medium's blue, which I did use when I was using the blue V10, because I quite like whatever chalk I'm using. I like it to be on that colour. I mean, I put blue on a black tip or green on a black tip, but putting green on a blue tip didn't look right to me. Played my OCD, so I thought I'm going to try the green beast anyway, the Horror hard tip, and I can't see past it. It's just, I gave it an hour's play, reshaped it once, and I think I've had it shaped again once in the last 3 months, something like that. So I would recommend them for definite.
Ross Fernie. Is he going to run into the black here?
Yeah, I felt like he was always going to get the reward there. The only thing is, the yellow, I think the black's just covered the pocket for the yellow, so he's going to have to either move it or, I mean, a little bump into the red would be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that'd be perfect right now.
I mean, I think even if he hits a red or the yellow, he's going to promote it somehow. I think he'd rather catch the red though. Or does he can into black? That's a nice shot.
Yeah, he's played that really well, because that's that too hard. It messes up the yellow at the right-hand side. Fernie's been different class here. Young Anthony Monach got off to a good start. Hasn't really done much wrong.
No, I don't think his break's been as good as what it normally is. He seemed, the couple of breaks that I've seen him have, he looks like he's coming a little bit. He's hitting the second ball a bit too thin, so the white ball's coming closer to this side pocket. So he's not really getting the power off the side rail and back into them. He's just skipping off them a little bit and going around the back. Which with a cut break, you don't get anything. You don't get a consistent reward breaking like that.
No, you're right. You want to try and catch it a bit thicker, so you're going off the side cushion and back into them, rather than, as you say, sliding off the cushion and down to the bottom.
Would you use a red here, just as a? Oh, he's hit that bit hard. I think if it had just stunned into the red, it looks like it would be pretty straight.
I think you're spot on. Yeah,
or if you were going to play that, you may as well just play a bit softer. Well, I'm assuming he has tried to play a bit softer, but
yeah, maybe he's, I don't know, maybe he's expected to slide a bit and it's ended up just coming flying off, but he's still got a chance. These are the shots, I spoke about it earlier with Renzi, these are the shots that Ross is, to me, known for. He seems to get these more than anybody else. Kind of floats them in. I don't know if you were on earlier, Paul, when the World Cup draw was on. We were kind of distracted for a wee bit. I have to ask though, who was the last team that went into the England draw for the World Cup?
Ghana.
Was it Ghana?
Yeah.
Oh. Start by a long way.
Yeah, I think he's got away with it. Unless he wants to play a double, but it's not really the shot you want to play first, is it?
Does that red go up? into the top right. Do you think it passes the yellow?
It's tight. I mean, if the red can get to the rail, you definitely play it that side, don't you? Must go. Yeah, it flies.
Didn't even touch the sides.
Doesn't even need the red.
Should be 7-5.
Yeah, got to be taking these out. Got no qualms to say that he won't.
How do you think the young man will fare on the pro ranks?
To be honest, I don't feel like he'll. I don't feel like he'll fear anyone. He's not that type of kid. He's just. I mean, you could volley him in the neck and he'd just start laughing at you. He's just that type of kid. He just takes it in his stride, and I think he just sees it as it's only a game pull. Like, obviously he tries hard to win, and I just think he's got a really good mentality. And you never see him get too down on himself. So he's always back for the next event, as if he's won the last one.
Yeah.
Which did he win the last? It wasn't the last one he won.
It wasn't. It was Coventry.
Oh, yeah,
he didn't make it. He was on international duty.
Yeah,
and he did win actually, didn't he?
I couldn't believe that, to be honest. Like,
yeah.
But
I know.
each to their own, and who am I to say what you should and shouldn't do? If you want to play for your country, go and play for your country. But unfortunately, this would be my first choice. Different level of event completely.
Yeah, the rewards here far outweigh
Absolutely
anything else anywhere else. So,
I mean, I don't think he does a massive deal of stuff away from pool really. So he's probably still got his $5.5 grand or whatever it was for winning not that long back. So he'll still be living off that, I would imagine. Yeah, that won't he?
yeah, the Americans on the Moscone will be thinking that they're hard done by, but you miss that many nines and mess up that many pots. They don't really deserve anything. So Ross Fernie break, 7-5 in front. Monster break. Cue ball flying all over the place.
One of my new sponsors has sent me a message there, Carl Craig, saying that there was a few nice comments on the stream, and said that someone had compared me to Conor McGregor at one point. I don't know if that's good or bad. Yeah.
I said Lee's got the kind of attitude that's like the saying that Conor McGregor had. Not here to take part, I'm here to take over. I said he had a target of getting into the top 16 over his first 2 years. He's done that. I said, and he won't be looking backwards, he'll be looking forwards, he'll be looking up, and that's it. Yeah, it was me that said it.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, there's parts of that I'm happy with, but I don't want to be too much like Conor McGregor, because I might be getting into a spot of bother. But I won't be throwing any chairs through windows or all like that. But no, I appreciate that. I just think that we're all here trying to sort of achieve the same thing, and as good as I know I can be, I know other people are as well, and the likes of, well, I've named the top boys a million times, but I just, and I think they know the same as well. Like when we're on at this game, there's not a great deal in it between us all, and I just feel like the way that I know it's a different game on a practice table, but the way that I've been playing in the last week or so, I do honestly feel like if I could replicate that, it does sort of match up to anybody in the world. But the thing is, that's the difference between the best players. They do it time in, time out again in the biggest of events, and I don't have that quite yet. But there's still time for it to happen, and match ones have been a good start going towards that. So a bit more experience, a bit more match play. I mean, when you think I've only been on the tour for 3 years, finished as number one as an amateur in 2023 and got to the top 16 in 2 years, which I don't feel like that's probably been done too many times, but I'm really proud of where it's going, and I just want to keep doing the right things, and hopefully the young kids that are watching and stuff like that, if I'm giving them a bit of inspiration and obviously I'm helping them with the coaching and stuff like that, that's what I want to do it for. All I wanted to do when I sat out in pool is, at the end of my time, people say he was a good player, wasn't he?
Yeah, exactly.
That was all I wanted. So, but now I want to obviously win a try and win a pro event. That's the aim.
Yeah, that's the thing for me, because me and you have spoke loads, right? We're obviously known now as good mates and stuff like that, and I get to see that determination just in talking to you. You can sometimes see looking into someone's eyes whether they mean business or not, and I can speak to probably everybody in this building. They'll all tell you the same thing, but some people don't really believe it, and that's where the difference in it. And I'll get asked the question, what's the difference between the very top boys and the guys that aren't far behind and they're chasing them? And I'll say, well, consistency. That's really it, because every one of them can break and dash 10 out of 10, 20 out of 20, whatever it might be. Every one of them can take a monster out of nowhere. Every one of them can play the big shot at a certain time. It's just the guys seem to do it that a little bit more than the people chasing them. And I put you in that chasing pack. I don't put you a million miles behind.
It's funny that you just said that, because the exact words on my lips there were going to be, I feel like I'm just in the chasing pack below with a few of the others out there. We're going to be my exact words. So yeah, they do have the consistency, and that's ultimately why they are where they are. And it's no good being a flash in the pan at this game, because that doesn't get you ranking points. You bob about here and there, but you've got to be consistent. You've got to be consistently good. You've got to be consistently doing the right things, and the top boys are. I mean, I can't remember last time I seen Liam in the room past like 11, half 11 if he was playing.
Yeah,
so
I know.
You've just got to be doing the right things mentally and giving yourself the best chance.
I actually spoke to you, it might have been Newcastle ages ago, away last year, and we spoke about what different players do. You're looking at the two guys on the table, class acts. Fernie's been in the pro ranks for years, young Monach's heading there. We're looking at Gav Robinson and Jamie Burnett, and there's just so much talent in here. But we spoke about, you actually mentioned to me, you went, Stevie, I keep thinking about what you need to do to get to that certain level. Said when there was quite a lot of people feeling rough. I actually think you were one of them, and you walked by the main room, and at 7 o'clock in the morning, 7:15, Boyle and Dunster were on tables practicing in the morning, where other people are trying to catch up in as much sleep as they can because they've had a bit of a party the night before.
Yeah, that's it.
And you talk about these small differences, these fine margins sometimes come from those details.
Yeah, for me personally, I like to have a good drink with the lads and have a bit of crack and stuff, but my rules are now that I only ever have a drink when I'm out, and that's a bottom line.
Love that.
So at the end of the day, when I have had a good drink and probably gone slightly too far, it's only ever been when I've been out, because the sponsors are... Well, I owe that to myself,
no, that's
but I owe
what I mean.
it to them as well.
You're respecting the people that are supporting you and backing you, and you're entitled to have a good time. Everybody is. But it was just that when we had that conversation and you spoke about that detail, you went, that's the difference. They guys they're down there to get every last half an hour they can. And I know Mark Boyle personally right now, in the last 18 months, has nowhere near put in the type of practice that anybody would believe that he does. He's just far too busy with everything else. And I know he'll get a wee half an hour here and there. He said to me many times, you need to fire over and we'll get a session. It's my fault that we haven't, because the hunger for me has just not been there the last while, and that's life, that's the way it goes. But people say to me, I just find it incredible, Stevie, that you've got Mark Boyle on your doorstep telling you to come over for a practice and you're not biting his hand off. And I'm like, maybe taking it for granted, I don't know, but it's not even anything to do with that. To me, I've just lost that.
The hunger.
Yeah, and until that comes back, then there's no point. To me,
I think it's hard, isn't it? Because you love doing this as well, the commentary, and you're becoming the face of the IPA for me, and the voice of the IPA. So it's sort of like, where do you want to, which one do you want to put your time and effort into?
No.
And to be fair, I think you kind of come into this and you've improved massively on your own sort of skills.
Yeah.
With this also, I thought you were great to start with, but I think you're even better now.
Yeah, of course.
And sometimes other things have to take a back seat in your life, don't they? And getting as good as you are at this, sometimes some things have to give, don't they? There's only so much you can do.
That was one of the things in my head, because a load of people saying you can't do both, and I'm thinking, yeah, you can't do both. Like me personally, if I was just doing the commentary, I would have no problem just keeping playing. But the fact with the TV, the interviews, opening shows, closing shows, presentations, all that kind of stuff, that's impossible to do everything. When Pickers was here, that was great. We could bounce off each other, and it was still new to me. I was still learning. I kind of got tossed under the bus. Pickers took the nip in the World Championships last year. I didn't know that the guys had said, listen, let Stevie kind of lead the way. But what they were meaning was to have me kind of at the forefront and him lead me, but me being that. But he just stood there and let me sink when I didn't have a clue what was happening.
Yeah.
I had no details. I didn't know that was the case. Now that stuck with me because I thought I will never ever be caught like that again.
Yeah.
So
You're someone who's prepared, aren't you? For
that's it.
like, even in your sessions and stuff, I know what you like because you're like me. I don't go unprepared. I know exactly what I want to work on.
Exactly.
I want to know the numbers so I can give the best to them lads as well. And because I'm proud of what I'm proud of myself, and I've got that pride in my own sort of in my own makeup.
That's to me. I say it in every walk of life. The details matter. I think for me, you've said it. Up here in Scotland, we're quite well off with all the tournaments. I could still go and play in so many tournaments, the Solidifies, other events. I can travel down to tournaments and I won't be lifting a microphone or doing anything. Obviously the Solidifies and stuff, I do the commentary, but other people will pop in and help if I'm playing. It's only really at the end when you're doing the presentations and stuff. So there's still loads for me to play in if I want to go and play and try and. But it's kind of like I'm looking at a lot of them and thinking I enjoy the tournaments. I've just lost that.
Yeah.
To go and put the time in that you need to put in to go and do well in these.
And the thing is, because you're so competitive, it's pointless going to an event that you're not prepared for.
Exactly.
Because you aren't going to try and like nick a first round win. You're going because you want to believe in your mind you can win the event. And if you're not in preparation, you know in your own mind that you can't really.
That's probably been the biggest. Like, me and Renzi will talk about it quite a lot. He's known me for a number of years, and when people say, "Oh, who's your biggest underachiever? Who's this? Who's that?" and I'll say me. No doubt, and Renzi, he's said it numerous times, absolutely. Because there's never been an issue with ability and all these other things. It's just been my own head and the way I've went about my business just hasn't been right. But maybe it was always geared towards this, mate. Maybe this was what it was always meant to be.
Yeah, I'm a believer of things happen for a reason. But I think you can put yourself in the right places, and if you do the right things, better things happen for you, don't they? Like
I agree.
If you live a negative sort of life, and your outlook's negative, the same as on a pool table. If you think something's going to go wrong, it generally does. Whereas now I just play because I love it, and I play because I'm happy, and the results and all come with that. But if you're not happy and you're not enjoying it, well, don't do it, because nobody's becoming a millionaire out of this. So I'm not be wrong, it's going in the right direction, all that sort of stuff. But if you're not happy what you're doing, well, there's only you making them choices. Like, if I'm happy in a certain job, or if I'm not happy with anything, like, I'm just not doing it.
Mate, that's it. I mean, even the missus at home and family members and stuff have said to me, because over the last while there's a lot of stuff for me happening behind the scenes that I'm trying to make some changes in life in general, and it's because for the best part of 30 years I've been going to work every day doing something that, as much as I am unbelievable at my job, because that's the kind of person I am, I like to be the very best I can be at stuff, I hate it.
Yeah.
I hate going there every day. I hate doing it. I hate the damage it's done to my body. I hate all these things that go with it. And people are saying to me, what you going to do? You going to stop tight? And I'm like, I want to wake up and go and do something I'm passionate about. And I know we don't always get that, but right now I'm in a position where I can at least have a go and see if it doesn't work out. Fair enough.
What I always think is, like, say if you're doing something that you absolutely hate but it's worth $5,000 or more a year, that's $5,000 a year more. I'd rather not have that $5,000. As long as I can pay my bills, I'd rather have less money and like, even now I'm doing a job share with my dad, so I'm a steel worker. And basically what we do is we both do 4 shifts on, 4 off, 4 on, 20 off. So I do 8 shifts a month, and what I earn there pays my bills, and then other things I do extra are kind of like my own. My coaching, I do a little bit of driving work for my brother, and a few other little things here and there. But I literally, like, I'm getting that chance to be able to do the things I love. I'm doing my coaching, I'm practicing properly. Like, I'm doing exactly what I want to do. I wake up in the morning and I'm happy. Like, that's
worth,
the
difference, mate.
That's worth $500,000 to me.
But see, that to me, that's living.
I feel like I am.
That's living.
Like, loads of lads, like, you can't. You can't just do that. I'm like, what? Like, I'm not earning any less really, and I'm getting loads of time off. I'm waking up thinking, what do I want to do? Do I want to go to the gym? Do I want to take the dog out for a walk? Do I want to do something with the kids? Well, yeah, I can. So, all the while, obviously, I'm still getting my bills paid. So I just think, like, I feel like I'm cheating a bit But
that's.
But I'm just happy, and I've got a great family. I've got everything that I've ever wanted, to be honest. So
I think that is there for everyone. It's just we have been indoctrinated for so many years from school right through that we're told that we can't go and achieve dreams, we can't enjoy life, we have to do this, and this, and if you don't do that, you won't pay your bills. If you don't, you just have to take the job. You just need to accept it. Nobody likes working. All these kind of things, which to me is nonsense.
Yeah.
There is something out there. There's a way for everybody to find it. Might not be easy, but to me, what you're doing is living. It's as simple as that to me.
You just got to. I think a lot of people don't realise what's in front of them sometimes, and they chase these big high pressure jobs, and the family sort of suffer because they're never there and all that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And I just think, like, as long as, I mean, I'm fortunate. Obviously, my wife's got a good job as well, but at the end of the day, it's about life satisfaction, isn't it? And if not, what are you doing it for?
Well, this game here, pool, it's, to me, I don't know what it's like down your way, the league nights. I don't know about young Anthony and Ross Fernie and everybody else in this tournament, but most guys up here, and we all play in different leagues, whether it be the Monday night is Coatbridge, the Tuesday night is Glasgow, Wednesday night's Motherwell, Thursday night, and it's different everywhere else around Scotland. But there's a lot of guys. Is that me on? Supposed to be on at 9 o'clock. I've been called.
Yeah,
Renzi will be coming. But a lot of guys will come in from work, mate, covered in their gear, and then they're just going on to play it, and that's because they love this game. Yeah, do you think they would like it more if they had a bit of freedom to go in and get their dinner, chill out,
Absolutely.
and then go?
Yeah,
of course they would.
That's it. Well, good luck, Stevie. I hope you get the job done, mate.
Well, hello again. This has been quite strange.
It's good to have a knowledgeable guy in. No offence, Stevie.
Yeah. Stevie's some character, and he's getting much more knowledgeable. I may add. However, this is. I was watching that in the outskirts there, and there wasn't a lot of balls get missed early on in this match, but it just seems it's went a little bit scrappy.
I feel like Monach's dragged himself back into it a little bit, because I think it was 7-4 down, wasn't he? He's won the last two, and he had I don't want to necessarily say a good chance there, but he had a chance, and I can't see but it going 8-6. A bit frustrating when you've been a couple behind, and then you've got within one, and then you've had a chance, and then all of a sudden you feel like you're back to square one. So yeah, I think looking good here for 8-6. If there's anyone in the chat that wants to ask any questions or anything, feel free. Try my best to answer them. Yeah, I was just saying if there's any questions in the chat, we'll try our best to answer them.
Yeah. I think that guy's at the wind up. Not much said in comms in the World Cup draw. We were talking about it non-stop. I think he's at the wind up. So Fernie's gone 8-6 up here. What's happening in the outer tables? Corey Reese has turned that match around. He was 3-0 down to Keith Robertson, showing his experience. 8-6 Fernie. Next match up, Mark Farnsworth, Lewis McCool. Box office, talking to Lewis McCool over there. Putting a lot of practice in.
Yeah, I think it'll be a good game, that. Very good player, Lewis.
Yeah. And I think he's relaxed into the bargain, so it's that makes him very dangerous.
I think there's a fine line, isn't there?
Yeah. Yeah.
I like Lewis, so he's a good guy. I think his heart's in the right place. So
We were actually talking about that because Morgan is one of his sponsors.
Right, okay.
The family, the McInnes family are sponsors, and Morgan was like, but he'll tell you, you can't have too many. And I was like, yeah, I remember playing a semi-final of a snooker tie one night, and it was a complimentary drink at half time. And I was like 1-1 with this guy, best of 5. It was just like a social club thing, right? But a lot of good players in it. And when I went out after the break to play the third frame, I could have sworn when I broke off there was 30 reds there. That's how many vodkas I had.
Yeah.
So if you're listening, kids, don't do that. That's for sure.
No, definitely not.
Play sober. That's the best way to play.
I'll tell you what, he's absolutely monstered that break.
Fairly changes the breaks, brilliant. But are you going down the middle just now, Lee?
So I'm kind of going from the side, but I'm going off the front ball. Well, not too far down the side. I'm just inside of the pocket. And to be honest, I've really been working on it. And I was saying to Stevie there, the most I've ever seen off the break is 8. And
Right,
yesterday I had a 6 and I had a 7 today.
Wow.
So I mean, I obviously one of my breaks there as well. I think I had a 5 in the match.
Yeah, sure.
But just put a bit of time into it, and I've got an on-cue world break cue, so
Yeah, okay.
there's a little mention for Morgan.
I'm sure he'll love that.
Yeah. So he said it's all down to him. He said it's not to do with me.
yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you've got to have the right equipment, and you've got to put the right amount of practice in with it, haven't you? And
Yeah.
I've definitely been.
And the
been doing
timing's got to be good. The break's just so important.
that. Yeah, that's it. I think.
But that's good going.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it gives you a lot of confidence when you feel like you're getting. You feel like you're able to bully players, let's say, because you definitely. I feel like in that match I was sort of definitely winning off my own break, so I was just anything I was getting off his was a bonus. Yep, the Masters is over 50s. Yeah,
It depends what Masters, but I think the Masters is he talking about World Championships for the IPA?
oh, yeah, I believe so. The IPA World Championships is over 50s, and there's a seniors which is over 40s as well.
Yeah, but the Masters
couple
is
of years
over
I'll be
50.
winning that one. Not just yet though.
There's some really good Masters players, I tell you that. Jamie Burnett, for example, but
Yeah.
Gareth Hibbert. Need I say any more?
When it comes to Masters, I think they're the top sort of 2, aren't they?
Yeah. What age is Farnsworth?
45 or something like that.
Is he? Yeah. So fairly going on to the hill.
Yeah, I mean, first glance at them, I thought he was going to take reds, but
Yeah, he's made short work of that.
yeah, he has indeed. Just give one of my mates a mention. He just messaged me there, Leon Russell. Cheers for your comments, pal. And his dad Gary is one of the best comedians you'll ever see.
Okay.
He's called Albie Senior. He's one of the,
okay.
he's hilarious.
And what's he do? Does he like tour about?
He's done all the circuit, yeah. He's
sure.
in Benidorm for years, and he's just old school, like Bernard Manning type humour. It's just
Sure,
that's right
sure,
down my
okay,
street.
okay, got you.
But yeah, he's one of my good mates, Leon. He's a good lad. He always rings us.
Must be a tough gig to be a comedian, mate.
I mean, no sexist comments going on, but when it's a crowd full of women, it's tough because they're not really into. The majority aren't into comedy. I mean, we were at a charity do maybe about a month ago, and the majority were women, and all the lads thought it was absolutely unbelievable. It was hilarious, but
Hard
it
in
was a
this
tough
day and
crowd.
age as well. It is, but having the bottle to stand up there and then start telling gags and have to improvise and all that, it can't be easy.
Yeah,
I've got respect for him just for doing it in the first
me
place,
too,
whether he's good or he's indifferent. Oh, that must be tough. Where's his starter here, Lee?
I think he's got to be reds, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
I think if he can just take the one that's at the top right and side of the table now, I think if he can just stun that in dead and just clip it across. I think if he can leave the white where that red is, then he can just clip the black thin. But he's got to get a starter, hasn't he? It's the only thing, the one nearest to the black spot, but not sure if he can just drop to that bottom rail.
It's kind of awkward queuing though, that's the only issue.
Yeah, that's it.
This comp finishes Raggy on Sunday evening. So on Sunday, it's the last 16 to a finish.
So, someone asking there, do you guys think there should be a few tiers in the amateur IPA? I think most are amazing, and for the amateurs like me, it's very soul destroying. I think it's a fine line because realistically, you're coming onto a professional tour, and the bottom line is that this sort of tour is for people that are aspiring to be professionals. So if you feel like that you're not that level, or you haven't got the capabilities to get to that level, then I do understand what you're saying, and pool is for everybody. But I mean, you don't get, realistically, as a bit of an analogy, you don't get Dave from the Royal Oak who's going to play for Real Madrid. It's just in the Champions League.
Yeah, for sure.
And just sort of play because you love it, and there's a million events out there. And if you maybe feel that it is a bit tough for you, maybe just enter odd events here or there and just test yourself and see where you're at, because it might not be sort of like, you might not actually realise how good you potentially are.
I think you need to attain. You need to get through the ranks, and there's tournaments out with that you can. If you're good enough, you'll get there.
Yeah,
so
yeah. I mean, I agree with you.
I agree with you. I think you should only enter if you're good enough, and I don't think diluting tournaments to go a 5, then a 4, then a 3 is the right thing to do. There's other little tournaments out there that you can become good enough. A guy asking you, Lee, Paul Bryson, a good big mate of mine, he plays out in Corner Pocket in Dalkeith. That's where Fernie and young Kieran Kane that practice. He was asking if you've ever played out there.
I haven't. No, is that the place that Jenny Lawson and Kev York, is it their place?
That's the very one.
I haven't, unfortunately, no, but I am sort of going to make a conscious effort to be coming to Scotland a bit more, because I think the standard up there is really good, and obviously all the tables are what we're going to play on, and they're always sort of, all the best players are in it at the end of the day, and if you're going to, like I was saying to Stevie, they all sharpen each other's tools, and that's why at the moment they're the best 2 players in the world. Yeah,
I think that's why, like Mark Farnsworth, for example, loves coming up. He's just down in Newcastle, and him and Gav, you come up for like the Saltire tours and all that sort of a thing, and it's.
Well, I've made plans to. I can't enter them all, just due to other commitments. But I've asked if I can enter the. I've asked if I can enter the one in January. I think the one in possibly in May, and then there's one towards the back end of the year.
I think there's always individual places. I'm sure you'll be able to get in somewhere along the line.
Yeah, that's it. But yeah, I mean, depending on the event, I'd be tempted to come up. I actually quite like the drive as well, as long as the weather's not too bad. Because we have to come. Well, I'm from the northeast, so we have to come across the Pennines through like towards the Lakes District. Yeah. And then we come straight up the M6, but it's a lovely journey.
That is a beautiful journey. I've done that many times over the years.
It's my favourite one. It's my favourite one to drive to, put it that way. Who's going to win this weekend, lads?
Lee's got to say himself. That's for sure. He shouldn't be in the tournament unless he says himself.
If I perform like that, but do you ever knock 2 back to back like that?
That's a good tournament as well.
What the thing is, the only thing with the travelling is you have to be decent races, because like race to 5s and 6s, they're too far to travel for. You come and you get one of the top boys into race to 6. It's a 7-hour round trip.
A lot of your tournaments, the Saltire tournaments, are double elimination.
Yeah, they're worth entering. Yeah, for definite. Is that the same with the Edinburgh Open, or where is that?
I think the Edinburgh Open's in Edinburgh. It's in a place called the Shandon, right? And it's. I mean, I don't know if you've ever been to Edinburgh, but Edinburgh's a beautiful city.
No, but my dad's been
And I'm
loads of times and
a Glaswegian at
Yeah.
heart, right? But Edinburgh is a beautiful city of that. There's no doubt. Got a lot of heritage, a lot of like great sightseeing and all that sort of thing. I think it's big races. I think that the other Sheppy has actually been up and won that
Right.
event.
Let's
Welsh
open
Sheppy.
another one, can
Yeah,
the races to 10.
yeah,
Yeah.
So that's that. I mean, that's decent races.
Depending on the date,
I think it's always early January.
is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, depending on the date, I'm interested in coming up. Sure.
And loads of
I mean,
accommodation and all that about
So,
Edinburgh
I
as
mean,
well.
to be honest,
so
a few of the lads have offered to put us up and stuff, so it's good of them. So if it's not too far from where they are, I mean, I seem to feel like everything apart from right up north is a 2 or 3 hour drive at most, isn't it? So
you know my tip's always Dunster. I think I've only not tipped him once this year.
I bet he didn't win it, did he? When he didn't.
No, he
tip him?
did win.
Did he?
I
To be fair, you could tip him 10
Mark
times
Boyle.
over 11 and
Yeah,
you'd be right 9.
yeah. So I think this is going to be a great weekend because all the guys are here. All the guys are here.
I feel like it's less likely for there to be a shock with the longer races.
Yeah.
I feel like you've got to be looking at the obvious picks, really.
And I take it last 16 it's Dunster. But could they meet each other early? That's the thing. Or are usual guys all seeded away for each other?
Well, yeah. As far as I'm aware, we're all seeded, yeah.
Okay, but with the double elimination
Mate,
thing, you might get a big last 16 tie.
Doesn't seem to get much easier, really. I mean, I kind of think, I'm 15th in the rankings now, so I'll get a good draw. But just, I don't know, my draws have never really been good. I don't feel like.
There's a lot of new guys that came on board as well. Like you could be 15th in the rankings and draw Scott Gillespie in the first round because he's a new pro and he's just a top player.
Yeah, I played him at an event. But, to be honest, I think in the first 3 events I'd played 6 world champions. So yeah, not ideal, but I had a couple of good wins. I
mean, that's what you're signing
Big
up for
Marsh
as well, mate, innit?
Yeah, but what are you doing it for? You're trying to improve, you're trying to better yourself, and
they're trying to win as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Like I know for an absolute fact they know they've got a game on their hands, and you've just got to be
sure.
You've just got to accept that you might not necessarily do anything wrong and lose. I mean, I played Clint on the TV table in Coventry, and he beat us 7-5, and I haven't missed a ball. He's missed 3, and he's had a fluke in the decider.
The standard's fantastic, mate.
Yeah, he's had
really
one fluke, and that was like the difference. But I literally haven't done anything wrong, and I've lost. So, just one of them. But Gav 3078, not sure which Gav it is, but appreciate your comment, mate. Thank you
Must
very
be
much.
a friend of yours anyway, mate. That's a monster break for Fairney. However, they're not straightforwardly.
No, he's got one tied up yellow, hasn't he? So, but
You
it's not in a
you-
bad position for a double, is it? I'm
Yeah,
going
that's
yellows.
what I was going to say. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
Well, saying that, all the Reds go. All the Reds do go, but I feel like.
See, my preference is now Reds because see now you've highlighted that.
Yeah, I often, if I've got one colour set that all go, I'm generally going that colour, but
I just think he needs to play a good positional shot for the second red.
on the
So,
left.
Not probably on the right. To get on the one to the left, and if he leaves angle on that, it's an auto connect downstairs.
Yeah, I agree, and then he's taking them all out. I think if you're not feeling that confident, I think you take yellows.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If you're feeling like I'm happy with my cue ball, I believe in my pot, and then you just think, right.
He's got to take reds, isn't he?
Yeah.
Because at 16 frames in and 9-7 up with a chance of winning the match.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Gav from Kits. Cheers, Gav Heels. Appreciate your comments, Paul. Yeah, I feel like he's going to get them. Whatever he decides, I feel like he's going to get them. But I do think Ross does have a bit of a funky shot selection. I watch him sometimes, and I feel like there's a bit of an obvious way.
I love watching him, Lee.
Yeah, I do. He's so smooth and he's ultra aggressive.
Yeah.
I mean, when I played him in the Worlds, didn't know what you were commentating on, and
great
and
match.
I just thought, yeah, it was. He's just so maybe sometimes slightly overly aggressive, but they're the players that we all love to watch, aren't they? And I'm not going to knock him for that because I love watching it. Like,
I tell you what.
He's going Reds, isn't he?
Yeah, but it's at the length of time he's taking. You very rarely see Ross taking this amount of time to make his mind up. No, he's gone yellow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just think he must think...
Is he trying to screw this badge out or
is he
move
getting
the red?
greedy? Is he getting greedy? To be fair, he's guaranteed the pot, isn't he? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Game over.
I like it.
Yeah, I do.
Like it.
I tell you what I do like. I like to take the obviously the one nearest the blue spot now, run that through, then the other one that's in the middle of the three in the opposite middle, and then the one over the corner, one over the middle, come down. I just feel like it's a bit bulletproof, can't really go wrong. But then again, is the angle sort of...
Yeah.
Is the angle not what I thought it is?
It's hard, right, because for me here...
If it's straight, I think you can just run this through.
Yeah, I think these are, as you say, depends how he plays us. Okay, I like that. So now he's playing the one over the right, the top right, middle, bottom, and then connect for the 8.
Wonder how thin it is to cut the one, and yeah, he's playing your way. I think it does look a bit thin for the other one. I would have preferred the one he's closest to now and then take, because I think you can't fill that way.
But if he overruns this, he's on the second yellow. I understand that this is a...
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he's perfect.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think sometimes you need to trust your cue ball, don't you?
Yeah, because he would have to really hit that badly, wouldn't he, to not be anywhere near where he wanted.
Yeah.
Yeah, well...
I was talking to young Keane that a little bit ago.
All I'm going to say is make sure that tea's on the table for me getting back, Keane.
You shared me, Keane? Yeah.
He's a good lad, Keane.
He's a very, very nice lad.
It is surprising, though, because he's a Man United fan. So
I just asked him to sort me out with Liverpool tickets there, and he looked at me as if I had 2 heads. I was like, but I heard you're the man to sort it out. No wonder he looked at me like that now if he's a Man U fan.
Yeah, he is indeed.
Well played, Ross Fairney.
Yeah, and that's it, I think. Game over.
Ross Fairney 10, Anthony Monach 7. Thanks very much, Lee Shepherd.
No problem. Thanks for having us in, pal.
Our next match will be Mark Farnsworth against Lewis and McCool, and we will see when that happens. Be back soon, guys.
Next match, table 4, Gareth Hibbett, Martin Keenan.
Okay, so our last match of the evening. Highly anticipated encounter between the legend Mark Big Ray Farnsworth and box office himself, Lewis McCool. Mark's not liking the way the lag went there. And the lag had been won by Mark. And he's going to be breaking first against our Louis. Just to keep you updated with some of the scores on the outer tables. Dean Shields is on the hill. He's 9-5 to the good against Bash Mascot. Corey Reese is now 8-7 in front of Keith Robertson. I think that's just went 8-all actually. Morgan McInnes is 2-1 up against the talker. Our very own is Steve Walker. Rob Wilson's 2-1 up and Raymond Taylor. Paul Hartness, Andrew McPhee's just started. That could be a long one, you know. Our Marche is 4-2 up against Dominic O'Donnell. And Gareth Hibbett is just starting against Martin Keenan. So a dry break from Mark Farnsworth. I was talking to Lewis earlier. He says that Mark pipped him in a 10-9 hill battle last season in here. Can he go one better this time? Against one of the IPA's all-time and greatest players. So Lewis is plump for yellows, one of the most talented coasts in Scotland. I think he's sitting number 1 in the IPA rankings for the amateurs this season. It's right up there anyway. He'll be turning pro next year. And then they're watching the Moscone and the USA have just built a match back. So I'm surprised that Lewis kicking into that red. I don't quite understand what he played there. He tried to avoid it. Although he's played that great with loads of left-hand spin. However, this ain't easy. I think he's just going to have to drag this through an inch or two then take a pot into the bottom right, which means he's careering into the other yellow. He's now at the wood yet. I also seen that. That's a nice back of Queen, to be honest with you. And if he's on that, he's played it fantastic. I should have called that. Such a great cues, Lewis. They're just on and off the cush. Yeah, perfect. Perfect. So bad shout for me, because I knew that little gap was there. Good start for Lou. And I know he's right up for this. And he knows that he has all the ability in the world. It's just whether he breaks well. The talker. 2-2 with Morgan McInnes. Keith Robertson, as I did say, is 8-8 now with Corey Reese, but he's at the table. Jamie Burnett, 7-4 up in Gav Robinson. Viv Rusco, our only lady competitor, is a frame to the good on Jamie Craig. Good to see Viv up here with Gareth. So she's a frame to the good, and Gareth's still 0-0. Races to 10. We're here in McGoldricks Pool and Sports Bar in Rutherglen in Glasgow, or just in the outskirts of Glasgow. High class it is Glasgow. Award-winning venue. Brought in conjunction with Craig Anderson of Scottish Cuesports Streaming, the IPA Masters event, our last event of 2025 in the IPA. These tables have just been recovered in the last few days with our Strachan 861 cloth. Big shout out to our sponsors, Strachan and to Supreme. The tables are absolutely immaculate. Aramith, Throw Cup balls, the I-beam lights, onboard sportswear, and for everybody, a big thank you to all that's backed the IPA in 2025. Long may it continue, and bigger and better hopefully next season for the 2026 season. Having talked to the guys, Steve and Paul have a few things up their sleeve for next season, so keep updated on the IPA page. Great having Neil Toms, a very experienced individual, coming on board with these guys next season. And then if you're listening back home, our Braun, all our referees, all our officials, these guys are doing a great job. Especially you, Braun. Hope you're well. So, back to the match. Lewis is taking his time. I've never seen such an improvement in a player that I have in Lewis this season. He's putting in a load of practice. He's got some great practice partners. He's dealing with defeat a lot better than he used to. And a big title. Keep saying it. A really big title is just round the corner for this guy. The 5 or 6 days ago, that ball just doesn't go. That's the freshness of the new cloth that helped that in. What Lewis has just did there to walk actually around and look is what he's much improved on. Because the Lewis of a year or two ago would have just waltzed down and played that shot and then left himself probably not in as good shape as he is now. Right, this is going to be a match on here. Because Lewis don't look as if he's missing much at all, and he had a match earlier on under his belt. Whereas Mark's coming in a little bit cold. I'll keep me updated with any scores. Gareth Hibbett has won the lot also. So Viv's won to the good, then so is Gareth. Marshy's now 5-2. Now, Mark Farnsworth. The doctor ordered a breaking dish. Can you get a ball from the break for starters? I think he's side breaking. Second ball down. Oh, he's crunched that. Crunched it, but he's dry. It's low plotting here. I think it's definitely the yellows he's looking at. Just letting Gav Robinson pot the 8 ball on the table next to him. Now these ain't simple. They're anything but simple. I can't help but feel this is a very, very important visit to the table. Because if Lewis gets these, he's 3-0 up. He'll take a bit of stopping. Good starter pot. And the only ball that I can see a slight issue with is the yellow. It's closest to the 8 ball spot. Everything else has a bag or a pocket. I'm just not so sure that one does. That's why he's went into it just now to develop it, and he's developed it fantastic. Now, I wonder if he can further develop here. The one that's closest to the red, to the left centre, and he just plays a wee screw on and off to nudge into both of those balls. I think the yellow that he nudged into open play, the one that is closest to the 8 ball spot's available into the right middle. He's taking that first. Oh, I don't know what. Oh, dear me. Somebody's just walked through the playing area there. This is Lewis was down playing that shot. Referee Kev Chalmers is around about that vicinity, so he'll have got the guy out of there quick fire. Oh, I like that. Oh, I didn't see that. Fortunately for Lewis, he's seen it and spotted it right away. Now he plays the one into the right middle. Moves into the red, takes that upstairs, and he's connecting to The yellow downstairs after it. Lewis is playing well. Okay. She's a little bit straight on this, so I wonder if he just actually like stops the ball dead or brings it back an inch here, and that leaves a nice angle. Stevie would say the short side positional shot to play into the bottom right, and then he drifts over for that yellow up the top right. The only problem with kicking the red away there was he's taking a pocket out of the equation, so he probably has to play the 8 ball into the left centre now. Oh wow. So you would never see Louis ever missing a pot like that unless he's trying to get the cue ball absolutely perfect, and that's why he nearly missed it. Corey Reese is now on the hill. He's 9-8 to the good on Keith Robertson. That's been a great match. Craig Marsh is 6-2 up now, and Dominic O'Donnell. Looks to be digging down on this though. Okay. Didn't like it. Didn't like it at all. I think Lewis should have took his medicine there. Just left the last yellow long. Maybe I'm doing a disservice. Maybe he was running in behind the red, but I didn't think so. Just maybe try to be too good on it, and Mark will be delighted because Mark should be 3-0 down just now. These little things are match changing. Oh wow. I don't know if that was a bad contact or he just played that a little too slow. That's his first real chance at the table. But I know one thing's for sure, Mark will be disgusted because Mark actually knocked a bit of back a ball down the rail there to take the easy pot, but maybe just rolling it in too slow to making sure that the pot's possibly cost him. Okay. So Louis just stops the cue ball, takes the 8 ball into the left centre, and all of a sudden a frame that he had almost chipped away, if he pots these two and he goes 3-0 up, he'll always feel invincible that Mark's actually blown it back to him. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, 3-0 Lou. That's overlooking at the cue ball. Feels as if he's got a bad contact there, which I can only imagine he did. He's now giving the cue ball a little clean, so he's not like the contact at all. It's not, I knew it had to be a kick. Smart never misses shots like that, so he's obviously, the cue ball's either kicked or slid on him. Gav Robinson's on an 8 ball on table 9 to make it go within 1 of Jamie Burnett. That's now 7-6 Jamie Burnett. Marshy seems to be in stroke on table 8. He's 7-2 to the good on Dominic O'Donnell. Corey Reese, Keith Robertson's 8 all. Corey's at the table. I'll keep you updated on that one. The reason I'm whispering is because I'm literally 5 or 6 yards away from me. Here's the Louis break. He was successful first time. Corey looks in absolute perfect position. It's 4 balls out. he's not hit them well at all, Lewis. Not hit them well at all. However, has he got an easy start on Mark Farnsworth? Still quite busy here in McGoldricks. 9:20 this Friday evening. Dan Davies just went on against Dylan Stansfield. Stevie Walker at the talker is now 3-2 to the good on Morgan McInnes. Mark Farnsworth contemplates what he's going to play first here. He's getting nothing easy at all. The Reds look better set. However, he's no easy starter. And I don't think he's got any easy safety either. So he's in a bit of a predicament on our feature table. Corey Reese is now 3 balls away from a 10-9 victory on Keith Robertson. What a match that's been. Corey's now in the 8 ball. So he's the 8 ball away. A 10-9 victory against Keith Robertson. And it's in, and the relieved Corey Reese shakes the hand of Keith Robertson on table 1. 10-9 victor to the seed. That's a brilliant shot from Mark Farnsworth. 3-0 down. Having got a heck of a kick. So that's another match just announced on. Brilliant pot there by Mark Farnsworth. Oh, and he's just not at it yet. Just not at it yet. So what does Louis do in this situation? So while Lewis, who is 3-0 to the good on Mark Farnsworth, contemplates his shot, which I know he's going to take the cut on. I have the 10-9 winner from the marathon match on table 1. You did well to win that, Corey.
Yeah, I done well. Yeah, I just broke like God. That's the only reason I won, really.
Keith's a good player.
Yeah, he definitely outplayed me by quite a distance, to be honest. It was just lucky enough for me. Off my break, I had 6 or 7 finishes you take, should take.
The standards are credible. The breaks are a massive modern day, Corey.
Yeah, like someone said before the game, you're mostly going to have 8 to 9 dishes from the break.
Yeah.
The break of yours, you think, oh, you must have been flying.
But it's also hard chasing a match, and Keith gets such a good start in the match as well.
Yeah,
He did well to keep on his coattails.
Yeah, it was 3-0 down, and I had chances in every frame. I sort of just went to the bar, get a drink, calm down a sec.
Yeah, I'd seen you took the comfort break, and I thought that was quite clever, and that's you using your experience.
Yeah.
Obviously on a guy that's older than you, but that's you using your pro experience to say that this match isn't going well for me just now. I'll take my break just now.
Yeah, and then I went 7-3 up.
Ah,
I
okay.
felt very comfortable. Felt like then I was just gonna run out the match. I mean, 10-4, 10-5, sort of. And then he done what I just done to him. Really, he went in,
Okay.
and before you know it, I think it was 8-5, and it was a bit of a. He's missed a chance and snookered himself on the black, I think. And so I can't go for a finish. I've had to keep playing safe. And I've got him in a snooker, but it's an easy hit, but it's no pocket.
Sure.
So he could have just lashed out. He
Yeah.
played a very clever, like 2 cushion, dead weight dropped me snookered right behind it. And
Okay. And then won the frame for
And then
there.
he won the frame.
Yeah. Which is a horrible one to lose when you're 7
Yeah.
balls against the
Yeah.
8 ball or what have you. So is that you until tomorrow now then?
Yeah, thank God.
Okay, so it's tomorrow morning.
Here, I'll try.
Right, Corey, thanks very much for popping in. Appreciate it, mate. Well done, and good luck tomorrow.
Cheers, Rance. Thanks, mate.
So there you have it. Straight from the horse's mouth, Corey Rees. Absolutely relieved. That's him safely through till tomorrow. He's still in the winner's side. And I tell you what, while we were chatting there, what an absolutely fantastic finish this has been. Matt Farnsworth is uncharacteristically, easy for me to say, made a little mistake, and Louis punishing him. 4-0 Louis Mccool. And this all of a sudden becomes a monumental break for Mark Farnsworth. One of our other Welsh competitors, Craig Marsh, he is 8-3 to the good. He's on table 8. Any Welsh fans want to tune into that, if you just put on IPA streaming, we have got table 8, table 9, table 10. Our featured match is Louis Mccool 4, Mark Farnsworth 0. That is the one we are commentating on, but for anybody with multi-screen or multi-devices, if you like what you're a Craig Marsh fan, like watching Marshy, you can watch him. Or Gavin Robinson against Jamie Burnett, 8-6 Jamie Burnett, but Gavin Robinson at the table with what I can only consider quite a simplistic finish for him on the Reds to go 8-7. So it's all happening here. That's a better break. That is a much better break. And he's made the red. I'm not so sure it's an easy starter. Just when you're struggling, everything goes a wee bit wrong. But I think this is an opportunity that Mark Farnsworth needs to get. Indeed, Gav Robinson has finished that, so just to keep you right up to date, it's now Jamie Burnett 8, Gav Robinson 7. Vivarusco's 2 to the good against Jamie Craig. Gareth Hibbett's 3-1 up on Martin Keenan. Rob Wilson 3-2 on Ray Taylor. and Dan Davey. He's 2 to the good on Dylan Stansfield, who won an epic match earlier on against young Preston McInnes. And talking about the McInnes brothers, Morgan has levelled up against our very own Stevie the Walker. And that's a tough opener for Mark Farnsworth when you're 4-0 down. Hampered Coon over the top of the red. But he's made it. And he's on yellows. I know I've said this on another couple of occasions so far, but I feel these are must-gets. No, although there's been a little error from Mark, you can't. I mean, the bad contact. There's nothing you can do about that. I've been watching him for years, and he ain't going to give up. His head ain't going to go. If anything, he's going to get even more focused when he's behind. He's not happy with that either, but he's still got to get his head up and get these. So he didn't expect to kick the red into the yellow and knock it up the left-hand side. So, perhaps contemplating what's next. He's nudged, he's double nudged, he's hampered Ewan. Has he been I don't think so with a wee look to the left, but has he been fortunate enough that he can push through off this ball at the top left and leave this down to the bottom right? Not so sure. The one person that will be sitting there enjoying this, and that's Louis Mccool. He's missed it. But has he left Louis an opening shot? Now, this shot for Louis will tell me how much Louis come on. Is he going to try and find a hidey hole, a hiding place to stop Mark finishing? Or is he going to push the boat out? Best form of defence being attack. I think he's desperate to play the cut of the ball he's closest to into the left middle. but he loses control of the cue ball. I like the fact he's taking his time on it. So I think there's still some matches still to go on. I just don't think we've got the table availability, because we have got the Isle of Man #1 and Dave Adenall, who helps us out in the commentary booth quite a lot. He's still to go on against Pete Fisher. And I think that's all she wrote for this evening. I think there's only one match still to go on. A little time out for the talker. He's in beside me now. He's telling me it's been a good game so far with him and Morgan McInnes there. Morgan's now 4-3 off. He's gave me some bad news, is he? Ain't? But a little time out after 7 frames. They've just taken a little break. As Stevie says, he's getting all the rubs. I wouldn't expect anything else. Oh, missed what Lewis did there because Stevie came in. But I know he must have fouled. Oh, guys, any's watching there that can fill me in and what actually happened there. Obviously, Stevie popped in to tell me what was going on, and did he lose the cue ball? Anybody watching? Anybody help me out here? What happened there? What? I'll have to watch it back this evening, but how did Lewis foul? However, that Farnsworth will be absolutely overjoyed that Lewis fouled. So I can only imagine that Lewis did go for a pot and discretion wasn't the better part of valour. And he pushed the boat out and he lost the fight, but I may be very wrong. Is there anybody out there that can help me out? Anybody still watching? Regardless, it's now Louis McCool 4, Mark Farnsworth 1. It's a race to 10. Gav Robinson's actually just missed an 8-ball, a tricky 8-ball against Jamie Burnett to go 8-all. Jamie's now got... it's not a straightforward starter. But Jamie's got a good chance of now getting on the hill and 9-7 in front. And Louis will feel after that slip up in the last frame that a breaking dish would be high on his menu here. My phone is pinging like mad. But it's not to tell me about what I missed there. Good chance, Louis. Easy opening starter on yellows. Not as easy on the reds. The yellow he's closest to is the auto connect for the 8-ball. However, he could also take it and open the plate in off the red and open the bag up for the 8-ball. He could actually play this next. He could swing this first yellow off too. He's just happily played for the one up top, so he's got to leave it. So if he does play this, the shot after next, which he's looking at, he's just got to watch where the red that he's taking the yellow off goes. Thanks very much, mate. That's what I predicted that he may very well do. The problem that he had and why he took, thanks guys. Thanks, Colin. I knew he was going to get aggressive on it. It's just the way he plays. The problem was he didn't have control of the cue ball, and he knew that. That's why he took so long on it. I'd change route if I was Lou here. I'd play both into the bottom left, and then off the second one at the bottom left, I'd try and put the cue ball back to where it is just now. I wonder if he's prepared to change, but he can't get straight on this last yellow. He needs angle on it. I don't like this route. I think this can go wrong. I would avoid that. 9-7 Jamie Burnett, he's on the hill against Gav Robinson. Marcy's 8-5 up. Lewis is playing this shot. Don't like it. Didn't like it. Okay, so how's he going to give himself a shot on the 8 ball now? I think I know how. He needs to get straight on the last yellow down the cushion, then he needs to pot it and screw the cue ball back into the red, and then play the 8 ball into the left corner that he needs to put both these yellows in. Dead easy in here. Dead easy in here. He's missed the pot trying to force it. I just didn't like the way he went there. I thought he should have rethought that out. He can ill afford to give Mark Farnsworth more chances. Yeah. So this is going 4-2 here. I've no doubt about it, unless Mark gets another massive kick. So let's see how Lewis deals with making a couple of errors. The old Lewis would have went off his head. The new Lewis, however, just gets on with it. It's also Mark Farnsworth's break next, I believe. Yep. Breaking all the odd frames. Matches start 11 AM. Stream 12:30 tomorrow, guys. Tune in for your Saturday entertainment. And then on Sunday, the last 16 to a winner. Super Sunday. Double elimination until the last 16. Races to 10 and races to 7. And one lucky person is leaving here with £5,000 for Chrissy presents. Much better break, Mark Farnsworth. Yellows look lovely. Easy starter, top left, down for the plant. This could be 4-3. (5-3) Morgan McInnes now against Stevie the Talker Walker. Now basically it's all about this plant here and how it turns out after it. But Mark will be deciding just now is whether if any plays the plant, he stays on. In fact, he's going downstairs. He's not even going to play the plant. He's actually going to use the left middle as a big bag. Yeah. Yeah, play it off the yellow, move the red away. Pretty good. Hadn't spotted it. Mark spotted it. There's not much. I see matches. Misses out on, but I think he's came a roll too far with the cue ball. He would have liked to have been able to play this and then hold for the yellow into the bottom right. Ah, now he's playing the plant. Okay, now, okay. Yeah, very good. So, this is the most important positional shot in the frame. If he gets this one right, it's 4-3. It could have been a slight roll better, but still absolutely fine. I think he can play this various ways. I think he can top it forward, which will probably be selection, or he can screw back. He's a little hampered to play that. But I think what's he doing? He's used the red. Okay, that's perfect. So I was right, he could have been a little bit further, made a little bit harder work than it should have been. However, such an important visit. Can't help but think Louis let him off the hook with that last finish. And you cannot let guys like this off the hook. Great seeing the top players here. Liam Dunster won his match earlier on. Mark Boyle comes into town tomorrow. He's getting an 11 a.m. start tomorrow. Gareth Hibbett is 3-all with Martin Keenan as we speak. And we've got Mark Farnsworth, who was 4-0 down, now 4-3. Craig Marsh is safely... No, he's not safely through. It's actually 8-6 now. 8-6 Craig Marsh. Corey Rees, a 10-9 winner, and Keith Robertson. Gio Egger and Ross Fernley, both safely through. Nice win from young Jack Park, local player, ever improving. 10-5 winner on Blair Dunn. I can't forget Dean Shields or Lee Shepherd. Lee Shepherd, I was very impressed with. A 10-3 victor against Anton Riley. And anybody that knows Anton from Scotland and knows how dangerous a player he is. Okay, so Louis will be very happy at the outcome there. He's potted one into the bottom right. He's got a chance on both sets. I think his preference will be yellows here. He's got an easy enough starter on the yellow to the... In fact, it's yellows all day long here, isn't it? This is a big, big visit. on a middle table, I believe Gavin Robinson has a free shot and a visit and a chance to go hill with Jamie Burnett. Good shot, Lewis. So he's on the preferred set. Just needs to plot his way around how to make this finish as easy as possible for himself. Okay, so he's going to go downstairs here for his awkward jello. I can only imagine. Unless he wants to clear the pathway. There's numerous things he can actually do here. He's on 3 pots. The one at the left middle is the easiest one. He needs to play a good positional shot here. He's overcooked it a little. Okay, and with overcooking it a little, his positional shot becomes a little more of a lottery here. But I believe in Louis' position here, he just the pot first and foremost. If he pots this, I think he's still got a good chance of connecting to a yellow. He missed a one like this earlier. He raised the butt of the cue, and I think here he's just got to take his medicine and stick it in, playing pretty much 12 o'clock on the cue ball and taking his chance for the next yellow. Well, I mean, I know that's not ideal, but that's what happens if you don't put the cue ball exactly where you want. So here he goes. He is playing quite high on it, just the pot this time. Yeah, so he learned for the last time. That's a good shot. That's a pretty good pot. I see Mark. Oh, Mark's on his tiptoes. I think it's to see if he can pot the one into the top left. If he can, Louis get a great chance here because as long as he's not short, nothing for short. He's played that well. He's played it very well. And now it's whether he plays the yellow into the right middle or whether he comes off the cushion on and off and plays it into the same bag he's playing it into. Second last year. Yeah, he's just dropped it in. Yep. Nice look. Nice visit at the table. Very important visit to the table. He doesn't like it for some reason. I wonder if he's prevented from playing the screw shot on and off the cushion here. He might have to find a little gap here. A little 2-inch gap. Oh my God. I don't know what he's done there. I don't like that at all. Oh, Lou. Yeah. I think he rushed the second last yellow a little. Really needs to get this. I don't think he's total snookered, so he needs to go the left cushion and try and make this. He can't cut that, surely. I think he's just checking to see if it's a total snooker. I don't think it should matter. I think he's going to be playing this at a pace that he needs to try and make it. Like his composure, Lewis, because this is the sort of a thing that you used to implode when you made a little mistake like that, especially when Mark's on the comeback trail. The fact that he's taking his time here. Yeah. There's the implosion now, though. So I'm a great believer in the second last object ball. The last object ball is the most important shot at this game. Louis didn't quite put the cue ball where he wanted. In turn, it made his last ball to the 8 ball, which I'm sure if he was here just now he'd say it was still easy, but it was a lot harder than it should have been. Caught the knuckle, missed out the snooker, missed the pot out the snooker. And that's all she wrote. And all of a sudden it's 4-all. Mark Farnsworth hasn't played particularly great. He's 4-all. He's breaking. And if he breaks and dishes here, oh, what a match we have in store. The next couple of visits to the table for both players are massive. And Mark's found the break. And going to look at. Oh, is he a little unlucky? Does the yellow go to the top right? If the yellow goes to the top right, it'll be yellows. If it doesn't, I feel it'll be reds. It's all about the two balls upstairs. Dominic O'Donnell is now only one behind Craig Marsh on the outer table. Oh, sorry, that's not even an outer table, that's actually a stream table, table 8. Andy's at the table. Andy's got a chance on yellows. Oh. Gav Robinson, Jamie Burnett, as went 9-all, guys. So the show tables. Mark Farnsworth spending down. It looks as if this yellow does go. No, he's come back up off it. Don't know if it's affected his concentration there. He's now back down on it. He's nailed it. He's nailed it. And a great chance on yellows for Mark Farnsworth to go 5-4 in front. I'll keep you updated by the Gav Robinson, who is at the table. Jamie Burnett, Hill match. Unless you're multi-devising. But for any Gav Robinson fans, he has a chance. He's on yellows. He has 5 yellows left and the 8-ball sitting lovely on its spot, isolated. Oh, Mark's to use the whole of the bag there, but he's absolutely plumb. I think he can just drop this one into the middle or just pull it back an inch or two. Yellow down the bottom right, followed by the bottom left, 8-ball at the middle, and it looks as if Mark Farnsworth's going to be in a few seconds for now. 5-4 to the good on Louis Mccool. Such a strange match so far. But I tell you what, Mark Farnsworth will be over the moon. Morgan McInnes is stretching away from Stevie. 6-3 to the good now. Mark Farnsworth looks as if he's finally starting to stroke the ball in good. Gav's still at the table. He has got now 4 yellows left and he's absolutely perfect. (5-4) Mark Farnsworth. Gav Robinson is 4 yellows and the 8-ball away from a unbelievable victory against Jamie Burnett, and he's been chasing the whole match. And I think Gav Robinson's perfect, even though he's walking around every shot he plays and shaking his head a little bit, but everybody's got a different way of dealing with the pressure and the nerves. Marshy's got a great chance as well to go on the hill against Dominic O'Donnell, although he's just played a terrible positional shot. Louis setting him up here, thinking to himself, oh dear, what has happened here? Gav Robinson is absolutely perfect. Marshy's recovered by a pot. He's going to have to recover by another big pot. That game's going very close also. Marshy's missed, but he's flicked one. Oh, incredible. Marcy missed the long pot by a week. It's hit the knuckles. We've got over and hit a ball and potted it into the left. That is an unbelievable break for Louis Mccool. That is an unbelievable break for Louis Mccool. Gav Robinson is a 1 yellow and the 8-ball away from a 10-9 victory in the middle table. He's potted the yellow. He has got a shot into the left middle that he normally would get pretty much 9 times out of 10. You can see him in our screens now, just composing himself. Louis is plotting his finish. Marshy has somehow finished started to get on the hill. None too convincing. He's 9-7 at the good against Dominic O'Donnell. Gav Robinson has won 10-9. Apologise to Jamie Burnett. Well done, Gav Robinson. And now back to our featured match.
Next match, table 9, David Admiral, Pete Fisher.
And that's our Craig, who has just announced. Oh, yeah. Okay. So, I think the yellows are still better here, but I think Mark has to play a combo next shot. He's to plot the yellow in at the top left, play the combo, and if he gets the combo, they're pretty straightforward. Louis was very, very indecisive there. Jamie Craig's now 4-2 to the good on Viv Rusco, who held a 2-0 and 2-1 lead. Dan Davies 4-1 up in Dylan Stansfield. Gareth Hibbett is now 4-3 behind against Martin Keenan. Brilliant stuff for Martin Keenan, the Motherwell captain. IPA amateur player. Scottish internationalist. Rob Wilson's 5-3 to the good. Martin's gone. Mark's gone Reds. He's played that brilliant. Brilliant. But I think he needs a slight nudge on either the red or the yellow over here. Just a little flick on the red. That's all that's required here. There. Yeah, very, very, very good. So is he going to come forward here and play? Or is he going to pull the cue ball back to where it is just now and then play the one into the left and thread the gap? Yeah, he's certainly looking at coming forward. Then playing the red into the left and then going off the side left cushion, threading that gap, or even leaving it long. He's looking at it. I think that's the worst outcome if he's straight, but if he's got angle, he can get closer to it. Oh, is that off? Okay. Wow. Wow. Just trying to get too much out of the cue ball. I'd be absolutely a raging resale at Farnsworth. I mean, that, when it's like a Hall of Famer like Mark, does a thing like that, you've then got to ask yourself, like, why is he taking that risk? Yeah, Robert, I agree. And that's what I'm alluding to just now. I mean, he could have brought the cue ball back 6 inches and then just played the cut along, but he's so good with the cue ball that he's probably played the right shot and just not played it particularly well. And that was because he was desperate to get a wee bit more angle so that he could cut the last red in and get up a little closer. Lewis will be absolutely over the moon there because Lewis was on the ropes pretty much. This could give him a second wind. 5-5. Race to 5 now. young Dominic O'Donnell will not go away against Marshy. It's now 9-8 Craig Marsh. However, Morgan McInnes has won the last 4 frames in a row against Stevie the Talker Walker. Gareth Hibbett has equalised. It's now 4-4 against Martin Keenan. Rob Wilson stretches 5-3 in front, and Raymond Taylor. Curtis Lee is doing a job on Cameron Hawes. He's 4 to the good. Paul Hartness 5-2 on Andy McPhee. And Pete Fisher and Dave Adano is our last match on this evening. And any of those guys have still to open their account for the evening. So a little comfort break for Mark. We're just over halfway through this match. Possible 19 frames. 10 in the bag. Stephen Santa playing. Well, it is that time of year for Santa, isn't it? I'm not sure, but in fact, let me find out for you. I think young Santa was playing. Older Santa definitely wasn't playing. Older Santa's just a money match kind of a guy nowadays. Bear with me. Junior lost his first game in the afternoon to Young English lad. Thanks, Robert. I was trying to get the Nokia operation over there. Good break. First instinct tells me Reds, because they don't really see the start unless he has a long starter pot on the yellow. Some good second round matches tomorrow. Dunster Market, Ian Monaghan or Rab Stephen, Matt McAllister Jr., Ross Fernie, Corey Rees, David Kadir, Christian Phillips, Gio Egger. All the rest are undecided at the moment. Marshy, I believe, has just eliminated Dominic O'Donnell. And Mark has elected the Reds. And there's a decent little chance of getting his nose in front. Andy McPhee's just pegged the frame back against Paul Hartness. Just a little out of sorts. So, chance for Lou. I'm not sure about that, Lou. So you might even have to use the 2 reds here to stay on that shell. That's okay. So that's a shot there, guys. That, I mean, it's easy in here, and I don't want to be overcritical in here, but he just can't be shot there. You just cannot be shot there. Even if he's straight there, Lou, even if he's hampered over the top of the reds, he just slides that pot in and then takes a long one. But he's up against it now. Dan Davey 6-1 up on Dylan Stansfield. Gareth Hibbett's now 5-4 to the good on Martin Keenan. Louis having to dig in a toughie. Yeah. Oh my goodness. That's just absolutely crazy. And that's even more crazy. And Mark's just went and collected the ball that Louis taking off the table, and he must have been thinking to himself, give me a few more frames because I'm not on the best of form myself tonight. So anything like that's going to be a total bonus. That's the downside of Lou. I'm not going to lie, I love Louis. Don't like that side of things at all. I'm sitting watching the Moscone Cup. I do a wee bit of refereeing for McGoldricks and for the matchroom event is in here. I love 9 balls rule on the concession of a frame. If you concede the frame, you lose the next one. And I'll tell you what, all the IPA or Saltire or the SP or whoever it may be, if they introduce that, players just wouldn't do it, guys. Because if you do that, you then lose the frame that you conceded and you'd lose the next one. I just think it's a thing that we should certainly be looking at introducing. Nice break. Don't want to be too critical of Lou because he's not. Listen, I've done it myself. You get that disappointed. I know friends of mine have done it. They get that disappointed that they do it. Aye, Robert, that's the case. But honestly, it's certainly a thing that I would. It's the thing that I did suggest to the guys at the IPA. I just honest. You'd only ever do it once, then if you lose the next rack for it, next frame for it, whatever it may be, you'd stop doing it, that's for sure. Because it'd be like double punishment. Buzzbomb, you must have done that a few times in your career. That's why he's nicknamed Box Office, guys. Because you just don't know what you're going to get with him. Gibbs is one of the good friends that didn't want to spoil his day after signing up a nice little deal today with the boys at Elite Billiard Supplies. But again, Gibbs is one of the players that if you brought the jeopardy rule in and you were going to lose the next frame after it, you wouldn't do it. What a pot. So after losing the flop, what a starter pot that is for Lou. like that shot. I really like that shot Lou's just played there. This is actually a pretty straightforward finish now. Runs round off 2 cushions from the ball into the bottom right. Plays the yellow into the right centre. Top right, bottom left, 8 ball. This is just typical Lou Mccool. After totally losing the plot, he's just going to I tell you what, I hope there's no windows in this place, because if he doesn't get these here, these balls could be getting up all over Rutherglen. Just brilliant. Honestly. What a character, man. What a character. The good, the bad and the ugly. That is just absolutely insane stuff for Louis Mccool. Box office, Louis Mccool. I'll just give you the frame, that last one, because I'm raging at a mist, and then I'll just break and dash the next one, shake my head. Go back to my seat. Brilliant. Good match. Great match. Rated in the madness indeed. Right, anyway. I've just went a limited match in the Moscone Cup as well. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend it, Robert, but hey, yeah, sometimes it does. That's for sure. Farnsworth's break over the last row, my God. There's that red gone, no, it's still moving. Oh dear. Those reds were sitting beautiful until that happened. Now, I wonder if Mark can play the red into the bottom bag, get round off 2, leave the red into the middle, play that and cannon in to the red and yellow. It's a plant upstairs, and still be on the red into the bottom left. Or is he going to go yellows? Contain. What do you think, guys? In fact, the division I have in my latter years at this game, it's unbelievable. Maybe not even 2 cushions, maybe just 1 cushion to leave the angle. Pot the yellow, the red into the left middle, up, play the cannon, and you've still got the ball downstairs to fall back on into the bottom left. No, he's taking the yellows. That feeling. He's going to contain, going to just develop this and hide in. Yeah, I don't blame him one bit. That's okay. However, just let Louis see the red, and his yellows ain't in a favourable position when he comes back to the table. Yeah, Tony, that's down to the TD and the IPA rules, mate. That's... I'm not sure there's anything in the T's and C's about that sort of a thing. However, I do believe there should be. I do believe there should be, and it's a thing that I would feed back to Steve and Paul and Braun, to be honest with you. And they can then just turn and say, if it's a go today with you, you're just a daft commentator, come referee. So, and I'd say, well, okay, no problem. Now, Lou. If Lou gets this red in front of the yellows and kills the top right-hand corner pocket, that would be very mature of Lewis. And tell me that he is not minding mixing it up nowadays. Yeah, that's exactly what he's played. Yeah. Yeah. Now you would expect Mark to at least take the left corner pocket. So when it comes to this game, I would say Mark's big favourite. Big favourite. But you just never know. Okay. That's not the best. Well, wonder if Lou can just... nah. See, if I was Lou, then I'd be playing the red upstairs beside the 8 ball. Just developing that and saying, right, I'm attacking you. Scarred the boss. That's it. I'm not getting involved, Paul. That's for the powers that be. No one hint. Lewis didn't play a good shot. The shot previously there. And now he's got to watch what he's doing. I thought he should have brought the balls out into play, tried to get that bag. He's got to watch he doesn't lose control of this top right corner. The best shot for him to do just now is probably just to play the double kiss on this. If he plays any down here, he's going to lose control up there. Don't do it, Lou. Don't do it. Don't do it, Lou. Don't do it. Okay. He's done it. Maybe get a little fortunate with where the cue balls lay, because it makes this shot for Mark to try and get the top right hand corner bag covered a little bit more difficult. Team USA have got 4 balls here for them. That's watching the Moscone. Is he going to play this in off the 9? No. 6-9 combo. Paul Hartless 6, Andy McPhee 4, Stevie Walker's on the comeback deal. He's won back-to-back frames there. It's now Morgan McInnes 7, Stevie Talker Walker 5, Gareth Hibbett 7-5 to the good on Martin Keenan, Curtis Lee 8-0 on Cameron Hawes. Jamie Craig is now, so not a bad shot. USA have just taken the team match, so the Moscone Cup is hotting up. Lewis is looking at getting the top left corner bag here, and if he doesn't, he could be beat. Either that or he has to move the yellow away that Mark's actually going to use to play off the red over on the right-hand side. And you don't have to be the brain of Britain to know that that's what Mark's setting up for over there. Needs to get this. If it doesn't get this, he's beat. Okay. Now, maybe a half chance for Mark. The only thing he's got on his side just now, Louis, is the 8 ball. So Mark's just going to take this bag, isn't he? Yeah. Just outmanoeuvred, Louis. Now he needs to play the double up. No point touching him, Lou. You need to leave him there. She's picked in worse trouble, Lou. Mark's not going to cover the top left. What Louis needed to do there, in my opinion, guys, was play the double, the one that's closest to the 8 ball spot up onto the red over there. Yeah, he's just... You're in trouble, Lou. You're in trouble, my friend. Now all Louis can do here is just leave the red on the 8 ball. Try and make it as hard for Mark. No, don't touch that, Louis. That's your last bastion of hope. Oh, okay. Okay. Right. So, Louis got to go for this, believe it or not. Don't know how he's going to get it, but he needs to go for it. There's no hiding place. Can he pop this in the left middle? No. Okay. No. You don't see frames like this very often, modern day guys. But I am sure this frame is only a shot or two away from completion. Oh, Europe actually won that. It's 8-2 Europe. Now, I do believe that Louis has to go now. He just has to. It's a very, very low percentage finish, but what else can he do here? He's just very low percentage, but in my opinion, he needs to play the pot in at the bottom right. He needs to leave an angle on there. Nah, what's he doing? Nah, I'm not sure, look. Again. In fact, you've just handed Mark the frame here. I mean, he doesn't need to go, but he can. This is a strange frame. What is Mark's decision? Mark's decision indeed is to go here. Or is it? He's going to play and pot this and dislodge, isn't he? He knows he's got the ball down the bottom to fall back on if things go Pete Tong. But he needs this yellow into open play. Played that great. In an ideal world, the ball he's playing now with the ball to get you on the 8 ball, however, he needs to take it. That's pretty good. Bottom left wants to put the cue ball on the same line as the black spot. He might even swing round off too here to make sure you can get up closer to it. Oh, swing round indeed. That's the old school. Yeah. There we go. The old school there. Then the balls went tight. Farnsworth knew exactly what he was doing. Lewis just didn't want to know. (7-6) Mark Farnsworth. Dan Davey 8-1 off on Dylan Stansfield. Stevie Walker back within 1 of Morgan McInnes. Titanic match over there in table 3. Now 7-6 Morgan McInnes. Gareth Hibbett 8-5 on Martin Keenan. Rob Wilson 8-4 on Ray Taylor. Curtis Lee, what a job he's doing on Cameron Hawes. 8-0 to the good. And Pete Fisher and Dave Adenauer 2-2 in table 9. Jamie Craig 7-2 to the good on the Favrusco, her own like female competitor. So here comes Louis, 7-6 down, big break. I'll go at him right, needs that 8 ball in. Oh, he'll be relieved at that because he did not catch them at all. So void break, he'll set them up again. (9-1) Dan Davey on the hill against young Dylan Stansfield. Curtis Lee 9-0 up on Cameron Hawes. The last match of the evening, what's that going to be? What am I predicting? It's going to be Pete Fisher, Dave Adenauer, but to be fair, it was the last match one, quite an evenly balanced game as well. Pete Fisher's a very, very good amateur player. And Dave, it's one of our top pros. It's just a good match. So here we go, round 2 for Louis Mccool, breaking in the 14th frame. That's a better break. Has he got one? The answer's no. See a half chance on yellows. He's got one bad yellow, Mark Farnsworth. However, after the last frame, you'll be feeling pretty good about yourself if the balls go quite scrappy. So The only slight issue I see is the yellow that is on yellows, that as if that's his decision. As the one that's obviously closest to the 8 ball. I wonder if he could play a 3 ball plant on the yellow at the middle from it. Or use that yellow to bring it into play. Who knows? One thing's for sure, Mark will know a heck of a lot better than me. Gareth Hibbett's now on the hill. He's 9-5 to the good against Martin Keenan. He's turned that match around. Morgan finishes at the table against Stevie Walker. Stevie must have had a chance because on Morgan bust. So that match looks as if it's gone 7-7 over there. That's taking his time, but he is taking yellows after a bit of deliberation. And he's attacking that badge yellow instantly. I wonder if he's now set it into a 3 ball plant. If he has, he's had a little rub of fortune, but he did play an aggressive stroke. Okay, so Stevie's 2 balls away from possibly going 7-7 with Morgan. He's on a tricky 8 ball that should have been a heck of a lot easier still, Stevie. However, he's nailed it. It's 7-all. That's decided against the 3 ball plant. He's just ducked safe. Or played safe. I did say I'm not using any making terminology at all. Louis wouldn't feel like playing safe after that last frame. I don't think he's any pot at all. Unless he has a plant into the left middle, I very much doubt. Oh, he's got the pot locked way long. Oh, look at this. Oh, look at this. Well, needs to stop. Oh dear. I don't know quite what he tried there. Just unleashed a fierce pot. Like that shot though. That's a good shot. Good shot, Lou. See, Martin he won't be wanting to let Lou see any reds here, but he'll also not want to knock at the yellow that he's going to play safe. Because Mark's sat and finish now. Yeah. Yeah. I get the feeling Lou needs to finish us. How's he going to do it? Well, ladies and gents. Rob Wilson's now on the hill. He's 9-4 up on Raymond Taylor. Curtis Lee's at the table. 9-0 to the good against Cameron Hawes. A lot of guys have won qualifiers and things like that to enter these tournaments. Play against the pros. Gareth Hibbett's now safely through it. A 10-5 victor on Martin Keenan. Brilliant shot, Lewis. And now I think he needs to play a double. There's no hiding place here for Lewitt. This needs to be a backs to the ball finish, a very low percentage finish. But if there's one man in this room capable of it, it's Lou. Good shot maker. Even if he gets this double, I mean, where's his cue ball gone? Okay. Right, okay, he's got a shot into the top right now. Right, and all he can do is keep potting here. It's his only chance. Right, so how's he play this? Does he screw this in? Does he top it in and career into the yellows upstairs? Morgan McInnes 7, Stevie Walker 7, Rob Wilson on the hill. Curtis Lee's through now. 10-0 victor. That's a great performance. Oh my God. Lewis has put that much side on the ball. And he's dipped into the shot a little bit that he has filled. I think there was a slight debate on whether it was a foul or not, but it was most clearly a foul. Interested to see the way Mark plays this year. If he's got to play this in off the other end, hasn't he? That's going to open that middle bag up. That was what he was going to do with the cue ball. Okay. I'm surprised at where he put the cue ball. I thought his next protocol would have been the one at the top left. Thought the one at the right middle was the connect for the 8 ball, but I can understand with the two reds there, it's... I think the only thing he would have changed there is his cue ball. Still plot his way into finishing it, but could have been a bit simpler. Yeah, he's still taking the ball that I thought he would have played for. Yeah, he's back in shape. He's coming downstairs right away. This is quite bold. I think he's okay. He's in the one up the top left. So he's back in shape again. He's plumb. You just know he's not going to make mistakes here. He's been here, done it over and over and over. Okay. So, if anything were to go wrong in this finish, it's this next shot. If he gets this just right, easy street. But he needs to play a good positional shot here. And there's two ways he can go, actually. He can play the one closest to the 8 ball, screw back, and get very, very good on the one to the left centre. And if he gets good on it and straight on it. Okay. He's actually taking the one to the right centre, by the looks of things. Yeah. Then taking the one to the left centre and then just pulling it back a few inches or even inside the Reds. Played this very well. Yep. Don't even think he'll try and come as close as the Reds. He'll just be happy to leave his cell a wee short at it. Oh, he has. He's actually used the Reds. That's brilliant. He's just so good with the cue ball. Been there, done it. Wore the T-shirt. 8-6, Mark Farnsworth. Jamie Craig's on the hill against Fabrusco, 9-2, Jamie Craig. It's still locked at 7-7 with Morgan McInnes and Stevie at the talk up the walk up. Rob Bilston's 9-5 to the good on Raymond Taylor. Paul Hartless is 8-4 up on Andy McPhee. And our last match of the evening, Dave Adenall is 3-2 up on Pete Fisher. That's on table 9 for any of the Isle of Man fans. Dave looks as if he is quite an easy 8-ball in the middle away if he going 4-2 to the good. So even if and when this transmission finishes on the feature table, you will still be able to watch IPA live streaming and watch table 9 between Pete Fisher and Dave Adenall, especially. I've been watching a little bit of the 9-ball, Chris, but I'm trying to concentrate on this game just now. Both German kids are really good. To me, Joshua Fuller's the best 9-ball player on the planet. But I do like Moritz Nijhuisen as well. I had the pleasure of refereeing him here for the Scottish Open. That happens yearly. Mark Farnsworth the break, 8-6 to the good. He's starting to nail the break. Oh dear. A couple of little unforced errors early. Had a really bad contact at one stage. He's did well to get back in this. Yellows are looking pretty good here. Can even afford to take your head onto the yellow, which he's did. Horrible rule that, but when you need to use to get a total advantage. I think he's got the perfect angle on the plant. All he has to do is make this. Yep. Oh, it's a little slack. It's a little slack, because I'm sure in the perfect world he'd have wanted to play this to the bottom left and then the one to the left middle. I'm not so sure he can hold now. Much better now, Chris. That was a heck of a couple of weeks. That was a hell of a cold. Maybe I'm just getting old, pal. So indeed, well, he's played a little nudge. There we go. Even the great. Oh, he's absolutely raging. Even the great players, if they lose that cue ball just slightly, it knocks him out a little bit. And he did all the hard work with the very first shot, switched off a little bit for the plant, and now he's going to have to find something again. This is where I wish I had multi camera angles. Oh, he's still on the one at the top left, I think. Yeah, but there within lies the problem of trying to nudge a ball into play, but absolutely raging. Okay, so Lewis, what have you got? You've been shut out the last couple of frames. You've lost a tactical battle. And then you had no chance in the last frame. And then you've just snickered yourself on a hanging ball, mate. Oh, wow. Okay, Lou. Right. So what does he do? Play a plant? Play Cuesh first? Try and pot the ball over the top left? Or does he play the thin clip on the one into the top right? Yeah, a bit of an oopsie, mate, but Lewis has did a bit of an oopsie with his first shot. He's played it like a stun on and off a cushion. All I had to do was just make sure he was guaranteed on the hanger, so. Aye. Oh, I thought Lou was in off there. I think that would have been a match concession there. However, what a chance to get back in it now. Yeah, perfect. Oh, you've got to take it. Oh, I don't like this. I don't like this, lads. I played it well, but I didn't like it. I did defo took the one along the course, yeah. Played it well. Played it well. Aye, without the door open, right through the door. Aye, mate, definitely see him. Okay, 8-7. Big break. Mark's actually out broke Louis here. Morgan McInnes, 8. Stevie the Talker Walker, 7. I'm going to look up. Stevie's at the table. Who's Stevie's son, man? So he is. Morgan's one of the best players in the country. One of the best pros in the IPA. Stevie loves a challenge. He really, really does. Gizmo, how's it going? All right. Gizmo, you know him only too well. However, they're all being poking a little fun. That Lou. Is he breaking this away from levelling up at 8-all here? He needs to. He's had one absolutely brilliant, I would call it a Boyle style break, and he needs to replicate that here. Obviously keeping the cue ball on the table. Yep, he has replicated it there. Now, has he got the fortune of a shot? No, he's not. Wow, that's a brilliant break. Now, however, if he can play it, yeah, it was a great break, Chris. If he can play the red here and stick the cue ball back to where it is, wouldn't it be the worst? Surely he's not going to go for this. I like that. I like that, Luke. That's good maturity, fella. Because in the past, he would have went for the cut on that red. Is that a little bit of bait? Can Lou manufacture some sort of a plant? Dave Adenau goes 5-3 up on Pete Fisher. Stevie Walker still at the table against Morgan McInnes. Trying to peep through. But he's not in good shape. He's had to play a double, which he's missed, so Morgan's got a chance of getting on the hill. No tension about the Raswan saga about Walker and McInnes, absolutely none. Trying to create drama that's no drama, to be honest with you. Another mature shot for Lou. And anyway, thanks for mentioning that. I must do a wee shout out to our sponsors here. Supreme Pool Tables, Strachan 861 Cloth, the brilliant Pro Cup Aramith Pool Balls. All the guys are decked out and dressed in their on-board stuff. ADR Q-tips as well. Let's not forget ADR. If you're listening, Andrew, listen you for a while. And our I-beam lights. And all at 8 Ball Direct. So Mark Farnsworth's been the one that's been tempted into the plant. He's missed it. Great chance for Lewis to level up. Let's not forget the main guy who makes all this possible, Craig Anderson. Of Scottish Cuesports Streaming, but also working for the IPA. And we're in the award-winning McGoldricks Pool and Sports Bar. Anybody that's never been in here, get yourself in here. Dave, you and Lewis would be a box office match. I've thoroughly enjoyed watching you playing in the amateurs, and I just love the way you play the game, mate. Even though I'm an old studious player, when I played the game, I just love watching you and the guys like Lewis. You're just like box office, as I say. It's a shame you're not here this weekend, but hopefully see you in the pro ranks next year, Dave. Okay. Now, did Lou play that, or did he play for the mini kick on the yellow? What's Lewis' plan? What's Lewis's plan here for? The red next to the 8 Ball as well. Okay. Still don't know his plan. Thankfully, Lewis knows his plan. Oh, did you not make the Isle of Man, Dave? Right, okay. Ah, right, okay. Aye, okay. I'll stick in a good word for you, Dave, because I think you're class. And by the way, what a shot, Louis Mccool. What a shot. And that's even better. Now all Lewis needs to do is get himself on the right hand cushion. If Lewis can stick this into the top left and put the cue ball on the right cushion, this is going to eat all. Just came a little straight. Oh, Lou. Skipped him a Lou. What have you done? Now does he need to play the big screw shot? Oh. Or can he power stun across? So, in my opinion, Lou played that shot a little bit quicker. That was the money shot. But I know he's such a buzz player as well. It's hard. Oh, he looks as if he's playing the screw shot here. This can go wrong, guys. He's played it wonderfully, however. What a shot, Lewis Mccool. Who cares about paying attention and taking that wee bit extra time when you've got all these shots in your arsenal? The good and the bad of Louis Mccool all in one frame. Just a banana arc indeed. Everybody's got views, mate. Everybody's got opinions. All these guys are good friends. Aye, Gizmo, he can cue the ball, can't he? 8-8, Mark Farnsworth to break. Paul Hartness is on the hill against Andy McPhee. Rob Wilson's on the hill against Raymond Taylor. Stevie Walker's still fighting against Morgan McInnes. It's 8-7. Morgan McInnes' ball in hand, though. It's just about to go 9-7 Morgan McInnes. Dave Adenall 6-3 up on Pete Fisher. Big break here. Stay tuned for the outcome of this match, guys. Stay with me. And then we're back at 12:30 tomorrow. Although there's some... oh my God, that isn't a dry break, is it? Oh, heavens above. Not only is it a dry break, but I think Lewis can put the ball at the yellow into the bottom left and then develop his only badge yellow. This could be 9-8 Lewis McCool in a blink of an eye. Yeah, of course he's got to back his dad. That's just one of the things, Ryan. As I say, it's... brilliant shot, Louis McCool. Let's not spoil the fun of this match, guys. We can get political or anything like that. At the IPA we play on Supreme Tables, they've been kicking about for 40 odd years. Tried, tested, been there, fought off all the rivals. I'm sure they will in the future as well. Guys, we'll give him a break. I tell you what. So, I can actually spot a little bit of adrenaline with Louis. He's playing that a little bit faster. The side he's got on this. Oh, fantastic, however. Needs to slow down. Louis just needs to slow down. I tell you what, if I'm Louis, I'm probably putting this ball into the bottom left here and just stopping the fight exactly where the yellow is. The ball he's playing just now, I believe in it to last. Have a look, Louis. Have a look. Not sure about this. I love it though. Love it though. Tell you what, Louis played that shot as if it was easy. That was no easy shot. So Louis is 3 balls away from going. Oh, he's played that great as well. So will he stun the gap here, or will he just like go on and off the cushion and leave the black long? Well, he's stunning the gap all day long, isn't he? Or he might even screw with it. Oh, he's screwed it in. What a beautiful cue Louis has. 9-8 Louis McCool. And he's breaking. And his last break was good. So, exciting climax to the night, guys. All Louis will be thinking about just now is making sure he gets it as 9-7 Morgan McInnes on the outer table. And I can see him sitting having a convo with Dylan. So that tells me that Stevie Walker is at the table. And Stevie's just potted a red. So Stevie's on a dish to keep in the match. Rob Wilson's at the table with a chance of eliminating Raymond Taylor. Pete Fisher's at the table to try and keep tabs on Dave Adenall. Now, I was conversing with Louis earlier, and he told me that he lost, as I alluded to earlier in the commentary, that he lost a match here last year, 10-9 to Mark Farnsworth. He was desperate to try and seek revenge. And he'll be looking at this break and saying, right, it's in my own destiny. But if he comes dry or he doesn't get one or what have you, he knows he hands that all over to Mark. So an enormous break in this match for Lou Mccool. He's nailed the break brilliantly. Has he got one though? I think he's dry, you know. Oh dear. Look at those yellows. There's one troublesome yellow. And that's the one closest to the right corner pocket. And if that sneaks in, he's taking the reds. He's actually taking the reds. Oh, and quite rightly so, I didn't see that. I didn't see it. But obviously both reds go up the top left. They're pretty straightforward. This is going 9-9, guys. Oh dear, oh dear. So what Louis sitting there praying for now is a Mark Farnsworth dry break. And I think Mark has been slightly, and it's not his forte. I'm sure he would tell everybody that. Yeah, I see it, Chris. I seen it, pal. Too late, unfortunately. Sometimes you open your mouth in here and you've just got to make a call. And it was a 50-50. I got it wrong. But Lou will be sitting praying for a Mark Farnsworth dry break. The only shot that can go wrong here is this one. But he's absolutely perfect. He's just going to get past the 8 ball here and he's perfect. He's a bit unfortunate. He did cream it, Gizmo. I think one knocked. I think one was heading toward the middle, and because of the ferocity of the break, it actually knocked another one out the road. Sometimes you can hit them too good, believe it or not. Yeah, good shot. Perfect. And a lovely wee angle just to drip it in. Came down for the 8 ball. 9-9. Mark Farnsworth at break. What an entertaining match to finish this Friday evening. So Louis will be sitting there thinking, you're not beating me 10-9, and then he's going to be saying, however, it's not my destiny anymore. This is just about everything, this match. Now, what drama is there to unfold in this decider? Dave Adenau is just about to go 7-3 up on Pete Fisher. Morgan McInnes has eliminated our talker, Stevie Walker, by 10 frames to 7. Good run, Steve. The handshake. Mark Farnsworth now toweling down his break cue. Taking that bit of extra care, cleaning the cue ball. Only 2 matches remain. Unless there's something last minute, Lewis McCool has a chance. The balls are congested. He's got a starter pot. He has a yellow into the right middle. And it may, yeah, at least one of the yellows go at the right middle. It's quite a thin cut, but I pretty much certain Louis will be going for the yellows here. Do you agree with me, guys? Do you think Louis is going to have a go? is. Here it goes. It's in. Now, how's his fortune? It's pretty good, because I think he's got the one into the bottom left. The one that's beside the red. It's on the left cushion. If not, he's definitely on the one at the bottom right. He can try and come round and kick balls out. Oh, he's definitely going. Loving this interaction, guys. And there is a big decision. He's not even looked at the one in the right hand side, so he must think that things can happen down here with these yellows. Although I don't know what he's looking at there. He's definitely not going to cover the bag, Chris. That I guarantee you. He's definitely not going to cover the bag. This is a hard situation to play a tactical shot when you've got a good chance of winning the match. And especially when you're as aggressive as Lou, covering the bag's not. It would amaze me if he played that shot. No, that was the shot he was always going to play. I didn't like the force kick though, and I tell you what, he's handed the match to Mark. Mark's going to play the pot, the slodge here, and I think I'd have been more inclined to play the one into the bottom right there, guys, and take my chance that way, getting off the cushion and into them in. Aye, well, he had a good opportunity. Yeah, it is a surprising miss, James. Just a little bit of nerves. That's perfect. Yeah, he did rush it. He actually Chris cued it quite quick. And that's just nerves, mate. Because you're talking about one of the best cue actions probably in Scottish pool, and you just get a little bit fierce on it. Cracking match, though. Cracking match. Aye, mate, the soccer world, he's not missing for here. He's done this a million times over the years. It's really just a matter of how he takes them. I'd be surprised if he left the one upstairs to last. I would probably play that next. So I'd play the one at the right middle, then the one at the top left. I think it's very, very hard for it to go wrong that way, but this guy knows better than any of us. Might be a little straight on this just now. A little straight on the one at the right middle, so. Yeah. Also that one to the left middle's. Right, okay, so he's definitely taking the one into the right middle, but it seems to be throwing gas. Okay, right, so what's he taking next? Because he's good on all four balls, believe it or not. Really good on all four. But it's just whatever ball he thinks is better for his pattern. I held the spot out, the one that I thought he would have played for, which is the one up to the top left, but I don't think he'll be taking that now. A little bit straight on it. So he is taking this one to the left middle. Cueball's manoeuvring about a little bit here though. Oh, here you go. There you go. See? Cueball was manoeuvring about a little bit. However, he's still got a pot into the, and that's so on Mark Farnsworth. Like, shows you the pressure. Gets to everybody. But I knew he knew that ball was a little bit of a problem because he couldn't leave it till last to get on the 8 ball, or he would have had to have swung round anyway. Fortunately for Mark, he's still on the pot to the bottom right and a pot to the right middle.
Yeah, you see the angle there, Renzi, as I've just popped in.
Stevie's back. Stevie's back. It doesn't take Stevie long. He's nailed that. Where's the cue ball? He's absolutely fine. And he'll be relieved. What a match.
I was watching the scores from afar as I was through the tables, and I could see that they were more or less level pegging most of the way through.
Great match. It's had a bit of everything. Louis will be gutted because I was talking to him earlier about how he lost in a Hill Decisive at the mark last year.
And that was a bit.
But it'll be dangerous tomorrow as well, Louis, and that the loser side. Yeah, brilliant match, brilliant way to end the evening.
Yeah, good stuff. Well done, Mark Farnsworth.
Yeah, tremendous match.
We go live tomorrow, mate, about 12:30. So, not really sure what matches it is. Me and Morgan served up a classic there. We served up a wee bit of a classic. He's beat me 10-7, and he won 3 or 4-1 on the rubs. But it was one of the games. No, he actually says to me, Ben Stevie, I think that's 3 or 4-1 to me. And it had moments of madness off two ways, but it had some good stuff as well. And
very similar to this game.
But I'm watching for afar, Renzi, is the scores are going up and down, and I'm looking there just to see, because I'm not getting much reaction after Lewis, which is rare, Mr. Box Office, but
he did concede one at one stage, and there was a tactical frame he just really got out thought in, but hey ho, listen, it was a great match.
I see the Dave Adenall match on right now. It started really late, him and Pete Fisher.
I tell you what, he's played really well, Dave. I've been watching me excerpts of this match, and that's the sort of thing he's been doing well.
Yeah, I think he can just nudge your head here.
Perfect. That's exactly what he played for.
Do you know, it's funny, Renzi, because obviously you know me, I don't really lift a queue anymore, and people go, but you go to tournaments, and I go, I'm not saying I don't, but that's when it frustrates me there, because I could have won that match comfortably.
I was commenting on how you seem to raise your game against the better players, and that must be a frustration.
It's annoying, because I think don't get me wrong, Morgan was, as much as he was good, it was one of the games where I probably think, and he would probably say, I actually believe he would say, there probably didn't deserve to be a winner or a loser, because there wasn't it between the two. There really wasn't. 10-7 score. Some frames could have went either way, but it's one of the funny ones where I'm thinking, I'm annoyed because if I'm playing, Sheppy's watching, they went, you played quite well there, mate. It was just a couple of wee bits, and I went, mate, it annoys me. That's when it does annoy me that I'm not putting in any time, because if I'm sharp,
because that could be the difference. I get it. I get it.
That's when it does bug me, but. There's a couple of moments. I'm a wee bit hard done by in a couple of moments, and his break was quite good. Then it wasn't him. Mine was terrible. I changed. I was all over the place, left, right, middle, break queue, playing queue.
Sounds very similar to the match that I just commentated on, because the Mark Farnsworth, who is self-admittedly not the best breaker of the balls, outbroke Louis there.
Right.
And he's won 10-9, and it makes all the difference. You know, it makes all the difference. Talking about breaks,
I know, he's absolutely whopped him there, mate. Boss flying. That's the. Do you know, there's one or two, and again, Morgan, I think he's made a couple of dishes. Morgan likes to mark them down, so I remember he said two of them. But I'm pretty sure the two of them were on my break.
Right, okay.
But they were good breaks.
Aye, sure.
And they're sitting great.
But like reverse dishes then?
Aye, and
What do
nothing's...
you mark? I didn't know you marked them then.
Aye, it's just a run out, so people put it...
Ah,
I don't mark them
okay,
at all.
Got you, yeah.
I don't bother, because I've had a couple there myself and I've no marked them, and actually I looked over and I've went, oh, he's putting them up, but it was Marcy a wee while ago and he went, Stevie, I've asked a few people this, you get an extra point or something for it? And I was like, I don't think so, and he went, well, I just don't get it. It'd be different if it was like some kind of table and you got something at the end for the most dishes or something, then he would probably put them up.
Stevie, why do you do he's one it's for socials. Don Sosie, I believe. Stevie, you can answer for yourself, mate.
Why do you aftercom on certain shots?
Why do you comment? I think
I get what you're saying. So why do I do a voice-over commentary on... I wish I could... Do you know what, to be honest with you? There's been loads of people through time where there's certain shots they've played and certain things and they've went, mate, when I've been here... Like Robert Stevens shared one and I'm going, I tell you what, and I'm basically going off my head to a shot. Ryan Davies' big shot, and there's loads of them that I've been doing live, and people have shared them, and they got a wee bit. And I thought, so if any big shots out there, I'm doing wee voice over them, some fun. But some of them have had like 200,000 views.
Stevie, see that Stevie Kirkpatrick shot, right? It might not look as good as what it was, but I was so close to calling it a re-rack, and I'm talking about like the very tiniest of little margins, right? Cue ball just to get in no more. So I was thinking I was going to have to call
no. Listen, honestly, it's one of the things.
Unbelievable shot. Unbelievable shot.
So there's certain ones. There's actually been a couple of people now sending me shots, and they'll say to me, mate, I don't know.
Do a voiceover?
You might want to do something with that.
Look at that break for Dave Adam.
I'm not really clued up on doing these things like with my face and my reaction on the. I'm not really clued up on social media, so I've just been doing the voiceover just with the voice. But people have said to me, Stevie, you need to get yourself like with your face and going now with your reactions, and I know loads of people do that. But no, I just basically had a few people sharing videos of me kind of reacting live, and then thought, you know what, I'll do that with some of the shots, as long as it's maybe no go already get commentary and or music or stuff playing over the top of it. I'll only do it if it's somewhere where they've got a live feed, but it's no so that way it sounds as if it's done live kind of thing.
This could be all she wrote here. Dave Adenall has a great chance of clinching his second round berth.
Do you know it was a cracker? Mark Gohuli played a couple of beauties, right? And he commented on the voiceover commentary I did, and he went, "That's unbelievable, mate. I didn't even see you in the building."
Oh, yeah. I remember you saying it.
He's thinking that I was there, and he's just not seen me commentating on the shot. And I'm like, Mark, I'm sitting on my couch. I've just seen... basically, again, that was Mad Midlothian Mick. He says to me, mate, you need to go... And I asked, Dave McLaren got me basically the minute that the shot was at, and he sent me... And so, as I say, people have been sending me the clips to do it, so... But some of them have had a couple of 100,000 views, so why not? I think Mad Midlothian Mix is at about 400,000, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So...
Does he get reimbursed for that, Mad Midlothian Mick?
Well, if it hits the million, I maybe give him a couple of pounds.
I agree, Don. So it's...
Oh, he's all right. He's all right.
See the ball he's going to play now? I'd actually left that to last.
I agree. I see as he was playing that, he was bridging over the red and yellow at the bottom left, so I didn't know they were there, and I'm thinking,
I would still take it last.
He's going to leave a plant to
That's
that.
fine.
Oh.
That's fine. Dave's meant to do this.
Yeah, because he's having to play a positional shot there when, as you say, when you play it last, you're just potting it.
Don't get me wrong. I think what he's done there is it's balled down to the bottom right, and then he doesn't have to play a plant. But I'd have still played. I'd have just dragged that plant. And maybe I think it's one of these shots. Remember we were talking earlier about you don't quite see it. So in fact, I'm probably doing a David a disservice. I think he did go the right way, and he's just got a little bit quick on that one there. Unfortunately, the way Louis did on the pot to dislodge the ball at Hill.
Oh, that's came out pretty good, if you ask me.
Yeah, he's still got the issue of the ball on the right side. He could play it last, I suppose. He could also play the double. Where do you think the one he's closest to goes, Stevie?
I think he can pop that cushion blacking in, to be honest. But, I mean, to me...
He doesn't want to move the black away, does he?
I look at that now. I didn't used to. I used to think to myself, right, I need to get it in that bag because it's closest to it. A lot of practice with Robert Stephen and guys like that made me think to myself, there's loads of space in behind that. What am I thinking? So, to me, I'm trying to get to the left-hand side of the table and pop it in the top right.
What sort of angle do you think he's got on the one at the top right here?
Well, I think his shot's got to be to get to the side.
Yeah.
I think he can just
Then
stunt
play the
past
one
the
down
red,
the rail,
down the cushion.
and then actually
Yeah.
play in behind. Right,
100%.
okay. So I think he would have played that fade angle. I think he's running away for it. That's the issue.
I think he's just off straight, but I think he's maybe heading. I think he could probably run to the baulk line, but I don't think the angle that he's got, he would have to really hammer it to try and come down the base. So I think
He's playing this one anyway.
he's going to have to take his medicine. Either that or pop this in the bottom right, the one in the middle of the table, play the cross double, come round the angles. Yeah, let's see. I think he can get to the side. Yeah,
okay.
That's it.
Yeah, and that was called with Don Sozie there as well. And that's the that's the way I seen it. Now the good thing is he can actually come forward here, leave an angle, and he can play the yellow a host of bags at the end.
Shot.
That's good. Oh,
Do you know, again, I don't know if he's in the car watching and up the road, but that was like the shots, like one or two of them. Oh, I think two of them were actually blacks that Morgan would say he missed and they've kind of went in.
I seen one. Actually, one was a red because I stood up because I knew the game was getting tight.
Aye.
And I was like, Morgan's going to get on the hill here. And then all of a sudden, I think it was 8-all or 7-all. It might actually been to get to 8.
But it was a couple like that, but there was one or two like that, well, one in particular along the top that I've ended up. Big Dave.
Dave's played well here, Stevie.
That would have dropped in her ass on. It would still be rolling. I know. That's true. It's true.
Yeah. Like that shot, he's actually played for two different.
Yeah.
Right. That's that. Now he's not going to take any risks. He's got to take the one into the top.
Yeah,
top
keep it
right.
simple, innit? Keep it simple. Just drift towards
Just
the ball
make sure
line.
he's on the line here. Yeah, that's good. Well played, Dave.
So he's widened the angle himself to make sure he goes to the far left, minimising any danger so he's not running away for the black ball, and that's the difference.
Well played, Dave. I don't know. Good Friday night's entertainment, guys.
That's a banana skin.
Yeah, very much so.
Well done, Dave Adenau. Pete Fisher has fallen to the sword of Dave, the man from Isle of Man, but Pete will be back tomorrow. A class act who would grace any tournament with his ability. So Mark Farnsworth does Lewis Mccool. We've had Liam Dunster on at the start of the show. We've ended up watching these two guys, but from myself, Alan Reynolds, we will see you tomorrow, and it's good night.
Good night.